To become the strongest beast tamer in history, I ignored the 14,587 known beast tamer professions and directly specialized as a dragon tamer. Everyone called me an idiot, and even my homeroom teacher, who had always thought highly of me, yelled at me. This was because, although dragons are the most powerful creatures in this world, each capable of destroying an entire continent, ordinary people cannot even get close to them, let alone contract and subdue them. But what they didn't know was that I had already activated the strongest beast taming system and obtained an SSS level talent. At this moment, I was sitting in the classroom, feeling nervous, uneasy, and excited, while my classmates chattered around me. The triennial job transfer ceremony was about to begin, and it concerned the fate of every senior high school student, so no one dared to take it lightly. Sitting in the third to last row by the window, I slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and gazed out the window, my heart filled with mixed emotions. As a transmigrator, I had lived in this parallel world for 7 years. During these 7 years, I had gradually integrated into this unfamiliar world, learned its language, and understood its cultural background. 100 years ago, this world underwent a transformation. The epoch-making game Divine Realm overlapped and merged with the real world, expanding the Earth's area by tens of millions of times. Secret realms and dungeons descended, monsters rampaged, and catastrophes swept across the globe. Against this backdrop, transferees came into being. To resist the demonic invasion, every person who turned 18 and reached level 10 had to participate in a job transfer ceremony and choose their first-tier profession. Some became combat professions, soaring to great heights. Others became life skill professions, such as cooks. Clearly, first-tier professions were also categorized into different ranks, with combat professions like mages, archers, and warriors at the top of the pyramid. There were also enhancement professions, such as enchanters, blacksmiths, and potion masters, and then there were the most common and numerous life skill professions that many transferees lamented, such as chefs, miners, and herbalists. However, not all cooks are the same. There's a vast difference in status, position, and ability between a chef from a first-tier life skill profession and a cook from the ordinary world. The former can prepare meals that rapidly increase a transferee's attribute points, and long-term consumption can maximize and permanently solidify these benefits. The latter merely satisfies appetites and fills stomachs. In other words, as long as one successfully transfers, even to the most ordinary life skill profession, they can become a member of the transferee industry, thereby completely breaking away from the life of ordinary people and inherently standing a cut above the rest. On the podium, the teacher was still eloquently detailing the characteristics and development paths of thousands of first-tier professions to each student. Without a doubt, combat professions, the first tier in the 3 major categories, are coveted and highly sought after by every transferee. Even so, do enhancement professions and life skills professions, which rank below combat professions, necessarily have no future and limited development? No, that's not the case. Take the enhancement profession of enchanter as an example. The drawback of enchanters is that during early stage leveling and development, they need to expend a massive amount of resources to accumulate experience, and to learn and familiarize themselves with the properties of enchanting materials. It's generally difficult for anyone who isn't a rich second-generation heir cultivated by a large family to get through this stage. However, once an enchanter becomes proficient, their scarcity shines to the extreme. Even the most ordinary weapon enchanting task yields rewards that are astronomical in the eyes of ordinary people. Please remember, no first-tier profession can be equated with rubbish. I offer this statement to all of you present. Of course, limited by each individual's unique talents, the final direction for your first-tier profession is still for you to decide. After the class teacher finished speaking, discussions about talent started up again below the stage. After the global anomaly, everyone has awakened their respective talents from the moment of birth. Talent levels range from F to S, from lowest to highest. Different talent levels and characteristics also have a significant impact on first-tier professions. The class teacher had repeated these words countless times, but I was still listening very carefully. I awakened an E+ tier talent, culinary mastery, a very mediocre talent. But I don't want to be a chef, I still hope to become a combat professional. The reason is that among the thousands of first-tier professions, combat professions have the strongest earning potential. After the game Divine Realm overlapped with the real world, Dragon Country also introduced relevant policies. Before everyone's first profession change, the state provides all resources free of charge. After the first profession change, this free funding is cancelled. From then on, if you want to upgrade or acquire equipment and weapons, you can only rely on yourself. Not everyone is a rich second generation with the backing of a large family. After the first profession change, there are second, third, and so on. As a commoner, I have to face a realistic and cruel question: how do I support myself? The most important reason why combat professions are popular is that even professions like mechanists and summoners, which are resource intensive in their early to mid stages, can still earn money by entering dungeons with contract beasts, grinding monsters solo, and utilizing monster materials. However, in previous transfer ceremonies, very few people with E-tier talent were able to awaken a combat profession. Although I perform exceptionally well in all aspects in class, my low talent level still remains my shortcoming. Snap, someone patted my shoulder, and a chubby round face leaned in. I'm screwed, D-talent stone skin. This job transfer ceremony will most likely result in a first turn type profession. Chin fan, you're E+ talent, right? Even worse than me. Have you decided on your first turn profession? The chubby guy, named Fong Dahai, was my back row deskmate and very straightforward. Not yet, depends on luck. I clearly didn't want to elaborate. Fong Dahai. What the heck do you mean, depends on luck? In all previous job transfer ceremonies, the personal talent level corresponds to a fixed number of first-turn professions. For example, with his D talent, the ideal scenario is a first-turn reinforcement profession, though there's also a chance of a first-turn lifestyle profession. My talent is even lower than his, so what? You're an E+ talent, and you still want a first-turn combat profession. Do you think you're the love child of the goddess of luck? Finding no common ground, Fong Dahai turned around and started chatting with the girl next to him. At the same time, a ding sounded, job transfer ceremony about to begin, system activating. System bound successfully. Newbie gift package has been issued. Do you wish to claim it? Ding, newbie gift package, contains SSS tier talent, affinity with all beasts. A system prompt suddenly rang in my mind. On the school sports field, with a rumble, a magician in a moon robe raised his staff. As magic power was infused into the giant magic circle on the high platform, the circle awakened. 7 beams of light red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet were ignited by magic, signaling the official start of the job transfer ceremony. Next, students whose names I call, please prepare to enter the magic circle. The circle will automatically detect your attributes, talents, and other information to determine your first-turn profession. Number 1, Li Hai. As the first one to undergo the job transfer, Li Hai entered the magic circle with a mix of nervousness and trepidation. With a hum, the moment he stood on the high platform, 7 colored light pillars lit up above the magic circle, and beams of light fell upon him, engulfing and enveloping him completely. I wonder what profession Li Hai will transfer to. As the first student to undergo a first-turn profession, Li Hai has good overall attributes and a D+ talent. The school must have considered this, hoping for a good start. I'd guess a combat profession, most likely. A minute later, above the magic circle, a rune swirling with fiery energy abruptly appeared above Li Hai's head. A fire rune, is this a first-turn mage profession? No. This is a reinforcement-type profession, a blacksmith's rune. The result was met with a collective groan from the crowd. Li Hai was a top student, not from the elite class, but his attributes were well balanced, and his talent was plus. If even such a top student stumbled, what hope was there for others? This result was an even bigger blow to Li Hai himself. When he walked out of the magic circle, his eyes were red-rimmed, and he quietly returned to his class 5, like a deflated balloon. My name is Chin Fan, a student from class 5. Our class teacher's surname is Xia, and Li Hai is the top student in the class, always a key talent. But now, I can only stand by and listen to him being kindly comforted, while I myself can do nothing. Most of the morning's class transfer ceremony was already over, with some celebrating and others frowning. Below the stage, Feng Dahai, the Class 1 teacher, came over to ask about our class's situation. "Old Zhao, how's your class doing? How many students transferred to a combat profession?" The Class 3 teacher grumbled back, 3. That scoundrel was clearly kicking us when we were down. The Class 1 teacher gave a sneering laugh, "Only 3? Heh, our class has 6 students who transferred to a combat profession." "Old Zhao, you really need to step it up, the school leaders are watching from the podium." I knew the two of them never got along. Given any opportunity, they'd surely take jabs at each other. Usually, the Class 1 teacher had the upper hand. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he taught the elite class, with all the school's top students under him. "Oh, Huang Ming from our class also transferred to a combat profession. Old Zhao, you'd better be careful now. Your performance review this year." I must say, the principal seemed to smile at me just now. The Class 1 teacher showed off proudly. Being recognized by the principal meant his performance for the year was secured. I was furious. That scoundrel smugness was truly annoying, but what could I do? Unless Class 3 could produce a hidden profession during this awakening ceremony, but I knew that was almost impossible. Let alone our small city of Zhanjiang, even in those first and second tier big cities, a hidden profession might not appear even after several transfer ceremonies. The probability was too low, 1 in 10,000? Or 1 in 100 million. However, if Class 3 could produce a hidden profession, I'd immediately take off. Then we'd see if that scoundrel could still smile. I laughed bitterly to myself. The chances were even smaller than falling asleep with your eyes closed. You could have anything in a dream. Next. Class 3, Qin Fan. In the line, Feng Dahai shouted, "Teacher, it's Qin Fan." Qin Fan went in. My talent was E+, Feng Dahai's was D. Compared to me, he was slightly better. Class teacher Zhao looked at his shouting and was a bit speechless. Is he role-playing? As the two inconspicuous students in the class, Zhao usually didn't pay much attention to them. However, it wasn't good to discourage him now, so he casually brushed them off with a few words. "Your talents are both quite similar. Based on previous experience, Qin Fan's E+ talent will most likely transfer to a life skill profession, and if he's lucky, possibly an enhanced profession. You both need to be mentally prepared." However, the next second, a world-shaking change suddenly occurred in the magic circle. Giant phantoms burst out of the magic circle, manifesting in the void under the gaze of thousands upon thousands of eyes. "Oh my God, what is that? Is it a miracle?" People were stunned, then completely erupted. Roar, a high-pitched dragon's roar, like thunder, resounded. Above the magic circle, a massive phantom gradually solidified. Dragon head, dragon wings, dragon body, dragon tail. A gigantic dragon, 10 zhang long, with wings spread as if to cover the sky and block out the sun, abruptly appeared directly above my head. At the same time, hundreds of beast phantoms also manifested one by one, a myriad of beasts paying homage, obscuring the sky. Oh my God! This is a miracle! A miracle has really appeared. The students were overwhelmingly shocked. Even standing on their tiptoes and craning their necks, they still couldn't see the full extent of the beasts. A manifested giant dragon, towering above all the beasts, emitted an extremely terrifying aura that swept out from its body. It was dragon's might. The overwhelming pressure made the humans standing beneath the dragon's phantom feel as small as ants, making them involuntarily want to prostrate themselves in worship. "Teacher, it's Qin Fan. He caused all this commotion, oh my God. What on earth happened?" In the group, my classmates, including my homeroom teacher who initially didn't think much of me, were collectively speechless, completely dumbfounded at this moment. Countless shocked gazes focused on the phantoms of the myriad beasts. The uppermost giant dragon raised its head and let out a segment of obscure yet grand dragon language. "Dragon, lord of all beasts. Under the sun, moon, and stars, the dragon soul is eternal." Although it was an obscure dragon language, it automatically echoed in everyone's minds, allowing us to understand its meaning. The next second, the giant dragon gently flapped its wings, and sand and stones flew above the magic circle, forming a terrifying tornado. Roar! Roar! The phantoms of the myriad beasts disintegrated one after another upon hearing the dragon's roar. Only a few phantoms did not break apart, but they also prostrated their forelegs on the ground in trembling submission. Crack, at a certain moment, the phantoms of the myriad beasts, along with the giant dragon phantom, began to rapidly shrink and solidify. Finally, the enormous phantoms disappeared, leaving only a glowing spot radiating a mysterious aura. Whoosh, the glowing spot shot straight towards me, flashed on my forehead, and then vanished, leaving behind a miniature mysterious mark. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained an SSS rank talent, Myriad Beast Affinity. My body shook violently. In just a single breath, my physical attributes suddenly increased by at least 7 or 8 points. My physical condition was better than ever, and I was filled with explosive strength, as if I could shatter a large rock with one punch. More importantly, my entire demeanor changed, as if I had gained a much greater innate affinity and control over beast species. At this moment, the leaders on the rostrum finally came to their senses. After witnessing this scene firsthand, even they felt a wave of shock and disbelief. Principal, if I remember correctly, this student awakened a new talent during the class transfer ceremony, didn't he? The director of teaching's eyes were filled with excitement and exhilaration. There had indeed been such precedents in previous class transfer ceremonies, though, of course, such cases only occurred in first and second-tier major cities. Judging by the commotion, the awakened talent must be at least A rank, perhaps even S rank. This is truly a great honor for our one middle school. Ha ha ha. The principal was also in high spirits. Honestly, before I appeared, the students' performances in this class transfer ceremony were somewhat disappointing. A giant dragon anomaly accompanied by the phantom images of myriad beasts. It seems this student's first class transfer is probably related to dragons. Is it a dragonic mage, or a dragon blood warrior? Good, very good. Finally, a promising talent has emerged in this class transfer ceremony. The principal excitedly clenched his fist. Dragonic mage. Dragon blood warrior. Both are hidden classes. Could it be that no one middle school, a small city beyond the 8th tier, is finally going to have a first-tier hidden class user? Even if it's not dragon-related, just a beast tamer, it's still a solid first-sequence combat class. At this moment, countless people's palms were sweating with nervousness, and gazes were locked tightly on me, who was still in the process of class transferring. With a 1 in a billion chance, if I manage to transfer to a hidden class, my future achievements will be limitless. As long as I don't fall, becoming a major powerhouse is only a matter of time. Envy, excitement, euphoria, the principal had already decided in his heart that once I transfer to a hidden class, one middle school would spare no resources to cultivate me from today onwards. This was no longer just about me, it involved the future development of the entire one middle school, the school's reputation, next year's student enrollment, and the level of government funding. When one person achieves success, their associates also benefit. The entire one middle school would benefit because of me. I, Shin Fan, was completely oblivious to all of this at this very moment. The class transfer ceremony was finally nearing its end. With a bang, above the magic array, 7 colored light beams intertwined, and streaks of light, like agile threads, projected onto me. After about a minute, a rune exuding an enigmatic aura suddenly appeared before me, close enough to touch. This rune. This aura, there's no mistake, it's a hidden class. This student, he did it. The moment the rune appeared, several school leaders stood up in shock, their gazes fixed on the rune. Their breathing was heavy, and the excitement in their hearts was simply indescribable. Then, within the magic circle, I slowly extended my right hand and gently touched the rune. Unexpectedly, the rune crumbled at a mere touch, instantly transforming into countless specks of light that dissolved into my limbs and bones. At that very moment, my first class advancement was successful. Few almost simultaneously, everyone heard a loud bang, and a figure shot out from the direction of the rostrum like a cannonball. It was the principal. Principal stepped onto the table with one foot, and the next moment, the table shattered. By the time I reacted, my vision blurred, and the principal was already standing excitedly in front of me, who had just completed my first class advancement. His square face was flushed with excitement, and his eyes bulged like bells. "Shinfan, what is your first class advancement? Dragon Blood Warrior? Or Dragon Lore Mage?" The principal's large hands gripped my shoulders tightly, with such force it felt like my bones would be crushed. It was clear that the principal's emotions were at their peak, like a powder keg about to explode. Facing the principal's fervent gaze, I quickly bowed and then truthfully said, "My first hidden class advancement is Dragon Tamer." The principal was momentarily stunned, and everyone else looked puzzled. "Dragon Tamer? What kind of class is that? Taming dragons?" Everyone exchanged glances, and even the knowledgeable principal was bewildered. Why had they never heard of this class before? But just by the name, it sounded quite imposing. Fortunately, after my first class advancement, there was relevant class information. As everyone had guessed, Dragon Tamer, as the name suggests, is an upgraded version of the Beast Tamer. The former contracts magical beasts, while the latter can contract sacred dragons or creatures with a bloodline of the wyvern family. The principal's expression changed repeatedly, his gaze fixed on me as he nervously asked, "Are you sure? You can only contract sacred dragons or wyverns, and can't use other magical beasts instead?" I nodded, absolutely certain. Moreover, the dragons contracted by a dragon tamer must have pure bloodlines. Even the lowest earth dragon clan, if there are any with extremely diluted dragon bloodlines, will be automatically rejected by the contract. The principal's expression finally settled, showing an indescribable look, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. After the initial surprise, only endless disappointment remained. Thousands of people present, every single one of them, showed the same expression as the principal. Dragon Tamer sounds so mighty by name. He. In this day and age, not to mention that true dragons are rarely seen, but even if there's a wyvern, the weakest would be equivalent to a third or fourth class advanced expert, right? It's over. You're just a little weakling who just had your first class advancement, and you still dream of catching dragons as contract beasts? A dragon tamer first needs a dragon. As I just said, the dragon tamer's contract will automatically reject contract beasts with impure dragon bloodlines. So, does that mean my class advancement was all for nothing? The principal's dark face twitched violently. He patted my shoulder and, feigning composure, comforted me, "It's all right. At least it's a hidden profession, and one that has never appeared before. While I can't say it has infinite potential, it certainly has research value." Research value? Pfft, many people couldn't help but burst out laughing. "My dear principal, do you really have to be so amusing? A transfer to a hidden profession, and you're planning to dissect them? That's too outrageous." Countless people went from hope to disappointment, but I, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. Is this guy stimulated into idiocy? What if he can overcome the contract's lower limit? If dragons and drakes won't work, what about wyverns or land dragons? Wyverns are out of the question, unless it's a land dragon with extremely diluted dragon bloodline, and even then, it would have to be the lowest class of land dragon. But there's no need for that. Any magical beast has a special innate talent, but the lowest and most lowly land dragons are not only unrecognized by the dragon bloodline, they even lose their innate talent as magical beasts. One moment he was everyone's hope, the next, he fell from grace. The key is how fast it happened. The genius didn't even last a second before it was over. Anyone would go crazy. Alas, how pathetic. The college entrance exam is in another month. How will this guy take the exam? As a squishy beast tamer, going bare-chested to fight magical beasts in the secret realm? He should just contract a land dragon. My family used to have a scruffy dog that supposedly had a tiny trace of dragon blood. Ha ha. The principal laughed, but not before earnestly reminding me that for the college entrance exam a month later, once I entered the secret realm, I should try to avoid monsters. If I was lucky enough to encounter some low-level magical beasts, obtaining monster materials and experience would at least allow me to support myself. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in my mind once again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a challenge quest. Quest requirement: for the college entrance exam 1 month from now, strive to be the city level top 1 and become the top scorer above city level. Excellent rating: city's top scholar, perfect score, provincial top scholar. Quest reward. Ding! The system has issued daily quests. Please complete them promptly. I didn't take to heart the mocking and sneering voices of the classmates around me. I returned to my seat and sat quietly, all my internal attention focused on the system that had suddenly appeared. Having devoured web novels in my past life, I naturally knew that my exclusive cheat had finally arrived. Sure enough, a transmigrator can't get by without a cheat. Upon completing achievement missions, the system will reward the host with generous corresponding rewards. However, if the mission fails, the host will face severe penalties. To facilitate the system providing rewards corresponding to the host's profession, please bind a profession as soon as possible. Host, would you like to bind the dragon tamer profession? Faced with the system's question, I didn't hesitate and chose yes. I had no choice, I could only transfer to this profession. The good news is, dragon tamer is a combat profession. The bad news is, I don't have any dragons. And the dragon tamer profession has been extinct for many years. So there is very little detailed information about this profession, and even the skill book drops for it are extremely rare. As if sensing my distress, after I chose yes, ding! The system's prompt sound rang again. Host successfully bound profession. Congratulations, host, on activating the strongest beast taming system. Now issuing the corresponding newbie profession gift pack to the host. Congratulations, you have received 1 dragon egg. Please enter the system's exclusive warehouse to view it. A dragon egg. The newbie gift pack is actually a dragon egg. The system is truly a godsend, bringing exactly what I want. Open system warehouse. I silently recited in my mind. Buzz. A Azure information panel appeared before my eyes. But the moment this Azure information panel appeared, I was instantly stunned. Darn it! I'm still in the classroom right now. If anyone else saw this system panel, it would cause unnecessary trouble. As I nervously looked around, I found that no one around me had noticed the Azure information panel appearing. I'm Chin Fan. Instead, there were a few classmates who found my transfer to the dragon tamer profession ridiculous, and they still cast pitying and disdainful glances at me from time to time. Phew! It seems the system's information panel is different from the personal information template, only I can see it. Knowing this, I finally relaxed. Then, I turned my attention to the system warehouse. I saw a crimson dragon egg quietly sitting in the warehouse, its surface covered with very beautiful golden patterns, making it clear at a glance that it was no ordinary item. Under the universal skill eye of appraisal, all the detailed information of this dragon egg appeared before my eyes. Dragon egg SSS can be tamed using dragon taming art. If successful, you will acquire a hatchling of the blazing sacred dragon as a dragon companion. Note, the blazing sacred dragon hatchling's favorite food is divine fire jade marrow. If divine fire jade marrow can be offered as a gift during taming, the success rate will be greatly increased. Divine fire jade marrow? That's an S-rank natural treasure. How could I possibly have it? Seeing the note, my expression faltered slightly. Forget it, I'll try taming it directly with dragon taming art first and see if it works. I made up my mind. Then I gathered my things and left the classroom with a smile. This left the other students very confused. This guy of all people had become a dragon tamer, a profession like that, and he was still smiling? Had he lost his mind? I finally returned to my so-called home, Anning City Orphanage. That's right, just like all transmigration protagonists, I was damn near isolated and helpless. But I was a bit special according to the foster mothers at the orphanage who looked after the children. I was abandoned. That is to say, my birth parents were actually still alive. But I had no desire whatsoever to search for them from the moment they abandoned me. I had no connection to them anymore. Brother Chin Fan. Brother Chin Fan is back. As soon as I pushed open the orphanage gate, a group of adorable children immediately ran towards me, grabbing my pant legs and starting to climb all over me. In no time, I looked like a tree covered in monkeys. At the orphanage, I had long since become familiar with the children, and we had a very good relationship. Sheen Fan's back? Hearing the commotion outside the yard, a middle-aged woman, about 40 or 50 years old, walked out from the inner courtyard. The middle-aged woman had a kind face and gentle eyes. She was the ama here, responsible for looking after all the children, including me, whom she raised herself. Her profession was a chef, and her talent, like mine, was an E+ ranked culinary mastery. Yes, I'm back, I replied with a smile. What profession did you choose? Did you become a chef? Ama asked with a chuckle. Ama knew the importance of choosing a profession, but she never made harsh demands on the children. Many children who left the orphanage weren't combat professions but rather life skills professions. It's definitely not a chef profession. It's a secret, I'll tell Ama in a few days. I deliberately kept it a secret. The reason I didn't say it now was, naturally, out of fear that Ama would overthink things. What's there to keep secret? Come in, I've already made dinner, Ama chided. After dinner, I returned to my simple, dilapidated little room to check my information panel. Name, Sheen Fan. Age, 18 years old. Level, 10. Profession, Dragon Tamer. Talent, affinity with all beasts SSS. For dimensional attributes, strength 15, intelligence 15, physique 15, agility 15. Class skill, Dragon Taming S. Dragon Taming S, active skill, used on dragon eggs or dragons. Has a certain probability of taming the target, making it your dragon pet. Generally speaking, when first changing classes, everyone's 4-dimensional attributes are 10 points. However, under the SSS grade talent affinity with all beasts, I managed to boost each attribute by 5 points. It's not a huge boost, but I know that the true purpose of the affinity with all beasts talent isn't to improve my own attributes, but to make it easier for me to gain the favor of magical beasts, spiritual beasts, and even divine beasts. Moreover, it also provides an extremely powerful amplification to all Beastmaster skills. As a hidden class type of Beastmaster, the Dragon Tamer naturally also benefits from this amplification. However, since I haven't learned other Dragon Tamer skills yet, I can't test how powerful this affinity with all beasts amplification is. But I could try using dragon taming to tame this dragon egg. Let's see if it works. I immediately pulled out the SSS grade dragon egg from my system space. This dragon egg was as big as a human head. Its shell wasn't white but fiery red, with faint golden patterns emitting mysterious fluctuations. Holding it in my hands, I could even feel its scorching temperature, and it even affected the room, making it much hotter. What's more, I could even sense the breathing frequency of this dragon egg. Phew! I took a deep breath. Then, I directly used my class skill, Dragon Taming, on this dragon egg. Regrettably, taming failed. Regrettably, taming failed. Regrettably, taming failed. Regrettably, taming failed. To my disbelief, even after exhausting all my mana, I couldn't successfully tame it. The success rate was too low. What was even more surprising was that from within the dragon egg, I could now sense the spoiled emotions of the little dragon inside. It seemed to be saying, without divine fire marrow, don't even think about taming this dragon. Oh dear. I scratched my head, looking troubled. At first, I was worried about not having a dragon, but now that I have a dragon egg, I just can't tame it. A S-grade natural treasure like divine fire marrow is something I couldn't even buy if I sold myself. Ding! As if sensing my predicament, the prompt sound from the strongest Beastmaster system suddenly rang out. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a novice quest. Novice quest stage 1, please proceed to the Eerie Forest mountain range and hunt 30 cat demons. Quest completion reward, 1 bottle of divine fire marrow, 20 free attribute points. Quest failure penalty, none. Time limit, 3 days. Host, please complete the quest as soon as possible. The system is awesome. My eyes lit up with wild joy when I saw the system quest pop up in front of me. What a stroke of luck! I just needed the divine fire jade marrow, and the system delivered. Of course, it's too early to celebrate, as I still have to kill 30 cat demons. With my current strength, completing this quest requires extreme caution. The ethereal forest mountain range is located on the outskirts of Anning City. This mountain range appeared here during the world cataclysm, as map plates shifted. It not only harbors numerous monsters and magical beasts but also contains countless rare materials. Countless adventurers regularly form teams to explore it. Here, one establishment must be mentioned, the Adventurers Guild. Many awakened individuals, after graduating from high school or university, if they don't go to the front lines, typically choose to become adventurers or join an adventuring party. Then, they take on quests published by others at the Adventurers Guild, receiving money, items, or equipment as rewards upon completion. Of course, these quests are usually posted by a wealthy patron. Every country tacitly approves and supports the existence of adventurers' guilds for a simple reason: the monsters in these wild maps often raid city borders. My name is Chin Fan. Those powerful adventurers who go to wild secret realms to hunt monsters are also contributing to defending the borders. Although it's dangerous, to successfully tame that dragon egg, I have no choice but to go. Without the divine fire jade marrow, who knows how long it would take to tame this incredibly precious dragon egg, and the Awakener's college entrance exam is only a month away. With this in mind, I put on the basic white grade defensive gear and a level 10 white grade weapon issued by the school, left a note, and departed the orphanage, heading towards the Anning City Adventurers Guild. When I arrived at the Anning City Adventurers Guild Hall, I was surprised to find it bustling with activity, even though it was 3 or 4 in the morning. However, on second thought, with the backdrop of the God's Domain game overlapping with reality, monsters and magical beasts in wild maps respawn regularly, and rare natural treasures appear sporadically at random locations. If you're lucky enough to collect them, you can strike it rich. This is a huge fortune for ordinary adventurers. Moreover, they have to snatch orders. Simple and trust quests are snatched up as soon as they're posted, while difficult quests are rarely taken, and there's a penalty for overdue assignments. Adhering to the principle that the early bird catches the worm, even in the early morning, many adventurers guard the hall screens, ready to snatch up orders. It's worth mentioning that I also saw quite a few student-like awakened individuals in the crowd. This is quite normal. Many awakened students use their spare time to take simple quests and earn pocket money. Ha! Isn't that Chin Fan? Soon, a few students in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. I turned my head and saw 3 of my classmates. Zhuo Feng looked like a ruffian and had become a warrior. Lu Qing was a bespectacled boy who had become a mage. Su Rou, with her delicate features and fragile demeanor, was a priest. A frontliner, a damage dealer, and a support, a standard adventuring party. Just trying to earn some pocket money. Of course, I couldn't say I was here to complete a system quest. Are you sure? I remember you're a dragon tamer, right? It's a hidden class, but it's so useless. Zhuo Feng laughed heartily, and Lu Qing also smiled. At first, they all thought I'd become a genius, but it turned out I was the most useless dragon tamer. Su Rou didn't look at me, only scanning her surroundings with a faint gaze. I'd heard about her background. She seemed to be a rich young lady, and judging by the scepter in her hand, it was at least a level 10 purple grade weapon. Equipment grades, from lowest to highest, are white, blue, purple, gold, spirit item, holy relic. Above holy relic is mythical grade equipment. Don't mind the sky, Miss Su. Whatever quest you take, will definitely help you complete it, and stay by your side. Zhuo Feng fawned, making it clear that he and Lu Qing were Su Rou's sycophants. Afterward, we snatched a few quests to kill feline demons or collect their bone claws, then boarded the monorail bus heading to Yulin Mountain Range. At this moment, Su Rou, Zhuo Feng, and Lu Qing also boarded the monorail bus, followed by 3 burly men, all level 14. By the time the monorail reached the entrance of Yulin Mountain Range, it was already 5 in the morning. Unknown bird calls echoed through the surrounding valleys, accompanied by the chirping of insects and frogs. After getting off the monorail bus, I couldn't be bothered with them and headed straight into the outskirts of Yulin Mountain Range. Don't worry. With us uncles here, this quest will be a breeze. The burly men following Su Rou patted their chests and laughed loudly, which made Su Rou frown. She hadn't wanted these 3 ugly men to join the party, but Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing had been intimidated into agreeing. Since it had come to this, they could only set off. I actually really wanted to warn Su-ro that it would be best not to team up with those three thuggish-looking burly men, or even to stay away from them. These kinds of rogue adventurers had the dirtiest hearts and cruelest hands. They'd do anything for profit. Besides, Su-ro was a beautiful young girl with money. In this sparsely populated Yulin mountain range, they would definitely make a move on Su-ro. Oh well, what happened to those three classmates had nothing to do with me anyway. I wasn't a saint. After collecting my thoughts, I unfolded the map and headed towards a more secluded area. Along the way, I saw many magical beasts that could be made into delicious food, such as horned antelopes, armored boars, and unicorn rabbits. They were all low-level, tender, and delicious ingredients. But today, I wasn't here to hunt. I was here to complete the system's novice quest. Soon, I arrived at a small valley and saw the target of this novice quest, the cat demon. Standing atop a large tree overlooking the valley, I immediately used the common skill Eye of Appraisal on the cat demon monster. Monster, cat demon. Level, 11. Type, beast monster. Skills, bite, frenzy. Aptitude, black iron 2-star. Remark, a very common small monster in the Yulin mountain range. It likes to tear enemies with its sharp claws and teeth. After a rough estimation, there were about 30 or 40 of them. Charging in directly would certainly lead to death. This quest difficulty far exceeded the scope of ordinary students. Even school teachers would struggle against such a group of cat demons. Fortunately, I had a plan. Don't forget my profession. As a dragon tamer, a hidden profession of beast masters, I also possess the SSS level talent Beast Affinity. Although dragon taming cannot tame this group of cat demons, with Beast Affinity, dealing with them should be a breeze. Of course, I still need to be careful to avoid making a blunder. Let's try one cat demon first. With that thought, I cast the common skill Cat's Paw on myself. Cat's Paw F, for 3 minutes, makes all movements such as walking, jumping, and climbing silent. In this world, skills are divided into talent skills, professional skills, and common skills. Talent skills are active skills derived from one's awakened talents. Professional skills need no explanation. And common skills are skills that all professions can use. Among them, Eye of Appraisal is the most common skill, possessed by every job changer. The Cat's Paw skill is naturally also a common skill. Many students lacking practical combat experience believe the Cat's Paw skill is useless. However, in Qin Fan's eyes, this skill is essential. It's not a waste of skill points. Right now. After casting Cat's Paw, Qin Fan silently approached a lone cat demon from behind. Then, the Beast Affinity talent instantly activated. The cat demon, which had been grooming its claws, instantly revealed an expression of horrified terror on its ugly face. Its entire body trembled with fear. It seemed to sense a king's coercion enveloping it. Thump! Without hesitation, this cat demon actually turned around and prostrated itself before Qin Fan. At the same time, the cat demon's heart was filled with deep reverence and friendliness towards this human figure. Watching the trembling cat demon prostrate on the ground, Qin Fan finally showed a just as I expected expression. Beast Affinity SSS, when activated, it can intimidate all beasts, and at the same time, it will make the intimidated beast target feel an intrinsic closeness and worship towards oneself, treating oneself as their king. Remark, still effective against dragon targets not exceeding one's own level by 20 levels. Although he couldn't tame this cat demon, the effect produced at this moment was no different from taming. Poof! Without any hesitation, Qin Fan plunged the beginner's longsword he held directly into the cat demon's head. Ugh! The cat demon let out only a muffled groan before dying completely. Before its death, its expression was one of satisfied bliss, as if in its eyes, being killed by Qin Fan was an honor. Quest objective, Cat Demon 130. Afterward, Qin Fan slowly began to attempt to intimidate 2, 3, and even 4 cat demons at once. And incredibly, he succeeded perfectly every time. No more wasting time, I'll finish them all at once. Having already slain half the cat demons, Qin Fan leaped directly into the middle of the small valley. His presence was so blatant. Meow. The remaining dozen or so cat demons immediately shrieked, preparing to pounce and attack. However, buzz. Beast affinity triggered again. Swish. Those dozen or so cat demons, who had just moments ago been snarling with murderous intent, instantly prostrated themselves before Qin-fan, devout and reverent. Thud. 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 With a flick of the wrist, these dozen cat demons were cleanly cut down by Qin-fan's beginner's longsword. And the beginner's longsword, which originally had 50 durability, now had only 8 points left. Qin-fan, having slain 42 cat demons, gained 420 experience points, and his level even rose to 11. Of course, none of this was what Qin-fan cared about most. What he cared about most was the system's reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the first phase of the beginner quest. Now distributing rewards. Congratulations! You have received 1 bottle of Divine Fire Marrow Jade. Congratulations! You have received 20 free attribute points. Now releasing the beginner quest second phase. Quest content: please successfully tame the cub of the blazing holy dragon. Reward: 3B grade profession skill books. Penalty: none. Time limit: 24 hours. Please complete the quest as soon as possible. Phew. Qin-fan took a deep breath, calming his inner turmoil. His turning point had finally arrived. Now, it just remained to be seen if this Divine Fire Marrow Jade could truly increase the taming success rate. The reason Qin-fan so desperately wanted to change to a combat profession was simply to protect the dilapidated orphanage. Although Auntie hadn't told him, he had already known for 2 years that the original benefactor of the orphanage had passed away. The benefactor's children were unwilling to continue funding the orphanage. For these past 2 years, Auntie had secretly worked 3 jobs just to barely keep it afloat. If this continued, Auntie's health would inevitably collapse. Without Auntie's protection, the children in the orphanage would be even more miserable. Therefore, success or failure depended on this one attempt. Qin-fan took out the dragon egg, which still emitted a scorching heat, from the system storage. As soon as it was taken out, the dragon egg gently wiggled, as if complaining why Qin-fan had put it into the quiet and boring storage space. Then, he took out the bottle of Divine Fire Marrow Jade, gently opening the stopper. Whoosh! A pure, extreme fire element aura immediately rushed forth. The waves of heat even attracted and gathered the surrounding fire elements. As expected of an S-grade heavenly treasure, Divine Fire Jade Marrow, Qin-fan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Such pure Divine Fire Jade Marrow, if absorbed by a fire mage, would likely provide an incredibly terrifying boost to their own fire attribute damage. And the moment the pure aura of the Divine Fire Jade Marrow spread out, thump thump, the unhatched dragon egg actually bounced twice in excitement, seemingly expressing intense longing. Want to drink it? Behave and let me tame you, and I'll let you drink. Qin-fan grinned, placing the Divine Fire Jade Marrow aside. Then he picked up the constantly shaking dragon egg, which seemed to be expressing its sundry emotion, and whispered, "Don't worry, after you're tamed, this entire bottle of Divine Fire Jade Marrow is all yours." As soon as his voice fell, the originally agitated dragon egg suddenly quieted down. Qin-fan finally began to use his unique dragon taming skill on this dragon egg again. Congratulations! Taming successful. Oh, my! It actually succeeded on the first try. Damn! It seems this little dragon cub must be a glutton. It compromised immediately upon seeing the Divine Fire Jade Marrow. Of course. The SSS grade talent affinity with all beasts also played a crucial role. It's important to know that, aside from domesticated low-grade dragon species like earth dragons and wyverns, higher-grade dragon species above the sub-dragon level are very cold and exclusive towards humans. However, when this dragon egg was held by Qin-fan, there was no fierce resistance. In fact, the passive effect of the affinity with all beasts talent was also at play. Buzz! At this moment, Qin-fan's body actually began to be covered with mysterious fiery red patterns of light. Then these mysterious light patterns spread from Qin Fan's fingertips, entwining around the fiery red dragon egg. At the same time, these mysterious fiery red light patterns and the golden light patterns on the dragon egg touched and intermingled. Qin Fan only felt that his mind and consciousness seemed to begin communicating with the dragon egg, creating an extremely profound connection. Qin Fan could even understand the little dragon cub's urgent desire to drink the divine fire jade marrow at that moment, as well as its closeness and friendliness towards Qin Fan. As the light patterns between the two became more intertwined. Buzz! At this moment, the dragon egg actually emitted dazzling light. Crack! And under the cover of the light, Qin Fan clearly heard the sound of the dragon egg cracking. This meant the dragon egg was about to hatch. And the true blazing holy dragon hatchling was about to be born. Whoosh! The brilliant, dazzling light receded like a tide. When Qin Fan lowered his head again to look at the dragon egg he was holding in his hands, he found that the eggshell had completely disappeared. A cute and endearing little dragon cub stretched out its two small claws, clutching the bottle of divine fire jade marrow and gulping it down. I finally have a dragon pet. At this moment, Qin Fan, inwardly excited and joyful, also began to carefully examine the dragon cub in his hands. Its entire body was covered in crimson scales, shimmering with an intoxicating glow under the morning sun, like a small ball of burning fire. A pair of wings, adorned with golden patterns, slowly unfurled. Its two golden vertical pupils squinted slightly, an expression of bliss radiating from it, as if it were savoring an exquisite delicacy. Despite its dainty, cat-like stature, the power fluctuations emanating from its moving limbs sent shivers down Qin Fan's spine, even though he was its master. And on its chest, a golden pattern, shaped like divine fire, flickered with its breathing, as if proclaiming it was the master of all fires. The contract was complete. This little dragon cub had become Qin Fan's dragon pet, bound by life and death, never to be separated. Without even needing that appraisal eye skill, Qin Fan merely had to think, and the detailed information about the little dragon cub fully appeared before his eyes. Dragon pet, blazing saint dragon infinite firelord name nickname, none yet. Gender, female. Age, less than 1 month old. Level, 1. For dimensional attributes, strength 300, intelligence 300, physique 270, agility 270 without any buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills possessed, 1 fire immunity S, passive skill, as the infinite firelord, immune to 100% fire damage. 2 flame breath S, active skill, breathes out fiery dragon breath forward, dealing massive fire damage to all enemies within a certain range in front. 3 divine fire scales S, passive skill, the dragon's scales are the strongest defense, reducing the power of all attacks by 70% when blocked by scales. For destructive flame claw, active skill, the dragon's claws ignite with raging flames, fiercely striking forward, dealing damage to all enemies within a fan-shaped area in front. Horrifying. Simply too horrifying. What the hell were these sky-high 4-dimensional attributes? And among the 4 innate skills, 3 were S rank and 1 was a rank. One must know that in this resource-scarce world, let alone a rank skill books, even C rank skill books were extremely precious. If a C rank skill book were put on the market, it would sell for at least 10 million dragon coins. The crucial point was that even if you wanted to buy one, you couldn't. Yet, this dragon race, freshly born, came with 4 super powerful skills. No wonder the dragon race held such a lofty position. No wonder no beast master has ever successfully tamed a high-level dragon. Your life's finish line might not even reach their starting line. Recalling the ridicule and schadenfreude from his classmates during the job transfer ceremony. Now, Qin Fan couldn't help but sneer. The weakest profession? I'm the strongest profession now. Geiwo, at this moment. The little dragon cub had finished drinking the divine fire marrow from the bottle. It let out a very satisfied burp, and a small flame shot out from its mouth. Then it wiggled its plump draconic body and rubbed its head affectionately against Qin Fan's palm. You'd be hard-pressed to imagine that the noble and proud dragon race would, at this moment, be nestled in Qin Fan's arms, acting cute. And at this moment... Ding! The system's electronic prompt finally sounded again. Congratulations, host, for completing the second stage of the novice mission. Rewards are now being distributed. Reward 1, B rank skill Mark of Hatred. Reward 2, B rank skill Dragon's Frenzy. Reward 3, B rank skill Dragon Claw Strike. Rewards have been distributed. The final stage of the novice mission is now active. Mission objective: please raise your dragon pet's level to 10. Reward: 2S rank profession exclusive passive skills. Penalty: none. Time limit: 30 days. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Mark of Hatred B applies a mark to a target, causing your dragon pet to generate extreme hatred towards that target. Additionally, the marked target will take 30% increased damage. Dragon's Frenzy B causes you and your dragon pet to enter a frenzied state. All attributes are increased by 20% for the duration of the state. Dragon Claw Strike B, upon use, your arms transform into dragon claws and attack the target in front of you, dealing massive damage to the target. Such generous rewards again. It seems the system also knows that Qin Fan is currently too weak, which is why it's offering such rich rewards in the novice mission. It seems the power of the dragon tamer profession isn't just in controlling dragons, but also in assimilating dragon abilities onto oneself. Qin Fan's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the descriptions of these 3 skills. It's worth noting that his stats panel hasn't changed yet. His 4 primary attributes are still a balanced 15. However, Qin Fan wasn't too concerned. After all, with such a powerful dragon pet, as long as he didn't make foolish mistakes, whether it was taking exams, clearing dungeons, or fighting others in the future, he wouldn't have to worry. Of course, while Qin Fan's talent wasn't the best in his class, his practical assessment scores were always the highest in his grade. Heaven did not bless him with the same outstanding talent as others, but it granted him an exceptionally keen combat intuition. In battles, even if he couldn't win a one-on-one fight, by skillfully maneuvering and utilizing combat techniques, as long as he didn't encounter an opponent with too great a power gap, self-preservation was never an issue. Gah! At this moment, the little dragon cub was gently nuzzling Qin Fan's chest with its cute little head, its golden vertical pupils sparkling with joy. Ever since the little one drank the divine flame jade marrow, the divine flame golden patterns on its dragon body had become much brighter. Qin Fan gently stroked the little dragon cub's head and whispered, "You don't have a name yet. It's time to give you one." Gao Wu. Hearing Qin Fan was going to name it, it happily stood up, its 2 cute little dragon claws waving non-stop. But Qin Fan knew. Don't be fooled by how harmless this little guy seems in front of him. But once an enemy or monster appears before it, then its seemingly cute little dragon claws will transform into blades that tear apart enemies. After all, this little dragon cub's 4-dimensional panel was ridiculously overpowered. I originally wanted to give you a Chunibyo name like Great Fire God, but since you're a girl, let's pick a poetic or cute name instead. Qin Fan said with a smile. Gao Wu. When the little dragon cub heard the name Great Fire God, its dragon ears drooped. But upon hearing Qin Fan say he would give it a poetic or cute name, it immediately brightened up with joyful anticipation. My 2 favorite lines of poetry are, "The fireflies gradually gather their light," and "Green wine brewed with new liquor." And you love drinking Godfire Jade Marrow so much, you're all red like a little drunken alcoholic. Then let's call you Ingjiu Firefly Wine, and your nickname will be Xiaojiu Little Wine, how about that? Qin Fan said with a smile. Gao Wu. Gao Wu. As Qin Fan's words fell, the little dragon cub's anticipating and nervous eyes slowly widened, and its golden, clear, jewel-like vertical pupils gleamed with joy and happiness. Then, it repeatedly rubbed its small head against Qin Fan's chest. Evidently, it was very satisfied with this beautiful and poetic name. Then it settled. As Qin Fan decided. Buzz. In the little dragon cub's information panel, the name-nickname section changed. Name, Ingjiu. Nickname, Xiaojiu. After rubbing against Qin Fan for a good while, Xiaojiu suddenly leaped up, its little dragon wings fiercely flapped. Whoosh! A powerful storm, which almost made Qin Fan lose his balance, swept out. and Xiaojiu's figure was already in the air. It has to be said, dragons truly live up to their name as lords of the sky. Xiaojiu's ascension speed was so fast that even Qinfan's naked eye couldn't catch it. After taking off, Xiaojiu spread its wings, enveloping its dragon body, and just floated in the sky, absorbing the golden radiance of the sun. Gulp! Even on the ground, Qinfan could clearly hear the vigorous heartbeat coming from Xiaojiu. It's digesting the pure energy of the Godfire Jade Marrow. The Godfire Jade Marrow, after all, was an S-grade heavenly treasure. The fire element energy it contained was naturally extremely pure and vast. Although Xiaojiu was a Saint Dragon level existence, it had only just hatched from its dragon egg and was still in its infancy. It couldn't instantly digest such pure and vast fire element energy like adult dragons. And during the digestion of this fire element energy, Xiaojiu's body, originally the size of a cat, was visibly growing larger in concentric circles. Half an hour later, Xiaojiu, suspended in mid-air, finally slowly unfurled its wings, which were covered with divine fire gold patterns. Its body height has already grown to a full 1.6 meters. The scorching aura emanating from its entire body was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Qinfan had no doubt that if Xiaojiu were to breathe a puff of fire at the small mountain in front of them, it could probably melt the entire mountaintop in an instant. Whoosh! Having completely digested the divine fire marrow, Xiaojiu swooped down from the sky. Then it hovered in front of Qinfan. Jie Wu! It excitedly pounced into Qinfan's arms. Its massive head rubbed affectionately against Qinfan. This little guy apparently hadn't realized how much its size had changed. Qinfan, struggling to support Xiaojiu's affectionate behavior, once again checked Xiaojiu's information panel. Dragon Pet, Blazing Saint Dragon Infinite Firelord. Name, Ingjiu. Nickname, Xiaojiu. Gender, female. Age, not yet a full month. Level, 5. For dimensional attributes, Strength 500, Intelligence 500, Physique 450, Agility 450. No buffs, equipment, or items applied. After absorbing all the energy from the S-rank Divine Fire Marrow, its level only increased by 4. Good heavens! What's going on? You know, at level 1, if a human could consume and digest an S-rank heavenly material and earthly treasure, it would definitely soar to over a dozen levels. But for Xiaojiu, it only gained 4 levels. This clearly shows that the experience needed for dragons to level up is truly much, much more than for humans. Of course, but precisely because of this, the attribute increases brought by leveling up are also incredibly terrifying. Strength and intelligence attributes went straight from 300 to 500. Agility and physique attributes went straight from 270 to 450. Oh, this. I can only say, as expected of a dragon. Jie Wu. Suddenly, Xiaojiu, who was affectionately rubbing against Qinfan, raised its head vigilantly, and its pair of golden dragon eyes looked towards a certain corner of the small valley. Qinfan followed Xiaojiu's gaze and found it was a group of minotaurs holding stones. Monster, Minotaur level, 12. Species, Beast-type monster skills, Throw, Horn charge aptitude, Black eye and 3 stars. Remarks, a very common small monster in the Yuling Mountains, likes to eat the flesh of cat demons, and is an enemy of cat demons. Looking at this group of minotaurs, Qinfan knew that they actually wanted to come to this small valley to hunt cat demons. What they didn't expect was, all the cat demons were dead. In their place was a blazing saint dragon. Clang! The minotaurs, who had originally approached aggressively and full of murderous intent, were now trembling under Xiaojiu's dragon might, their eyes filled with fear. Even the stones in their hands, used for throwing to kill enemies, were directly dropped. Clearly, in front of the dragon race, which stands at the apex of all beasts, these small monsters had completely lost their courage. Jie Wu? Even though it was inwardly displeased with this group of minotaurs who dared to interrupt its affectionate time with its master. However, Xiaojiu obediently turned her head and sought Qinfan's permission. Master, can I kill them? Qinfan naturally had no reason to refuse Xiaojiu. Having received her master's permission, Xiaojiu immediately brightened up. With just a flap of her wings. Swish! Like a fleeting shadow, even Fan, her master, didn't see what happened. Xiaozhou's figure instantly appeared before the group of minotaurs who were already terrified. Without any hesitation, she opened her dragon mouth. Breath of flame. Roar. A torrent of blazing fire erupted like a waterfall from Xiaozhou's dragon mouth, and in just an instant. Ugh! The minotaurs were engulfed in the breath, incinerated so thoroughly that not even ashes remained. Instant kill. Fan was utterly dumbfounded. One must know that if it weren't for the SSS grade talent affinity with all beasts, Fan would have struggled greatly just to deal with a single cat demon. Even if he won, it would come at a considerable cost. And if he had to face 2 or 3 cat demons at once, Fan would have no choice but to flee. It's not that Fan was weak. It's that monsters are considerably stronger than beings of the same level. Otherwise, why would so many transferees form teams to enter the gloomy forest mountain range? If even cat demons were so difficult to deal with, how much more so were level 12 minotaurs? To deal with a group of minotaurs, at least a 5-person adventure team of level 15 would be needed to eliminate them. But in front of Xiaozhou, who was a holy dragon, it was merely a matter of a single breath. And it was even overkill. According to Fan's estimation, Xiaozhou could have annihilated this group of minotaurs with just one claw swipe. She simply disdained getting her claws dirty with these minotaurs. It's worth noting that dragons are not inferior to humans in intelligence, and thus dragons also possess unparalleled elegance. Even when it comes to food, they wouldn't just eat it raw like common magical beasts. Instead, they would carefully cook it or perform some delicate preparation before consuming it. Gah! Having effortlessly eliminated the minotaurs that even Fan found troublesome, Xiaozhou flapped her dragon wings and excitedly returned to Fan's side. Then she put on an expression that clearly said, "Praise me quickly." Amazing! Fan smiled and reached out to rub Xiaozhou's head. As the master, Fan naturally shared the experience gained when Xiaozhou hunted monsters. Fan's level also increased from 11 to 12. Gah! After receiving praise, Xiaozhou extended a dragon claw and patted her little belly, which was covered in divine fire golden patterns. Fan, who was connected with Xiaozhou, naturally understood what she was expressing. She was hungry. This left Fan bewildered and amused. This little glutton had just finished drinking the S-grade divine fire jade marrow. And now, after one breath attack, she was hungry again. "I'll process the cat demon and minotaur corpses, do you want to eat them?" Fan asked. He didn't know much about dragons. He thought that, like ordinary magical beasts, they could eat any monster corpse. Gah-woo! As expected, the little one responded with a disdainful shake of its head. It wouldn't eat such disgusting things. It wanted delicacies. All right, we'll make delicacies. But first, we need to go to the hunting grounds for some unicorn rabbits and demonic antelopes. I'll make you roasted whole lamb and roasted whole rabbit. Fan said with a smile. When Fan first entered the gloomy forest mountain range, he had already prepared to stay there for several days. His internal space contained a good amount of seasoning and wilderness survival gear. After all, for him, killing 30 cat demons couldn't be accomplished overnight. He just didn't expect that under the effect of the beast affinity talent, he would complete it all at once. Roar! Hearing that Fan was going to make delicacies for it, the little one let out a joyful dragon roar, its wings suddenly flapping, shooting straight into the sky. This frightened all the nearby magical beasts, sending them trembling, lying on the ground, not daring to move. Dragons were inherently the world's most apex predators. In just 10 minutes, Fan was astonished to see the little one, after circling around, return with powerful limbs clutching over a dozen unicorn rabbits and demonic antelopes. Watching the adorable little dragon cub happily spinning in circles, Fan could only give a doting smile. Oh well. What else could he do? It was his own little dragon cub after all. Besides pampering it, what else? As Fan processed the ingredients, preparing for a barbecue feast. In another valley of the gloomy forest mountain range. Swish! A burly man raised his great axe, effortlessly cleaving the two cat demons in front of him. As a level 14 warrior, the reason he could instantly kill cat demons with such ease. Of course, it was because of the buff skills granted to him by a priest. Weapon Blessing. Body Fortification Spell. Ha. Beauty, you're quite impressive. Not only do you have a level 10 purple great staff, but also a C grade support skill like Body Fortification Spell. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to kill so many cat demons. The burly man laughed heartily. The other two burly men, also warriors, laughed along. They were three brothers. The eldest was called Da Long, and the other two were called Er Long and San Long. Praised by these three burly men, Suro said nothing, merely nodded indifferently, her demeanor revealing a hint of arrogance. That's right. Don't you see who our Miss Su is? She's the daughter of Su Qinghua, the richest man in Anning City. Exceptional talent, distinguished background. It's your honor, three uncles, to be able to team up with Miss Su. Seeing Su rose in different silence. Shuofeng, however, stepped forward and announced with a proud tone. Lu Qing also adjusted his glasses, as if sharing in the glory. Earlier, they had wanted to refuse the three burly men's invitation to team up. But they were so intimidated by the ferocity of the three burly men at the time that they immediately agreed. Now, having come to their senses, they felt they had lost face in front of the goddess Su Ro. So, they wanted to mend the situation, and in turn, use Su Ro's identity to scare the three big men, hoping to make them show more respect. So that's how it is. It truly is our honor. Indeed. To be able to team up with Miss Su is indeed an honor for ordinary transferees like us. Don't worry. We guarantee we'll protect Miss Su's safety. After Zhuo Feng said that, these three burly men indeed revealed fawning smiles. However, they didn't see the glint of greed and cruelty that simultaneously flashed deep within the eyes of these three burly men. Let's go. Keep moving forward. Su Ro now also coldly issued an order. The three burly men, hearing this, agreed even more happily. They couldn't wait to go deeper. Because the deeper they went, the fewer adventurers there would be around. Only then could they confidently and boldly begin their plan. Soon, the time came to the next day. Qin Fan's current location was already outside the perimeter of the Dark Forest Mountains. Here, the mountains were rugged and steep, with few inhabitants. The monsters residing here had basically all reached level 15 or 16. Generally, only experienced adventure teams dared to come here to hunt monsters and search for treasures. Last night, Qin Fan grilled a lavish meal for his little dragon cub. Xiao Jiao ate with great relish. Qin Fan could feel Xiao Jiao's favorability towards him increasing significantly. Of course. Qin Fan hadn't expected the E+ ranked life talent Culinary Mastery, which he had abandoned, to come in so handy at this moment. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly exploded in the quiet valley. Boom! Following that was the sound of a fire explosion. What appeared before Qin Fan were 5-horned rhinos, covered in tough scales. They were called black-scaled demon rhinos. Level 16, a monster with a black iron 5-star aptitude. But now it was completely charred, utterly lifeless. Under Xiaojiao's breath, these small monsters were no match at all. Pickup successful, obtained 5 black-scaled demon rhino hearts. Pickup successful, obtained 5 black-scaled demon rhino horns. Pickup successful, obtained 500 black-scaled demon rhino black scales. Qin Fan also picked up all the valuable items from the black-scaled demon rhinos. The hearts could be used for medicine, the horns for casting weapons, and the black scales for crafting armor. These materials were a fortune for the impoverished Qin Fan. Buzz! And at this moment, Qin Fan's level had actually increased again, reaching level 13. As expected, hunting monsters with a higher level than himself indeed yielded a lot of experience. Now Qin Fan's personal panel also had quite a few changes. Name, Qin Fan. Age, 18 years old. Level, 13. Profession, Dragon Tamer. Talents: Beast Affinity SSS, Culinary Mastery E plus 4 Dimensional Attributes, Strength 40, Intelligence 40, Physique 30, Agility 30, Professional Skills, Dragon Taming S, Hate Mark B, Dragon's Frenzy B, Dragon Claw Strike B. If others knew he had leveled up 2 levels in just 2 days, their jaws would probably drop in astonishment. Against a backdrop where resources are largely monopolized by major universities, organizations, and powerful families. For a commoner to level up 2 levels in 2 days is truly astonishing. But Qin Fan knew, his growth had just begun. Yet Xiao Jiu's level remained stuck at 5. It seems that top-tier dragon pets still require a lot of experience to level up. I still need to keep hunting. Qin Fan stroked his chin, planning to continue onward. Of course, Qin Fan didn't always let Xiao Jiu handle all the hunting. He also seized opportunities, telling Xiao Jiu not to interfere, and then engaged black-scaled demonic rhinos in one-on-one combat himself. Perhaps to others, it might seem like an unnecessary effort. But in Qin Fan's eyes, it was absolutely essential. Even with a powerful dragon pet, his own strength couldn't be neglected. Improving his own strength would also allow him to handle battles more easily and freely. Delve deeper. Qin Fan slowly exhaled, his expression gradually becoming resolute. Go! Sensing his master's determination to become stronger, Xiao Jiu also became fired up. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the summit of a mountain peak, Qin Fan, covered in blood after just hunting an 18-level monster, a azure star leopard, sat down in the shade. His clothes and basic armor, having endured 3 days of fighting and wear, were already tattered. However, his level had risen to 15. 5 days. From level 10 to level 15. Such a terrifying leveling speed was truly rare. If the outside media knew, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. And Xiao Jiu's level had also risen from the original 5 to 7. Dragon Pet, Blazing Sacred Dragon Lord of Endless Fire. Name, Ingjiu. Nickname, Xiao Jiu. Gender, female. Age, less than 1 month old. Level, 7. For dimensional attributes, Strength 800, Intelligence 800, Physique 670, Agility 720. No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. How terrifying is this attribute boost? Just a 2-level increase, yet it brought a terrifying 2 to 300 increase in the 4-dimensional attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a random quest, Hero Saves the Beauty. Quest content: please successfully rescue Miss Su Ro, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Rewards: 2 diamond chests. 1 legendary chest. Penalty: none. Time limit: 12 hours. Host: please complete the quest as soon as possible. Just as Qin Fan was about to continue venturing through the Yulin Mountain Range Yulin Mountains with Xiao Jiu, the system, which had been silent for several days, finally responded again. And as soon as it did, it triggered a random quest. Ha! Hero Saves the Beauty. Qin Fan couldn't help but be slightly stunned as he looked at the quest content. Suddenly, he remembered that the 3-person team of Su Ro, Zhuo Feng, and Lu Qing, when entering the gloomy forest mountain range, seemed to have allowed 3 fierce-looking big men to join. Damn it! As expected, those 3 fierce-looking big men were problematic. This was actually quite normal. Su Ro brazenly held a very rare level 10 purple grade scepter in her hand. This was no different from a 3-year-old child carrying a large gold brick down the street. A man's innocent possession of a treasure makes him guilty. It was normal to be targeted. Xiao Jiu, immediately expand your mental domain. Sense all movements around. Qin Fan also began to give orders at this moment. Gloomy Forest Mountain Range. A small valley near the edge of the inner perimeter. At this moment, 6 figures stood in the small valley. Other than that, monster corpses and blood were everywhere, and the surroundings were in a complete mess. Among the monster corpses on the ground, in addition to common minotaurs and cat demons, there were also 1 or 2 elemental cat demons and minotaur beast corpses. Elemental cat demon, a mutated species of cat demon. A level 14 existence. More agile than ordinary cat demons, its attacks also carried elemental damage, and after hitting a target, it would inflict two negative status effects: confusion and poison. Minotaur beast, a mutated species of minotaur. A level 15 existence. It had a massive body and immense strength, 3 times the size of an ordinary minotaur. Its skill Earth Shatter involved slamming its fists into the ground, causing a huge tremor that dealt massive damage to targets within range while also stunning them. Both of these were essentially mini-boss-like entities. The 6 figures were all scarred and utterly exhausted. It was clear that although they had defeated these 2 waves of monsters, their consumption was also enormous. Especially Su Rou and her 2 sycophants, Shuofeng and Lu Qing. Shuofeng and Lu Qing, in order to protect Su Rou, fought desperately at this moment. Their HP, MP, and stamina were all in a low state. And Su Rou, in order to constantly buff her teammates, also expended a great deal of mana and stamina. In contrast, De Long, Er Long, and San Long. These 3 strong men had consumed much less. Having been scrounging around the outer perimeter of the gloomy forest mountain range for over a decade, they naturally knew that the more dangerous and chaotic the situation, the more important it was to conserve strength. Because only then would they have the power to stab their companions in the back or prevent themselves from being stabbed by teammates. Just like now. After De Long, Er Long, and San Long exchanged glances, they all hoisted their giant axes and stared at the 3 students with ill intent. "What do you want?" Zhuofeng immediately became wary when he saw the 3 men's malevolent gazes. Lu Qing silently picked up his staff. Su Rou also pursed her red lips and picked up that valuable purple grade scepter. "What do we want?" "Guess," De Long said with a grin. Then, the 3 men walked over, still holding their giant axes. Watching the 3 tall, robust figures press in like small mountains. Zhuofeng's face had already turned pale. "Don't you forget. Our captain is the daughter of Aniston's richest man. If you dare to commit murder and backstab here, then Aniston will have no place for you." Lu Qing yelled angrily at this critical moment. He hoped to scare off the other side with Su Rou's identity. Who knew? Ha 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 ha. The 3 burly men burst into laughter. "Kid. If you guys were just ordinary students, we might not even bother with you. After all, commoners don't have anything good. If we messed with you and got caught, it might cause a lot of trouble, not worth it. But now, who knew this little girl of yours is actually the daughter of CEO Su? Ha ha. That makes it easy. Brothers, we love messing with these rich folks," Daluang said with a sneer. And as Daluang's words fell, Su Rou's face instantly turned ashen. She never imagined that her noble status, which she was most proud of on weekdays, would now become the very factor that would kill her. "Brothers, let's go. Kill the other 2, except for this girl," Daluang shouted. Erlong and Sanlong then carried their giant axes and charged towards Zhuofeng and Lu Qing. However, thud. Just then, under the slightly surprised and mocking gazes of the Sanlong brothers, Zhuofeng and Lu Qing directly knelt down. "3 heroes, spare our lives. We too will absolutely not interfere with you. You can do whatever you want with Su Rou, we only ask that you let us off." The 2 actually pleaded for mercy in unison. "You guys?" Su Rou's heart collapsed even further into despair at this scene. She never imagined that these 2 bootlickers would abandon her with such a lack of bottom line. "Su Rou, don't blame us. We also want to live," Lu Qing said coldly. "Even." Swish. To gain the Sanlong brothers' trust, Lu Qing, wearing glasses, suddenly raised his staff and blasted a skill towards Su Rou. Bang! The skill beam slammed onto Su Rou's unprepared delicate body, instantly severely injuring her and sending her flying. 3 big brothers. Please. Now you can play with this woman however you want. Zhuofeng and I will not interfere, we only ask that you give me a way out. Because I also attacked Su Rou, don't worry, we will absolutely not tell anyone. Lu Qing adjusted his glasses and said with a very sinister tone. Zhuofeng, beside him, quickly nodded. Good kid. Your heart is dirty enough. And decisive enough. You even know how to present a loyalty pledge. Daluang was actually surprised when he saw this. He never expected that Lu Qing, who was still a student, would act with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. Not enough. However, Daluang still shook his head slightly. What's not enough? Lu Qing asked. You haven't been ruthless enough. Daluang said with a faint smile. Please enlighten me, big brother. Or I can just go over and chop off Su Ro's arm myself. Lu Qing usually looks like a scholar, but who knew his heart was even more ruthless than Zhuo Feng's? Haven't you two admired this little girl for a long time? Today, your big brother long appreciates you. Now, you two go up and gang rape her immediately. I'll be here filming with my phone. This is also to prevent you from going back on your word. If you dare to snitch after you get out, I'll immediately post the video online. Then you two will also die. De Long's words were shockingly ruthless. Long and San Long beside him laughed loudly. One has to admit, this De Long had been mixing it up in such a cruel wilderness map for over a decade. His brain was very sharp. He knew that killing 3 students at once would definitely arouse suspicion. But if he kept these 2 students, it would be convenient for them to corroborate stories. If asked why Su Ro hadn't returned, Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing could also testify. With 2 students testifying, there's naturally no need to overthink it. At this moment, Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing exchanged glances. Both saw the excitement in the other's eyes. Who would have thought there would be such a good thing? The reason they were Su Ro's lapdogs was partly because Su Ro was the daughter of the richest man. And naturally, the second reason was her fair skin and beautiful looks. Now, there was a chance to get intimate with her. There was no reason to give it up. Gulp. Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing swallowed their saliva. Then they turned and walked towards Su Ro, undressing as they went. No. Don't. Su Ro, who had been pampered since childhood and was used to being respected and treated courteously, had never experienced betrayal. She was already in utter despair. There was no one around. As a healer, without mana, she was completely defenseless. She was destined to die a humiliated death. Ugh! Thinking of this, Su Ro instantly burst into tears. Su Ro, don't cry, we'll be gentle with you, Lu Qing said with a smile. But his smile was filled with deep evil. Ha! I thought there were only 3 beasts, but I didn't expect there were 5 of them. But just then, a cold voice, slightly tinged with emotion, suddenly came. Who? When that cold voice sounded, the 3 Long brothers, who had evil smiles on their faces, instantly looked around alertly. Lu Qing and Zhuo Feng were even more startled. Su Ro's originally despairing expression also showed a glimmer of hope. Someone was coming to save her. Who else could it be? Naturally, it's me. At this moment, from a dark corner, a tall figure walked out. Who else could it be but Qin Fan? However, when the 3 Long brothers saw Qin Fan's disheveled appearance and unremarkable aura, they immediately sneered. Even Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing relaxed. And the spark of hope that had risen in Su Ro's heart was extinguished once more. It was him. It's over, everything's over. Who at high school number 1 didn't know that Qin Fan became a dragon tamer during the job awakening ceremony? While Dragon Tamer is indeed a hidden class, in everyone's eyes, it's the most useless class. Because there are no dragons to tame. In this world, true high-grade dragons are at the pinnacle of magical beasts. They are lofty and powerful, and will not bow to human enslavement. Even the most inferior drakes and wyverns are incredibly strong. Even wealthy individuals struggle to acquire them. The crucial point is, the Dragon Tamer class is very precious. How precious? It means that dragon taming art can only be used on high-grade dragons with extremely pure dragon blood. Dragon tamers cannot contract with miscellaneous dragons with thin dragon blood. This leads to the dragon tamer class having the dragon taming art but no dragons to tame. To put it bluntly, the current Qin Fan is actually a good for nothing. As for why Qin Fan could survive here alone for so many days, after seeing Qin Fan's disheveled appearance, these people assumed he was just living by hiding and sneaking around. Ha! I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you, you good for nothing. Zhuo Feng, who had originally been afraid of being discovered, now looked at Qin Fan with a face full of mockery. You guys know this kid? De Long frowned and asked. Brother, of course we know him, he's a complete good for nothing. Don't worry, he's no threat to us, just kill him. Zhuo Feng quickly said. After Zhuo Feng said that, De Long immediately relaxed. Everyone has privacy rights over their basic information panel. Qin Fan had completely set his data panel to unsearchable by anyone. So De Long couldn't see the other party's basic information, and being cautious, he was genuinely a little afraid of getting into trouble. But now, seeing that Zhuo Feng knew him, and even said this Qin Fan was a good for nothing, he was relieved. Qin Fan. Run. Go out and tell my dad. Tell him I died at the hands of these beasts. Make sure he avenges me. At this moment, Su Ro, in despair again, shouted desperately. She felt that with Qin Fan's strength, he couldn't possibly defeat the 5 people in front of him. So it's better to escape quickly. As long as she successfully escapes, she still has a chance. After all, if her dad found out about this, these scoundrels might be hesitant to act rashly, at most treating her as a hostage for ransom. And not daring to do anything to harm her. After all, everyone knew that if they dared to harm Su Ro's father would certainly not let these people off. If they didn't harm Su Ro, and simply wanted money, then the Su family wouldn't pursue them relentlessly. Want to escape? Can you? Er Long sneered. Then he and San Long directly blocked 2 directions. Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing also tacitly blocked the other 2 directions at this moment. At this moment, Qin Fan had no escape. Kid. Your attitude, your big brother Long doesn't like it at all. So, choose. Are you going to go on your way yourself, or should we send you on your way? Big Long sneered cruelly. Logically speaking, a good-for-nothing like Qin Fan, surrounded and cornered, should be desperate and afraid. But at this moment, Qin Fan's face was chillingly calm. Even his eyes hadn't wavered once. As if he didn't put these people in his eyes at all. Good, I'll use these 5 beasts to practice my skills. Qin Fan's eyes instantly sharpened. Clang! He drew out a novice longsword. Get him, everyone! Big Long didn't waste any words either. Waving his hand, he was the first to charge at Qin Fan, carrying his giant axe. Second Long, third Long, and the 4, Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing, didn't take it lightly either, and simultaneously rushed to attack Qin Fan. Although Qin Fan was a good for nothing, they couldn't afford any accidents in this matter. So, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Everyone attacked. Just as the 2 sides were about to clash, Su Ro had already closed her eyes in desperate tears. She couldn't bear to see Qin Fan killed by these 5 beasts. But deep down, she felt a surge of affection for Qin Fan. She couldn't understand why this boy would be so willing to save her. Did he like her? But now, it was too late. He and she were destined to die. It was also her fault for being too naive. She hadn't taken to heart what her teacher had repeatedly warned her about. She had ignored the dangers of this society. Just as she was lost in thought, suddenly, a rough scream came. Ha! Su Ro was startled, then looked up. The next second, an expression of shock abruptly appeared on her delicate, flawless face. She saw that Qin Fan, who should have been surrounded and killed, was now holding a novice longsword, and using some unknown footwork, he had circled behind Zhuo Feng, and then, that blood-stained novice longsword had pierced straight through Zhuo Feng's heart from behind. Bang! Zhuo Feng, still wide-eyed and full of disbelief, just gasped his last breath and fell to the ground. How is this possible? How is he so fast? Even the usually composed Big Long couldn't help but turn pale with shock at this moment. Just a moment ago, their weapons were about to strike Qin Fan. But in an instant, this kid had disappeared from his original spot. Before anyone understood what was happening, Zhuofeng next to them screamed, and looking again, they found Zhuofeng had been stabbed through the heart by Qinfan. Oh, this. Damn it! Lu Qing! Didn't you say this guy was a good-for-nothing? Second Long couldn't help but roar in anger. He felt cheated. Such exaggerated movement, and such a seasoned and decisive killer instinct, how was this a good-for-nothing? This was clearly a strong person. I don't know. Lu Qing was also stunned. He never expected his trash classmate to be so powerful. Stop the nonsense, alright? Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Come on. Under the illumination of the campfire, Qinfan revealed a bizarre and cruel smile. And Su Ro, looking at that tall and slender figure, felt her lost hope reignite. He's so strong. He's simply my hero. Her beautiful eyes were already sparkling with a strange light, fixed intently on Mu Chen's tall and slender back. Brothers, go straight in. Use tactics B. Just then, De Long naturally couldn't escape either. They had to go for it. As De Long's words fell. Swish! The three dragon brothers, who had been wielding great axes, suddenly swapped them for heavy shields. Charge! Clang! The three brothers instantly surrounded Qinfan in a triangular battle formation. At the same time, they advanced slowly towards Qinfan with heavy footsteps. Generally speaking, a warrior's charge skill is extremely fast. But charge has two forms. One is a quick pace. The other is a slow pace. Quick charge, as the name suggests, involves charging at someone at extreme speed, while also carrying a powerful impact that can directly knock the enemy flying. Slow charge, on the other hand, involves slowing down, stabilizing one's center of gravity, raising a shield, and approaching the enemy in an oppressive manner to exert pressure. Now, after witnessing the terrifying speed of this kid Qinfan, the three dragon brothers of Dongjiang adopted Plan B, which was to play it safe, advance steadily, step by step, until the opponent was cornered with nowhere to retreat. At that point, they could directly crush the opponent. It should be noted that while a warrior's agility is reduced in shield-holding stance, their defense is extremely high. Like a small mountain, they would push Qinfan to a dead end, and then make their move to finish him off. Lu Qing, don't just stand there, go kidnap that girl and hold her hostage. In case of any accidents, we can use her as a hostage to threaten this Qinfan. De Long was indeed a meticulous person even when they had victory seemingly assured. He still kept a contingency plan. All right. Lu Qing sneered and walked towards the heavily injured Su Ro, watching the three shield-bearing warriors slowly closing in. All escape routes were clearly sealed. But at this moment, Qinfan merely smiled, showing great disdain. The three dragon brothers were only level 17. Although 2 levels higher than him. In terms of panel attributes, the three dragon brothers were far lower than Qinfan. Dragon tamer is the strongest hidden profession. The reason why others mocked Qinfan at first was because Qinfan absolutely couldn't contract a high-level dragon. A dragon tamer without a dragon pet is indeed trash. But if this profession successfully contracts a dragon, then it will become the strongest profession. Without a doubt. Just like Qinfan now. Name, Qinfan. Age, 18 years old. Level, 15. Profession, Dragon Tamer. Talents, Affinity with all beasts SSS, Culinary Mastery E plus 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 80, Wisdom 80, Physique 70, Agility 70, Professional Skills, Dragon Taming S, Hate Mark B, Dragon's Frenzy B, Dragon Claw Assault B. As the strongest hidden class, Dragon Tamer gains far more attribute points upon leveling up than other classes. If the three dragon brothers were to see Qinfan's current attribute panel, their jaws would likely drop. Because Qinfan's 4-dimensional attributes are now no lower than those of a level 20 expert. As the eldest of the three brothers, Big Dragon's strength attribute is only 50 points. And that's after allocating all his level-up attribute points to strength. His physique, wisdom, and agility attributes are all less than 30, which is quite pathetic. So, facing the three brothers' shield assault, Qin Fan not only showed no panic but instead revealed a disdainful smile.
Is that all? And you think you can suppress me?
As his voice fell,
His gaze suddenly sharpened.
then the three dragon brothers watched in astonishment as dragon scale-like patterns crawled onto Qin Fan's skin.
Dragon's frenzy B. Buzz. The next second, a fiercely formidable aura erupted from within Qin Fan like a volcano.
All of Qin Fan's attributes received a terrifying 20% boost.
Not only that, Qin Fan's arms also began to undergo a transformation.
His originally well-proportioned and slender arms suddenly became powerfully muscular.
Crackle crackle.
Fiery red dragon scales adorned with divine fire patterns perfectly covered his arms.
Even his fingers transformed into 5 sharp dragon claws. Like a 5-clawed divine dragon. Roar!
Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, the crimson dragon arms glowed with scorching flames.
A terrifying dragon's might actually swept out from within Qin Fan.
The sudden mutation before their eyes left the three dragon brothers collectively stunned. Even Lu Qing, who was about to seize Su Ro as a hostage, now had a deathly pale face,
and Su Ro, her eyes were lost in admiration, gazing at the powerful figure engulfed in divine fire, as if a god of fire had descended.
Whoosh!
Dragon Claw Assault. The next instant,
Qin Fan, with an expression as cold and resolute as a deity, abruptly swung his dragon claw.
Crack!
Under Big Dragon's extremely horrified gaze, the dragon claw, held vertically like a peerless divine sword wrapped in divine fire, shattered his proudly wielded rock shield.
Poof!
Then the dragon claw, like slicing through melons and vegetables, effortlessly pierced Big Dragon's heart.
Run!
Second dragon and third dragon watched with their own eyes as their eldest brother was instantly killed by this kid. There was no time for fear. Their only thought now was to run quickly.
Monster! Monster! This Qin Fan was simply a monster.
Lu Qing also suddenly woke up at this moment, no longer caring about taking Su Ro hostage, and was about to turn and flee.
Gah! Just then,
a small, cute head suddenly popped out from Qin Fan's embrace. It was Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu extended its little paws, wanting to rush out and help its master instantly kill these scum.
But Qin Fan held its head down and chuckled, "These scumbags aren't worthy of Xiao Jiu's intervention."
With that, he took a step forward. Whoosh! His figure vanished from the spot. Su Ro, standing nearby, covered her mouth with both hands, clearly shocked by Qin Fan's speed. This speed was even faster than that of her classmates who were assassins. And as Su Ro trembled, thud! Thud! Qin Fan had already caught up to Er Long and San Long, then delivered a single claw strike to each. He didn't even give them a chance to beg for mercy on their knees. He simply ended their lives just like that. The three dragon brothers were dealt with.
Qin Fan's footsteps shifted again.
Swish!
He reappeared in front of Lu Qing.
Thud! Lu Qing immediately dropped to his knees without a word.
Qin Fan, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I'm willing to be your ox or horse. However,
ha! Qin Fan looked at the prostrate Lu Qing with a cold sneer, his eyes filled with mockery and cold, ruthless killing intent. Qin Fan was never a saint. And he hated saints even more. Since Lu Qing had allied with the three dragons just now, it meant he intended to kill Qin Fan. So, naturally, Qin Fan couldn't forgive him. Therefore, swish! The dragon claw in his hand swept past. Lu Qing's head was thrown high into the air. Whoosh! Immediately after, blood gushed out like a fountain from the wound on his neck. Qin Fan, however, had already turned away indifferently, not even bothering to glance at Lu Qing's lifeless body.
By then,
the brutal and evil three dragon brothers, and the filthy and repulsive Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing, all five were dead.
The slayer, Qin Fan. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for completing the Hero Saves the Beauty mission. Now distributing rewards.
Congratulations on obtaining Diamond Treasure Chest Get 2.
Congratulations on obtaining Legendary Treasure Chest Get 1. All rewards have been sent to the system warehouse, please check them yourself, host.
The system settled the rewards quite quickly. The moment the 5 people died,
the rewards were delivered immediately. Compared to those unscrupulous bosses who like to delay salaries, this was infinitely better.
Sheen Fan, thank you.
Just as Sheen Fan was about to open his spatial warehouse to check the rewards, a clear and pleasant voice sounded beside him. He almost forgot, there was still this girl, Su-ro. No problem, it's natural for classmates to help each other, Sheen Fan said perfunctorily. Mainly, he wasn't familiar with Su-ro.
In class,
Su-ro was the high and mighty by Fume, fair, rich, beautiful. From elementary school to high school, she basically lived under the spotlight. To exaggerate, she basically got whatever she wished for. Because her family was wealthy, she naturally never lacked rare treasures or cultivation resources from a young age. So her level increased very quickly, and she had already completed her profession change ritual in her first year of high school. And her current level was as high as 15. However, she had changed her profession to a priest.
The priest profession could only provide support. Soloing dungeons was extremely strenuous.
Not to mention area of effect skills for clearing monsters, she even had few single target attack skills.
Despite this,
the priest profession was very popular in teams.
But none of this had anything to do with Sheen Fan.
Su-ro was a noble young lady. And he was just a poor kid from an orphanage. If it weren't for this mission assigned by the system, Sheen Fan probably wouldn't have had any connection with her.
Since everything's fine, I'll be leaving first. Sheen Fan quickly took his leave. He didn't want to have too much association with this by Fume. Actually, it was mainly because little Gio and his arms kept moving, wanting to come out and stretch.
The reason Xiaojiu could shrink its original giant 1.6 meter frame to the size of a small cat was because when it leveled up from 6 to 7, it unlocked a dragon exclusive skill, Dragon Form Conversion. Besides allowing Xiaojiu to freely adjust its size, this skill also came with 2 other extremely powerful dragon stances.
Divine Flame Annihilation Form. Sky Shaking Might Form.
In Divine Flame Annihilation Form, its magic damage increases by 500%, and physical damage decreases by 500%. In Sky Shaking Might Form, its physical damage increases by 500%, and magic damage decreases by 500%. I have to say, worthy of being the Saint Dragon race at the pinnacle of the dragon kind.
Just a simple level up can awaken such a powerful transformation skill. Sheen Fan, wait.
Seeing Sheen Fan about to leave, Su-ro, who was usually extremely arrogant and seemed to look down on everyone, now actively called out to him.
What's wrong? Is there anything else? Sheen Fan asked, puzzled.
The people he had already killed. Monsters, well, after the terrifying dragon might that Xiaojiu inadvertently emitted when they passed by earlier, all the surrounding monsters had scattered and fled. So Su-ro was absolutely safe.
Then why was she calling him?
Looking at Sheen Fan's utterly indifferent expression when facing her, Su-ro gritted her teeth. In the past, no matter which boy it was, when she took the initiative to talk to them, they would always show great surprise. But the Sheen Fan in front of her not only showed no surprise, but even a slight impatience.
This left Su-ro feeling quite helpless.
However, she quickly said, I'm just a priest. It's too dangerous to stay here alone.
If monsters attack in the middle of the night, I'll have trouble handling it.
And we are classmates after all.
You can't just stand by and watch me fall into a monster's mouth, can you?
Sheen Fan listened.
It seemed to make sense. Alright then, you can follow me for now. Tomorrow, you can return the way you came.
But Su-ro's pretty face flushed slightly, and she softly said,
I'm afraid that won't work. I might have to stay with you.
Why?
Sheen Fan frowned. If it were any other man.
Seeing the fair-skinned, beautiful, and attractive Su-ro wanting to actively join him in adventuring and slaying monsters,
they would definitely be overjoyed.
But Sheen Fan didn't want her to follow.
Because my phone is broken, and my high-tech nano computer is also broken. So I have no electronic map or navigation, and it's easy to get lost.
A pleading expression appeared on Su-Ro's pretty face, and her gem-like autumn eyes showed a pitiful and charming look.
Ha!
Xin-fan, upon hearing this, felt no pity, but instead let out a long sigh.
Women are just trouble. He was about to speak again. Roar, suddenly. Xin-fan's collar began to move, as if something was about to emerge. The next second, under Su-Ro's slightly surprised gaze, a small head poked out.
A pair of golden dragon eyes met Su-Ro's.
Ah! A lizard?
Su-Ro was taken aback, her face filled with surprise. She hadn't expected Xin-fan to have a fiery red lizard nestled in his arms.
Roar!
Hearing this stinky woman dare to call herself a lizard,
Xiao Jiao instantly lost her composure. Whoosh! A burst of flame shot out, seemingly warning Su-Ro, "You stinky woman, don't talk nonsense. I am the blazing flame holy dragon. Not a lizard. She's so cute when she's fuming."
Girls always love cute things. When Su-Ro saw Xiao Jiao's adorable fuming face, spitting fire, her eyes instantly crinkled into a smile.
"Xiao Jiao, don't be angry, don't be angry. I'll make you something delicious.
She's long on hair and short on wisdom, don't stoop to her level."
Xin-fan quickly comforted the restless Xiao Jiao. He couldn't let it jump out. Otherwise, Su-Ro would probably be scared to death. This was a genuine blazing flame holy dragon cub. A legendary top-tier dragon. You.
Hearing Xin-fan call her long on hair and short on wisdom just to coax this little creature, Su-Ro immediately got angry. But then she reconsidered, and her anger dissipated. There was no need to be jealous of a little creature. And, it seemed this little creature was actually Xin-fan's pet? Could this lizard actually have dragon blood? Su-Ro's beautiful eyes widened instantly. She hadn't forgotten Xin-fan's profession, a legendary dragon tamer.
"Is this a dragon?"
Su-Ro suddenly asked. Xin-fan paused for a moment, then slowly replied, "Yes."
"This?"
Su-Ro was stunned for a moment. She looked disbelievingly at the docile little creature nestled in Xin-fan's arms, unable to imagine that this little lizard was actually a dragon.
"What kind of dragon is it?" Su-Ro pressed on. "Don't ask anymore, it wouldn't be polite."
Xin-fan said lightly.
"Oh." Su-Ro immediately felt apologetic. Indeed, this was someone's professional secret. Naturally, she shouldn't pry. But no matter what, she was utterly shocked.
Xin-fan had actually succeeded in contracting a dragon. Although she didn't know what kind of dragon it was, he had indeed contracted one. And, what shocked Su-Ro the most was Xin-fan's incredibly terrifying personal combat power. He had single-handedly taken on the three dragon brothers plus Zhuofeng and Lu Qing, and instantly annihilated them. She suddenly realized, she had underestimated this peer of hers. With the system's task completed,
the rest was easy.
They found a spacious, flat open area on a mountaintop, set up camp, and lit a bonfire. After hunting a few horned rabbits and cleaning them, they roasted them to eat. Xin-fan, of course, meticulously tore the roasted rabbit meat into small pieces and fed it to the already shrunken little dragon cub, bite by bite. Xiao Jiao had originally wanted to return to her normal size and feast, but due to the presence of a human woman, she opted to nestle happily in her master's arms and enjoy being fed by him. It's worth noting that, after shrinking in size, Xiao Jiao's appetite also decreased. At her normal size, Xiao Jiao could eat several roasted magical antelopes. Now, a few unicorn rabbits were enough to fill its belly. Su-Ro, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. This adorable little dragon cub looked quite small, yet it could eat several unicorn rabbits.
Moreover, Xin-fan's cooking was really good.
Even she, a young lady accustomed to delicacies since childhood, was very satisfied with the roasted rabbit meat Xin-fan prepared, eating until her mouth was oily. "I hope you can keep the fact that I've contracted a dragon cub a secret." After they finished eating, before heading into his tent to rest, Xin-fan said this. Mishem, don't worry, I won't even tell my father about this, Su-ro nodded earnestly. She naturally knew how shocking it was that Qin Fan had successfully contracted a small dragon cub. It could even be said that if this matter were to leak out, Qin Fan would immediately become national news. It's not that the Dragon Kingdom doesn't have dragon tamers, but no dragon tamer has ever successfully contracted a true dragon. But Qin Fan succeeded, becoming an unprecedented and unparalleled existence. This would definitely become a focal point. This adorable little dragon cub in front of them, though she didn't know what level of dragon it was, being able to be contracted by a dragon tamer, its bloodline level must be very high. It's just that it's still in its infancy and might not have shown its full potential yet. Seeing Su-ro promise to keep it a secret, Qin Fan nodded gently. Finally, they each returned to their own tents to sleep. In his small tent, Qin Fan closed his eyes, slowly immersed his mind, and silently thought, "System, open the warehouse." Buzz. A system warehouse panel, visible only to Qin Fan, appeared. On it, 3 treasure chests lay quietly, emitting a faint glow. These were naturally the rewards from the random quest. Without hesitation, Qin Fan directly opened the 2 diamond treasure chests. Ding! All diamond treasure chests have been successfully opened. Congratulations on acquiring the profound crystal earth scale sword. Congratulations on acquiring the swift wind set. Congratulations on acquiring the top tier gene enhancement potion. Congratulations on acquiring the B rank skill fire dragon shot. Equipment: profound crystal earth scale sword quality, purple grade. Class: dragon tamer, dragon blood warrior. Level: 15. Attributes: strength plus 40, wisdom plus 40, agility plus 30. Enchantment effects: 1. Each time an attack hits a target, physical and magic resistance increase by 2% for 10 seconds, stackable up to 5 times. 2. All personal skill damage increases by 5%. 3. Attacks have a 30% chance to inflict poison and confusion on the enemy. The Swift Wind set is a level 15 purple grade armor set. It consists of 3 parts: shoulder pads, belt, and leg guards. The attribute modifiers for all 3 parts are the same: strength plus 10, constitution plus 50. The shoulder pads enchantment effect increases personal attack speed by 30%. The belt's enchantment effect increases personal casting speed by 30%. The leg guard's enchantment effect increases personal movement speed by 30%. Set effect: when hit, gain 20% total damage reduction. Top tier gene enhancement potion A. Upon consumption, all your 4-dimensional attributes increase by 50 points simultaneously. Your genes are greatly improved. Fire dragon bomb B. Upon completion of casting, a massive flaming dragon fireball will condense. Upon hitting the target, it generates a large-scale explosion, dealing extremely high magical damage to enemies within the area. Generous. These rewards are incredibly generous. Qin Fan, who was originally calm, instantly perked up when he saw the unboxing rewards. These are all things he desperately needed. His beginner's longsword was almost out of durability. His beginner's armor had also been damaged long ago in battles with monsters. These rewards are a definite godsend. Qin Fan eagerly put on the armor, and a sharp longsword covered in black scales appeared in his hand. At the same time, he picked up the top-tier gene enhancement potion directly and chugged it down. If it wasn't nighttime and there wasn't a beautiful girl resting nearby. Otherwise, Qin Fan would have gotten up to test the power of the fire dragon bomb's skill. Phew! Qin Fan let out an excited breath. After drinking the top-tier gene improvement potion, his whole body felt warm, and his 4-dimensional attributes reached new highs. Strength: 130, intelligence 130, physique 120, agility 120. Without any item, equipment, or buff enhancements, if Su-ro were to see Qin Fan's current attribute panel, she would probably exclaim in surprise again. Because this attribute panel already far surpasses all transfer job holders of the same level. It's important to know that among transfer job holders of the same level, their 4-dimensional attributes also vary. Naturally, some are stronger and some are weaker. And Qin Fan's attribute points are the strongest at this level. Next, it's the most precious legendary treasure chest.
Xin Fan's eyes grew fervent. He then directly reached out and clicked to open the legendary treasure chest. Ding! You have successfully opened a legendary treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS grade passive skill Bloodline Fusion SSS. The blood of your dragon pet merges with you, granting you 20% of your dragon pet's total attributes. Note, when you have 2 or more dragon pets, the inherited attributes can be stacked, with no limit on the number. Holy crap! What an incredibly powerful passive skill. As expected of a legendary treasure chest. Terrifying. It's simply too terrifying. Inheriting 20% of a dragon pet's total attributes is one thing, the key is that this 20% can be stacked. This means that when Xin Fan has 3 dragon pets, he will respectively gain a 20% stack of all attributes from each of the 3 dragon pets. That's a total of 60% attribute stacking. If he has more dragon pets, the stacking can continue. Of course, this is just wishful thinking for now. Being able to obtain the blazing holy dragon as a dragon pet is already a grace from the system. Wanting a second or third dragon pet is something he can only dream about. However, even so, for Xin Fan, it's enough. Xiaojiu's current 4-dimensional attributes are 4-dimensional attributes: Strength 800, Wisdom 800, Physique 670, Agility 720. Now, Xin Fan's 4-dimensional attributes, after inheritance, are Strength 290, Wisdom 290, Physique 254, Agility 264. Among those of the same level, I am invincible. Xin Fan's eyes brightened, overcome with joy. Gah! As if sensing her master's strengthening and happiness, Xiaojiu, nestled on Xin Fan's chest, let out a joyful cry. The next day. Morning. Let's go, I'll take you back to the camp. After packing away the high-tech foldable tent, Xin Fan said to Su Rou. At this moment, Su Rou had also finished washing up and emerged from her luxurious tech tent. When adventuring in the wilderness, eating and sleeping rough is unavoidable. Against a backdrop of highly developed technology and magic, various tech magic items have come into being. A tent like Su Rou's would cost at least 200,000 dragon coins. Once this tech tent is activated, it unfolds automatically without any manual assembly, and it contains various foldable appliances, allowing you to enjoy the comforts of home even in a tent. In contrast, Xin Fan only had an ordinary tent. Thank you so much for this time. Without you, I can't imagine what kind of trouble I would have encountered. Su Rou said with genuine sincerity on her pretty face. At the same time, she suddenly noticed that the boy before her seemed to have undergone a significant change overnight. His features were more handsome and striking, his demeanor more extraordinary, and his body proportions even gave a comfortable and pleasing sense of balance. Moreover, the boy's aura subtly made her catch her breath. He merely stood in front of Su Rou, yet she felt an unparalleled sense of oppressive suffocation. Good heavens! Was she seeing things? Or was it too dark last night to get a good look at Xin Fan, which is why now that she looked closely, she felt the pressure he exuded? But no matter what, Xin Fan's charm actually made her heart pound. As classmates, it's only right to help each other. Xin Fan still gave a perfunctory response to her thanks. Let's go. The two set off. However, they had only walked halfway. They found that 6 students like adventurers were gathered ahead. From their equipment and high-end clothing, it was clear that they were definitely not ordinary people. As Xin Fan and Su Rou passed by, the adventurers, who were discussing something, suddenly turned their heads and looked over. Su Rou! A surprised exclamation came from the crowd. Xin Fan and Su Rou had no choice but to stop. They turned to look. It was a handsome boy in a white mage robe who walked out, looking at Su Rou with pleasant surprise. Hello, Zhou Xiancan. Su Rou merely nodded her head slightly in response. Why are you here? Are you also here to train and level up? Zhou Xiancan asked, leaning in with a smile. From the corner of his eye, after seeing Xin Fan, whose temperament and appearance far surpassed his own, a hint of gloom flickered in the depths of his pupils. Indeed, I came to train and level up. I'm heading back now, Su Rou said indifferently.
Towards Qin Fan, Su Ro could no longer be cold. But towards others, as the noble eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Ro's attitude naturally remained aloof.
Who is this? Zhou Shenken looked at Qin Fan. I'm just a passerby,
Qin Fan said. By answering this way, he naturally wanted to tell this Zhou Shenken that he didn't want to play the awkward game of competing for affection, and wished to just be an invisible bystander. Zhou Shenken chuckled upon hearing this, clearly not grasping Qin Fan's meaning.
Brother Zhou, is this your sister-in-law? Just then,
a young man with dyed yellow hair beside them suddenly came over.
Looking excited and laid back. Don't talk nonsense, no, just childhood sweethearts. Zhou Shenken feigned a serious tone. By the way, didn't we discover a wild secret realm? We just happen to be short of people. Why don't you, Brother Zhou, take your childhood sweetheart in with you?
The yellow-haired guy chuckled.
Yeah. We're short on people.
This girl is also a healer, perfect.
Don't let outsiders benefit.
The others also raised their hands in approval.
At this moment,
Qin Fan then turned to look at where they had been standing earlier. There was a swirling, distorted space, emitting a faint blue light. The so-called wild secret realm
is actually a dungeon that randomly appears on the wilderness map.
One can enter directly through that twisted spatial vortex.
For many adventurers, this is a rare and coveted opportunity.
Many adventurers have trained in wilderness maps for decades but have never encountered a wild secret realm.
And after clearing a wild secret realm, there are naturally extremely rich rewards such as experience, items, equipment, and skills.
Of course, due to the unknown nature of wild secret realms, they are also extremely dangerous. Sometimes after you enter, you might find it's a secret realm dungeon with extremely high difficulty, which can be frustrating. Even worse luck could lead to death inside. But, it must be said that these boys were indeed lucky to have encountered a wild secret realm. Facing the enthusiastic invitation from Zhou Shenkan and the others, Su Ro did not rush to agree but instead turned, her bright, jewel-like eyes looking towards Qin Fan. Since what happened last night, she no longer trusted the so-called acquaintances. She preferred to trust the stranger Qin Fan in front of her. Zhou Shenkan saw that Su Ro was actually seeking Qin Fan's opinion. The gloom in the depths of his pupils grew even thicker. However, he still smiled broadly at Qin Fan and said, "Brother, why don't you join us? We happen to be short of people." Qin Fan was about to refuse. But who knew, just at that moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the random quest. Seize the opportunity, quest content, clear the wild secret realm before you, and achieve the highest damage ranking, reward, life profession second advancement scroll get 1, penalty, none. Please complete the quest as soon as possible, host.
Oh, alright. Okay, then, many thanks. Qin Fan nodded, agreeing to it. Zhou Shenken turned and gave a look to his 5 other teammates. The 5 teammates nodded, understanding. Good, let's go,
Zhou Shenken said with a smile.
Buzz.
As everyone stepped into the wild secret realm through the spatial vortex, a holographic task panel appeared before each person's eyes.
Secret Realm, Goblin Village Grade, Silver Secret Realm. Level, LV 15+ to enter. Difficulty, Hell. Player requirement, 8 people.
Remarks: deep within the humid rainforest lives a group of fierce and brutal goblin monsters. They not only enjoy devouring human flesh but are also filled with lust for the delicate bodies of human females. After seeing the detailed information of this wild secret realm displayed in the pop-up window, everyone's expressions, except for Qin Fan's, became somewhat strained.
Holy crap! A hell difficulty silver grade secret realm. Damn it, I don't think we can beat this.
I was originally hoping to strike it rich, but I didn't expect it to be such a terrifying secret realm.
Should we withdraw?
The other few boys were already thinking of backing out.
Even Su Ro looked at the entrance to the rainforest with a solemn expression.
Everyone knew that once they entered this rainforest entrance, terrifying and ferocious goblin monsters awaited them. In addition to the basic information of this wild secret realm, There was also a secret realm clearance condition attached.
Clearance condition: slay the Goblin King to receive the secret realm clearance reward.
Everyone knew that clearing a wild secret realm dungeon would yield extremely generous rewards. But the difficult part right now was that this was a hell difficulty dungeon. It wasn't that their team composition wasn't good enough. It was just that they felt it was too risky. Because there was a high chance they could die in there.
Brother Joe, what do you say? Should we go in?
At this moment, the guy with blonde hair looked at Joe Shenkan.
Joe Shenkan said indifferently, "First, report your professions. Let's see if the composition is good. If it is, then we'll tackle it together. If not, we'll retreat."
He tried his best to appear dashing and decisive in front of Su-ro. However, he glanced over and found Su-ro quietly standing next to the unfamiliar young man, not even looking at him.
Damn it!
This made him furious inside.
Then we'll listen to Brother Joe.
I'll go first. My profession is warrior.
I'm an assassin. I'm an archer. I'm a swordsman. I'm a mage.
After the boys reported,
Joe Shenkan said in a deep voice, "I'm a martial artist." Xiao-ro is a priest. What's your profession, brother?
He deliberately called Su-ro Xiao-ro to appear more intimate. At the same time, he also looked at Qin Fan. This group of people wasn't from the first high school, but the third high school.
So they didn't recognize Qin Fan. I am a dragon tamer. Qin Fan stated his profession indifferently. Ha! Dragon tamer. You're the much talked about dragon tamer?
The moment Qin Fan announced his profession, all the boys, including Zhou Shenkan, immediately widened their eyes.
Of course, at the same time, expressions of astonishment and amusement appeared on their faces. I am indeed a dragon tamer, what about it?
Qin Fan asked back calmly, without a hint of anger.
What else could be about it? Don't you know what the problem is yourself? You, a dragon tamer, it's a useless profession. Damn it!
Now our team has an extra deadweight who's good for nothing. The boys started grumbling.
In their eyes, dragon tamer was indeed a useless profession. Because you don't have a dragon. Su-ro, standing by, was about to speak.
But remembering that Qin Fan didn't want to expose his dragon yet, she kept silent.
Brother, I think you should be more self-aware.
At this moment, Zhou Shenkan came up to Qin Fan.
What do you mean? Qin Fan frowned and asked. It means you'd better withdraw first. You clearly have a useless profession, just freeloading. We can't possibly let you share in the rewards, can we? Zhou Shenkan said coldly. Alright, then I'll withdraw. Qin Fan wasn't angry about this at all. This wild secret realm dungeon was discovered by their group. So it was reasonable not to let him join and get rewards. Besides,
I don't care for these secret realm rewards. Just as Qin Fan was about to exit the secret realm,
Su-ro suddenly grabbed Qin Fan's arm. Xiao-ro, what are you doing?
Zhou Shenkan saw Su-ro actually taking the initiative to grab Qin Fan's hand, and his eyes darkened further.
He's very strong.
If he leaves, I don't think we'll ever clear this secret realm.
Su-ro said seriously. Everyone. He's very strong? A dragon tamer is very strong? Are you out of your mind? You actually think this dragon tamer without a dragon is very strong? In that instant, everyone's expressions were a sight to behold.
If it weren't for their consideration that Zhou Shenkan like Su-ro, these people would have already burst into mocking laughter.
Xiao-ro, aren't you talking nonsense? A dragon tamer without a dragon, how strong can he possibly be? Zhou Shenkan gave a hollow laugh. I don't care. Anyway, if he leaves, I'm leaving too.
I don't need to stay here and die with you,
Su-ro said coldly. Zhou Shenkan. Fine. Let him stay. However, the rewards will be distributed based on individual damage proportion. Whoever deals more damage gets more rewards.
Of course, support professions like priest are an exception.
how about it? Zhou Xiankan was truly speechless. If Su Rou also retreated, then it would truly be impossible to assault the stronghold. After all, losing the crucial support of the healer would mean a significant loss of combat power. All right. Let's do it. Su Rou nodded. Qin Fan on the side couldn't help but want to sneer. You tell me to leave, I leave? You tell me to stay, I stay? Just as he was about to turn and forcefully leave. Suddenly. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for triggering a random quest. Quest content: clear the Goblin Village Secret Realm. Reward: 50,000 EXP shared with Dragon Pet.
Penalty: none. Please complete the quest as soon as possible. Oh, this. Listening to the system's merciless prompt, Qin Fan completely stiffened. The system gave too much. And the key was that his current top priority was indeed to level up Xiaojiu to level 10 and complete the final quest. This 50,000 EXP must be acquired. Mu Chen, who had originally planned to turn and leave, stopped in his tracks. Since everyone agrees, let's begin the Secret Realm assault. Under Zhou Xuankan's announcement, everyone equipped their various armors and weapons, adjusted their status, and then began to walk into the rainforest entrance. Buzz! As everyone stepped into the entrance, a slight dizziness appeared, and then everyone found themselves in a new space. For Qin Fan, it was also his first time entering such a wild secret realm dungeon. He had heard that the upcoming professional examination for college entrance exams would also involve students clearing secret realm dungeons. Then, the students' scores would be judged based on the length of time it took them to clear the dungeon. In other words, it was a secret realm dungeon speed run. Right now, having such a wild secret realm dungeon to practice in advance was actually a good thing. Qin Fan began to observe his surroundings. Stuffy, humid, hot. The smell of earth mixed with the scent of decaying leaves, further compounded by the stench left by various insects and creatures, making one's sense of smell very uncomfortable. A typical tropical rainforest environment. This secret realm space was vast, and if one were to climb a tall tree, they could see the boundaries of the space, a barrier like a purple light curtain, which could be touched but not destroyed. This was the spatial barrier of the secret realm dungeon. Meaning, the adventurer team that had now stepped into this place had no turning back. Either clear it or die here. But everyone was quite confident. They believed that as long as they cooperated well, they could definitely pass easily. Following the path deeper and deeper, everyone finally saw a stockade standing in the middle of the valley not far away. Inside the stockade, goblins of various skin colors lived. The largest goblin observed so far was 3 meters tall, wearing iron armor, with an ugly face. The smallest goblin was less than 1 meter tall, but its body was very agile, clearly a goblin cub. Of course, what was most chilling was human heads, already desiccated, hung from various high towers throughout the stockade, seemingly flaunting the glorious past achievements of this goblin village. It also indicated that the difficulty of this secret realm dungeon was unusually high. The previous transmigrators who broke in were all annihilated. Let's go, kill our way in. Fatty, as a warrior, you charge at the front and take point. Blue Hair, as an assassin, you flank and protect the damage dealers. Everyone else just focus on damage, remember to manage your mana, and drink mana potions promptly when it's low. Xiaorou, you stand behind me, I'll protect you. As for this dragon tamer brother, you stay at the very back, throw some long-range items, and just distract the monsters. Zhou Xiankan issued commands quickly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Okay. The others readily agreed. Su Rou, however, gently shook her head. No need, I'll stay at the back with Qin Fan and just cast buffs for you guys. Zhou Xiankan didn't insist, nodding faintly. In his heart, he was thinking of finding an opportunity later to discreetly get rid of this dragon tamer. Preferably, let him die here completely. Isn't it normal for a few people to die when raiding a wild secret realm dungeon? With that thought, a cold smile played on the corner of Zhou Xuankan's lips. Hiss hiss. The goblin sentries positioned at the gate of the Goblin Mountain village seemed to sense something.
At this moment, they began to let out hoarse cries. A short, ugly goblin tried to turn back to alert the other goblins in the village.
But just then, whoosh! A sharp, unmatched feathered arrow pierced through the air. Poof! It then accurately and precisely pierced through the goblin that wanted to give a warning. Charge! Immediately after, at Zhou Xuankan's command, the entire adventure team began to advance. These goblin sentries were furious to see mere humans dare to openly attack their stronghold. Ah! Shrill, unpleasant roars emanated from the throats of these goblin sentries. They then picked up weapons like spears and stone axes, and charged towards the human team. Buzz! At this moment, as the only cleric in the team, Su Ro began to wave her expensive purple great scepter. Waves of gentle, blessed light fell upon all the team members. Weapon blessing, body fortification, grace of courage, voice of Elysium. The application of 4 buff spells instantly stirred the spirits of the front line and damage-dealing professions. Weapon blessing provided them with an additional 20% physical attack and magic attack. Body fortification continuously restored their stamina. Grace of courage inspired their fighting will, increasing all their attributes by 10%. Voice of Elysium increased everyone's physical and magical resistance by 20%. It must be said, as a cleric, Su Ro was extremely competent. She truly lived up to her reputation as a famous prodigy of the first high school. Her fluid chanting and spellcasting, combined with her meticulous attention to every teammate, were things many novice clerics couldn't achieve. With Su Ro's buffs applied, the 30-odd goblin scouts in front of them were dealt with by the group in just 10 seconds. Awesome! As expected of the strongest priest in number 1 high school. Yeah. Not like the priest classmates I've teamed up with before. Not only does she add a lot of stats with her buffs, but the key is how quickly she casts them. So strong, so strong, so strong. Brother Zhou, your childhood friend is really something. Su Ro's brilliant performance was met with unanimous praise from everyone. Heh, no matter what, Xiao Ro and I grew up together, so her strength is definitely trustworthy. Zhou Xiankan also praised her with a chuckle. However, his tone immediately shifted. A certain someone hasn't even dealt any damage yet, so when it comes to the reward distribution after we clear this dungeon, there might not be a share for them. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instantly fell silent. But they were all trying to suppress their laughter. Their gazes collectively turned to the expressionless Qin Fan. Only Su Ro gently shook her head. This group of people, sigh. They're blind. It's just that Qin Fan can't be bothered to make a move right now. If we get deep into the bandit village, then you'll know just how powerful Qin Fan truly is. Alright, let's keep moving. Zhou Xiankan waved his hand. They began to head towards the bandit village, which was adorned with human skulls. The goblin scouts earlier were merely an appetizer. Everyone knew that the truly powerful goblins were yet to come. Soon, as they burst through the large door, causing a loud sound, a group of goblin soldiers with 2 different skin colors instantly swarmed out. Holy cow! 100 soldiers! The fatty at the front immediately grew serious upon seeing this scene. Facing such a large number of monsters, even he had to be careful. At the same time, everyone also cast appraisalite to thoroughly examine the information of the goblin soldiers before them. Monster, Goblin Soldier level, 15. Type, Humanoid Monster. Skills, Claw Rip, Frenzy, Precise Throw. Aptitude, Silver 2-star notes, the most common type of soldier in goblin tribes, violent and cruel in nature, enjoys dismembering enemies. Monster, Frost Goblin Soldier level, 15. Type, Humanoid Monster. Skills, Ice Shard Throw, Frenzy, Claw Rip, Self-Destruct. Aptitude, Silver 2-star notes, a mutated variant of the Goblin Soldier, capable of using ice magic, particularly enjoys turning enemies into ice sculptures. Good heavens! Silver 2-star mobs. And the key is, there are over 100 of them. Form up. Xiao Ro, remember to continuously heal and buff the front line. Other damage dealers, remember to use area of effect skills. Zhou Shenkan calmly gave orders.
In this battle, Xin Fan remained quiet and did not make a move.
However, unlike the previous overwhelming victory, this time it wasn't so smooth. It took a full 10 minutes to eliminate this second wave of goblin monsters.
Moreover, the team members were quite exhausted this time. Especially the fatty, who was a frontline warrior. He was even sweating profusely at this moment. After all the attacks from that previous group of goblin minions were indiscriminately aimed at his shield. This made it very strenuous for him.
"Brother Zhou, let's rest for a bit, I can't take it anymore," the fatty said with a wry smile. "Alright, you rest. Someone else step up."
Zhou Shenkan smiled as he turned his head, his gaze falling upon Xin Fan, whose expression had remained unchanged.
"Xin Fan, you can't just keep slacking and leeching experience, can you? Now that Paozi is tired, you take over for him."
"Of course, Paozi, you follow behind Xin Fan, and if he can't hold up, you switch back in." As soon as these words were uttered, everyone exchanged bewildered glances.
What the hell was this? Making a squishy dragon master tank the front line? Due to the team sharing mechanism.
Even if Xin Fan was slacking on the side, as long as Zhou Shenkan and the others killed monsters, he would still gain experience points. Logically, everyone in the team should contribute and not slack off. However, Zhou Shenkan making Xin Fan, a squishy dragon master, take the frontline position, indeed made everyone pause slightly.
Especially Su Ro.
She flat out refused without hesitation. No way, dragon masters are as squishy as mages and archers.
Asking Xin Fan to be a frontline tank, how is that any different from sending him to his death?
The other boys fell silent at her words.
They knew Su Ro had a point. Then, Xiao Ro, how do you suggest we distribute it?
He's a dragon master without a dragon, he can't deal ranged damage, and he's squishy in melee.
By that logic, should we really just let him slack off and share all this experience for free?
I don't care, but we can't let the other teammates work for nothing. Zhou Shenkan shrugged, speaking with a slight air of innocence.
Exactly, Brother Zhou is right. We're fighting tooth and nail over here, and he's comfortably slacking and leeching experience alone? Go on. Let him tank the front. Tank for as long as he can, and if he gets injured, we'll switch him out. They were originally following Zhou Shenkan.
Now that Zhou Shenkan had spoken, they naturally supported him.
Then, as compensation, for the rewards after clearing the secret realm, I won't take my share.
That should be acceptable, right?
Su Ro said in a clear voice.
As soon as these words came out,
everyone's expressions changed. Especially Zhou Shenkan, whose previously smiling face instantly darkened.
He never expected Su Ro would be willing to sacrifice such a huge benefit for this Xin Fan.
This was a wilderness secret realm. An opportunity that many ordinary adventurers in Anning City might not encounter even once in their entire lives. As long as they cleared it, the rewards were bound to be incredibly generous. Yet, Su Ro, this rich young lady, was willing to give up these benefits for a poor boy. The key was that this poor boy was a dragon master who was useless without a dragon. Kid, are you even a man? Just standing silently behind a woman like that?
Zhou Shenkan turned his head, his face dark, his cold eyes fixed on Xin Fan.
Alright, Su Ro, there's no need for you to sacrifice your interests to subsidize mine. Front row is fine, I don't really care.
As Xin Fan's calm words fell,
clang!
A crisp sword hum buzzed in everyone's ears. Then, everyone was surprised to see a sharp greatsword inlaid with black scales held in Xin Fan's hand. The terrifying sword energy emanating from it made everyone around unable to resist fixing their gaze upon it. Especially the fat man, who was a warrior, he sensed that this greatsword was extraordinary, at least several grades stronger than the rock greatsword in his hand. Good heavens! This must be a level 15 purple grade greatsword. No wonder they were so surprised. One must know that even children from wealthy families like Su Ro and Zhou Shen, the weapons they were currently using were merely level 10 purple grade. Yet, this kid from a commoner background suddenly pulled out a level 15 purple grade weapon.
Oh, something definitely wasn't quite right. Qin Fan, where did you get this weapon? At this moment, Zhou Xian couldn't help but ask. I don't think I need to tell you, do I?
To this, Qin Fan merely replied indifferently.
You.
Zhou Xian was choked by this, and his eyes grew even darker.
Good. Very good.
I originally thought, for Su Ro's sake, I'd just let you get seriously injured and teach you a lesson.
But since your attitude is so arrogant, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Fan, you are sure to die in this secret realm. Keep moving forward.
Zhou Xian commanded coldly. Then he pulled the fat man aside and said using voice transmission, remember not to help him.
Let him get seriously injured in the next wave of monster attacks.
Then, when we reach an elite monster or boss stage, find an opportunity to sell him out and let him die by the monster's hands.
Voice transmission is a type of general skill.
So-called general skills are actually skills that all professions can use. For example, eye of appraisal, scent masking, enhanced perception, and also block, which is exclusive to physical professions, spell parry, which is exclusive to magical professions. Of course, general skills also have levels.
Some secret realm dungeons also drop high-level general skill books. The fat man, having heard Zhou Xian's instructions, immediately nodded excitedly and even hopefully asked, Brother Zhou, if he dies, can I have the greatsword in his hand? It's a weapon that perfectly suits my warrior profession.
Zhou Xian said calmly, no problem, as long as he dies, that greatsword is yours.
Thank you, Brother Zhou. Let's go, keep moving forward.
It must be said that as a silver grade hell difficulty wild secret realm dungeon, the space was indeed vast. Especially this mountain village built by the goblin monsters themselves. Moving forward, there was no end in sight, and on the wooden buildings all around, there were also large ballistae and catapults.
At this moment,
as they delved deeper into the bandit village, Qin Fan and his companions finally encountered the third wave of monsters. Suddenly, groups of blue-green skinned goblin monsters appeared before them. At the same time, goblin monsters appeared, controlling the crossbows and turrets on the surrounding rooftops.
Whoosh! The huge crossbow bolt, held by a goblin minion with a crazed grin, suddenly shot towards the team. Holy light shield! Su Ro uttered a clear, low cry. Buzz!
A massive light shield completely enveloped the entire team.
Clang! The rapidly incoming crossbow bolt was directly deflected by the light shield.
And at this moment, a group of armed goblin minions in front also rapidly charged forward. Compared to the previous two waves of monsters, this time, the monsters even knew how to utilize the crossbows and turrets on the rooftops of the buildings to attack the invading adventurers. Ranged attackers, kill the minions on the surrounding rooftops.
Frontliners, don't mess up! Zhou Xian roared. However,
what he didn't know was that Qin Fan didn't pay any attention to Zhou Xuankan's words at all. Facing this swarm of charging goblin minions, he simply, brazenly, walked directly out of the range of the holy light shield cast by Su Ro.
What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Seeing this scene,
the other team members immediately panicked.
However, Fatty and Zhou Xuankan's eyes lit up. This guy actually ran out to seek death on his own. Originally, with Su Ro's holy light shield, even if Qin Fan was squishy, he would be fine. He just needed to hide inside the shield and stab the monsters isolated outside the shield with his sword. But this guy deliberately left the shield's range to seek death. Seeing this, a hint of anxiety flashed across Su Ro's pretty face. But, the very next moment, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. Qin Fan calmly raised the dark crystal dragon scale sword, and with a casual swing, unleashed a horizontal sweep. Splat! More than a dozen goblin monsters, which would typically require 2 damage dealers to focus fire and instantly kill, were directly severed at the waist by the terrifying sword energy he unleashed, dying on the spot. They didn't even have time to scream. After instantly killing a dozen goblin minions with one sword stroke, Qin Fan didn't retreat. Instead, he stomped heavily forward. Thud! Under his terrifying strength, the ground directly caved in. And the dark crystal dragon scale sword in his hand unleashed a second strike. Whoosh!
Incomparably sharp sword energy spread out like ripples at a visible speed. Following this, the upper halves of the goblin minions flew into the air, along with viscous blood gushing like fountains. Thump! 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 The group of goblin minions that had been frantically howling and charging at the adventurer team had now all perished. And the culprit behind all of this had only swung 2 swords. Dumbfounded. Everyone in the team was stunned. Each of them was wide-eyed and speechless, their faces filled with profound shock and disbelief. It was as if their innermost perceptions had been violently shaken and shattered. However, the shock Qin Fan delivered to everyone was far from over. He lightly tapped his toes, and with that leverage, his entire body leaped to the top of these wooden structures. Swish! Another sword energy strike. Ah! The goblin minions operating the crossbows and trebuchets only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before they, along with their weapons, were sliced in half by the sword energy. Whoosh! On the other side, a goblin minion operating a crossbow turret gritted its teeth and suddenly shot a cunningly angled arrow at the human figure that filled them all with dread. BCA. The word careful had not yet left Su-Ro's mouth. Snap! The rapidly approaching steel-feathered arrow was grabbed by Qin Fan's hand and instantly broke. What terrifying perception and reaction! What dreadful power! He actually crushed a steel-made feathered arrow with ease. Immediately after, another sword energy swept out, ending the last 2 goblin soldiers and concluding this third wave of monster attacks. Even the profound crystal earth-scale sword hadn't been stained with the monster's blood. When Qin Fan landed back on the ground, he found that everyone in the team had frozen expressions, staring at him as if they'd seen a monster. The monsters are dealt with, shouldn't we continue forward? Qin Fan asked indifferently. His only reply was a deathly silence. Especially Zhou Xiancan and Fatty, who had been looking for an opportunity to kill Qin Fan, now had ashen faces. Why are you so strong? After a long moment, the assassin of the team, Blue Fur, gulped hard before asking in a trembling voice. The others also looked at Qin Fan in disbelief. They couldn't understand, wasn't a dragon tamer useless without a contracted dragon? So why was Qin Fan's combat power so terrifying? He annihilated a group of monsters that would have taken them half an hour to defeat, in just 2 seconds. And, this guy seemed to have just simply swung his sword from beginning to end, without using any skills at all. Coupled with his terrifying battle intuition and the immense power that could easily crush steel, no one wanted to believe that this was something a dragon tamer without a dragon could achieve. Facing Blue Fur's question, Qin Fan coldly replied, "Am I obligated to answer you?" Everyone. If Qin Fan had dared to speak to them in such a tone before entering the secret realm, they would have definitely beaten him up. But now, they all just cowered, their faces grim and their hearts displeased, but they dared not refute. Because the opponent was too strong. However, only Su-Ro's beautiful eyes, as she looked at Qin Fan, were filled with a myriad of emotions. From now on, we'll all follow Qin Fan's command. Does anyone have any objections? At this moment, Su-Ro even took the initiative to step forward and propose a suggestion that made Zhou Xiancan grit his teeth. Everyone exchanged glances, falling into complete silence. According to the usual rules, indeed, whoever was stronger in the team would take command. The exceptional combat power Qin Fan displayed before their eyes had already crushed everyone else. Since no one is speaking up, I'll take that as agreement. Su-Ro said with a smiling face. Qin Fan was actually quite pleased with this outcome. Firstly, he didn't want to hear Zhou Xuancan's self-righteous commands anymore. Secondly, he also sensed the intense killing intent Zhou Xiancan and the fat man harbored towards him. That's right. Killing intent. Don't underestimate the SSS rank passive skilled bloodline fusion. Even the excellent perception and combat intuition exclusive to dragons had been inherited by Qin Fan. This was also why he could effortlessly parry sneak attacks from monsters without even looking. And, dragons also possess extremely keen perception for malevolence directed at them. Qin Fan had just sensed the thick killing intent from Zhou Xiancan and the fat man aimed at him. So, Qin Fan didn't mind seizing the commanding position. Better safe than sorry. Even if he was practically unrivaled among his peers, caution was necessary for a long journey.
Oh, and
the rules for benefit distribution remain unchanged. Whoever has a higher output percentage gets a larger share of the rewards.
These words from Chin Fan made everyone open their team's damage statistics panel. And then they despairingly saw. Output percentage, number 1, Chin Fan, 80% output. Number 2, Zhou Shenkan, 10% output. Number 3, Li Dafu, 5% output. As expected, Chin Fan was the highest after all the DPS from this third wave of monsters belonged to him. His teammates were so dumbfounded at the time that they completely forgot to output damage. As a healer, Su Ro was at the bottom. However, due to the unique nature of her profession, that was normal. It was just that, the percentages of damage dealers like Zhou Shenkan and Li Dafu were disheartening. This meant that, excluding the fixed share for the healer, 80% of the remaining total rewards would be taken by Chin Fan. Also, regarding team formation and allocation, everything will be commanded by Su Ro. As for me, I'll be a free agent. After all, I don't want you to hold me back. Chin Fan's cold words, however, were like a resounding slap across their faces. The key was, they couldn't refute him. The dragon tamer whom they had previously scorned and despised. Now, he had instantly become someone they needed to look up to. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel suspicion. How did this Chin Fan become so strong? Could it be that he really contracted a high-level dragon? But they quickly shook their heads, dismissing the idea. Impossible. It must be that he got incredibly lucky and ate some rare heavenly material or earthly treasure to become so powerful. As for contracting a legendary dragon, that's absolutely impossible. After this incident, Zhou Shenkan and the others, who had originally mocked and looked down on Chin Fan, fell into a collective silence. They no longer dared to criticize Chin Fan. Seeing this, Su Ro also breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Zhou Shenkan would continue to provoke Chin Fan, not knowing what was good for him. She had a sixth sense. If Chin Fan hadn't been brought into the secret realm before, then this adventure team would definitely have died here. Since this third wave of monsters was almost entirely handled by Chin Fan alone, the others merely watched, thus consuming little stamina. They chose not to rest, but to continue deeper into the village. Finally, after walking for a few minutes, in front of a large gate, they saw a goblin-heavy warrior, 5 meters tall, covered in explosive muscles. The reason it was called heavy was because this giant goblin was wearing heavy steel armor and a huge helmet, arming its body from head to toe, leaving only a slit for it to clearly see the scene in front of it. And in its hand, it held a rusty, massive iron sword. Roar! When this giant goblin saw the humans appearing before it, it immediately let out an angry roar. But Mu Chen remained calm, scanning the opponent with his appraisal eye. Monster, Giant Goblin level, 17. Type, Humanoid Monster Skills, War Stomp, Charge Assault, Mighty Slash, Skin Hardening, Support Call, Frenzy Aptitude, Silver 4-star Remarks, the Goblin King's capable general, possessing extremely powerful strength and robust defenses. Normal physical attacks will be 30% immune to it. Everyone be careful, this should be an elite monster level existence, don't be careless. Su Ro's pretty face was also solemn as she reminded her teammates. However, as soon as the words fell, roar! The giant goblin charged towards the group with terrifying destructive power. Charge Assault. This was its exclusive skill. At the same time, its originally emerald green skin rapidly turned brown, as if a layer of brown paint had been brushed onto its body. Skin Hardening. This is why it can resist 30% of physical attacks. Su Ro, Zhou Shenkan, Li Dafu, and the others quickly fled. But the warrior class fatty, due to his insufficient agility, was a step too slow. In this critical moment, he could only grit his teeth and raise his shield. With a loud bang, everyone watched as the fatty, who could usually handle the charge of dozens of goblin minions, was sent flying without any resistance by the giant goblin's collision. And as the fatty flew backward, spitting blood, that giant goblin actually stopped its momentum cold, halting its charge. It forcibly twisted its body, locking its gaze onto Li Dafu. Li Dafu's face changed, never expecting this giant goblin to possess such immense strength combined with such agile flexibility. Run! Without any hesitation. As an assassin, Li Dafu couldn't possibly confront such an elite monster head-on. In a panic, he immediately activated shadow stealth and fled into the surrounding rooms. Idiot! Facing Li Dafu's action, Qin Fan merely uttered these two cold words. The next second, as if to confirm Qin Fan's assessment. Ah! Screams instantly erupted from Li Dafu, who had rushed into the building, along with the sound of teeth tearing into flesh and bones. Evidently, there were also many goblin minions lurking inside the rooms. It is widely known. Some games, when reaching an elite monster stage, will give the elite monster a skill to summon minions. When Qin Fan saw support summon listed in the giant goblin's skill information, he knew that these seemingly empty rooms actually harbored a considerable number of goblin minions. All it would take was for the giant goblin to use the support summon skill, and these goblin minions would madly rush out of the rooms. And of all places to hide, Li Dafu chose to hide in the rooms. No need to look, Li Dafu was already dead beyond dead. Listening to Li Dafu's screams, the faces of the surrounding companions turned pale. Only Qin Fan remained calm and indifferent. As for why Qin Fan didn't step in to save them, the reason was simple: they also wanted Qin Fan dead. Earlier, when this group of people watched Qin Fan act as the frontline with mocking smiles, Qin Fan knew that they wished he would die. If he hadn't contracted the blazing holy dragon, he would still be weak, continuing to serve as the frontline, and probably would have been wiped out in the first wave of minion attacks. To put it bluntly, on the surface, this was a team, but in reality, their hearts had long since turned against each other. So, Qin Fan naturally wouldn't turn into a benevolent saint to save them. Moreover, without them, Qin Fan could still clear this secret realm. He had his most adorable and powerful little Jiao. Roar! Having dealt with Li Dafu, the giant goblin instantly fixed its murderous, brutal gaze on Zhou Shenkan and the others again. Run! Without any hesitation, Zhou Shenkan immediately turned and fled. He didn't even think about taking Su Ro with him as he passed her. By this point, they had realized that this secret realm was completely impenetrable. Even with Su Ro, the priest, buffing them, they were no match for this giant goblin. A single barbaric charge attack from it could completely shatter their entire team's formation. Watching those few boys run faster than dogs, the giant goblin snorted in anger, not bothering to expend effort chasing these cowards. Its gaze then fell upon the fair-skinned, beautiful Su Ro. Hoo-hoo! In just 1 second, Su Ro's pretty face turned pale as she saw that the giant goblin had fallen into an excited state, its dirty, viscous saliva constantly drooling. This disgusting sight was like a pervert seeing a beautiful woman. EW. Su Ro was so scared that she quickly ran to Qin Fan's side. Qin Fan still had to look out for Su Ro to some extent. "You step back, I'll handle this monster," Qin Fan said calmly. There was no arrogance, nor any grand promises. But it was this calm voice that gave Su Ro a profound sense of security. "Okay, I can give you some buffs." Su Ro nodded with immense reassurance, then waved her staff, casting every buff she could on Qin Fan. Buzz! Qin Fan's combat power surged by nearly tenfold at this moment. No wonder everyone insists on having a priest as a support when running dungeons. This kind of buff amplification is really powerful. Feeling the abundant power within him, Qin Fan clenched his hand and revealed a chilling smile. At this moment, the giant goblin was already roaring and charging towards Qin Fan. It was still using charge attack plus skin hardening in combination. This made the giant goblin like an unstoppable bulldozer, crushing everything in its path, carrying terrifying destructive power as it bore down on Qin Fan. In just another 2 seconds, the distance of tens of meters was closed by the giant goblin to less than 2 meters. Qin Fan could even smell the disgusting stench emanating from the giant goblin. "Kneel before me." Facing this seemingly invincible giant goblin, Qin Fan let out a low roar,
twisting his wrist, and swept out the incomparably sharp black crystal earth scale sword.
Boom!
The sharp sword energy struck its shoulder, making intimate contact with its hard, brown skin. Under the effect of 30% physical damage reduction, this unfailingly sharp black crystal earth scale sword only left a shallow wound on it.
Ah!
But the giant goblin was already screaming in pain at this moment, its ferocious and unparalleled charging momentum abruptly halted. At the same time, because the sharp sword slashing at its shoulder carried an enormous force, it was compelled to drop to one knee with a thud.
Roar! The giant goblin, forced to its knee, felt an endless humiliation. In this goblin village, only the Goblin King could make it kneel. This puny human before it dared to make it kneel. Unacceptable. Buzz! The giant goblin's muscles swelled once more, and a terrifying aura swept out. Berserk! It finally unleashed this enhancement buff. However,
Shin Fan sneered as he watched the giant goblin's aura climb steadily. The only reason you're so arrogant is because of your armor's protection and the physical immunity effect of skin hardening. But have you ever considered what would happen if I fired a fire dragon bullet at your helmet from such close range? As soon as he finished speaking, regardless of whether the giant goblin understood or not, Shin Fan suddenly released the mysterious crystal earth scale sword in his hand. The moment he let go of the mysterious crystal earth scale sword, Fire Dragon Bullet, the B rank skill, whose incantation was already complete, shot directly from Shin Fan's hand. And it flew straight into the gap in the giant goblin's helmet. Boom! Under Su Ro's astonished gaze from the side, terrifying flames transformed into a fiery dragon, roaring as it drilled into the helmet, completely incinerating the giant goblin's head. Bang! It didn't even have time to resist or scream. Its massive body fell straight down. Thus, the giant goblin elite monster was successfully defeated. However, no materials, items, or equipment dropped. Dungeon instances generally only award the total prize after completion. Su Ro, who had been observing the entire time, watched as this young man utterly crushed the giant goblin that even Zhou Xiancan and his group could only flee from. What was even more unbelievable to her was that Shin Fan actually understood how to use fire magic. She was certain she hadn't misjudged the flames that instantly burned the giant goblin to death were indeed magical damage. And judging by the power of this skill, it was at least B rank or higher. This giant goblin had high physical immunity and physical defense, but its magic resistance was very low. After Shin Fan blasted its head like that, its head literally burst open, and its flesh was completely incinerated. After all, this was a Dragon Master's exclusive skill, Fire Dragon Bullet. It looked similar to a mage's fireball spell, but in reality, it was many times more powerful than a fireball spell. Shin Fan, shall we keep going? Su Ro walked over to Shin Fan's side at this moment. Perhaps only by being close to this young man could she feel a sense of security. Speaking of which, in just 2 short days, she had truly experienced the coldness of human nature. The betrayal of Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing, and the running away of Zhou Xiancan and others. It could be said that, if it weren't for Shin Fan, Su Ro would have died twice. Alas! You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Acquaintances would betray. But a stranger helped her. This couldn't help but fill Su Ro with mixed emotions. Of course, I'll continue the raid. But if you're scared, you can leave first. I can raid it myself. Shin Fan said calmly. He was now a dragon tamer with a dragon. As long as little Geo was there, he had nothing to fear. Jie Wu. And at this moment, sensing the departure of Zhou Xiancan and the others, little Geo, who had been sleeping in Shin Fan's arms, poked her cute little head out from the collar of Shin Fan's clothes. She squinted her eyes, happily humming, because she felt her master's trust and reliance on her. No, I'm staying with you. Although I'm just a support class, I can at least buff you, making your combat power skyrocket several times over. Su Ro said with a resolute expression. Alright then, when we distribute the rewards, it'll be 50-50. Shin Fan was never stingy with teammates willing to stick with him.
So the two approached the gate of the final fortress and slowly pushed it open. Swish. Outside the dungeon, 4 figures were teleported out from the entrance vortex.
It was precisely Zhou Xiancan and his 3 companions. Originally, there were 6 of them.
Li Dafu and Fatty died inside.
Now only 4 managed to escape safely. And during their escape, the other 2 were ambushed by suddenly appearing small monsters, losing an arm. They could only barely take primary recovery pills to stop the bleeding. To regrow a severed arm, it would probably cost nearly 100 million dragon coins to get a tier 2 archpriest to take action.
Damn it! Damn it! The disheveled Zhou Xiancan couldn't help but curse. He truly found it hard to accept. How could that useless dragon tamer be so powerful? Brother Zhou, what do we do now? One of them cautiously asked.
Let's wait here for a bit, wait for Qin Fan and Su Ro to come out,
Zhou Xiancan said in a deep voice. The dungeon entrance hadn't disappeared yet.
That meant Qin Fan and Su Ro should still be alive. Because for all wild dungeons, once someone enters and everyone dies, or everyone escapes, the dungeon entrance disappears,
randomly appearing in the next location.
Damn it, a silver grade wild dungeon is so hard to beat, and I heard the vocational college entrance exam dungeon is also a silver grade dungeon instance. And the difficulty is even higher than this, because that King of Hell made the questions.
Another person couldn't help but sigh bitterly. The so-called King of Hell was the nickname of a certain college entrance exam question setter, named Zhang Shaoxin.
Zhang Shaoxin always liked to set high difficulty dungeon instances as exam questions in previous vocational college entrance exams, so he was called the King of Hell by the students. The general meaning was that this question setter had no emotions, only knowing how to make things difficult for students.
Brother Zhou, what if that Qin Fan and Su Ro clear this dungeon, what should we do then? A red-haired companion couldn't help but ask. At this question, Zhou Xiancan fell silent, his eyes becoming completely gloomy.
As Qin Fan's strong arm pushed open the door before them, he and Su Ro stepped into this mountain fortress. The entire fortress, constructed from trees and various metal materials, appeared exceptionally sturdy. Proceeding step by step, Qin Fan and Su Ro passed through several more doors, finally reaching the deepest part of the mountain fortress. Before them was a hall filled with a foul stench.
Decorations made from human bones hung all around.
In the very center of this hall, however, sat a tall, giant figure, cross-legged on an equally massive stone throne.
Due to the dim and gloomy environment here, there was no light.
This caused the giant figure to appear as if it were melting into the shadows.
Humans.
As if smelling an unfamiliar yet familiar scent, the giant figure, previously slumbering on the stone throne, slowly opened its eyes. And the moment its crimson eyes, larger than brass bells, opened,
buzz! A powerful aura, unique to a boss-level monster, instantly swept forth. How many years has it been? No human has ever made it to my presence alive. Unexpectedly, today I see you 2 insignificant humans.
The massive figure actually began to speak while rising from the stone throne.
This. Su Ro's pretty face turned pale, frightened by the terrifying boss's pressure.
She never imagined that the boss in the deepest part of this goblin village would be so formidable.
But she quickly felt fortunate. Fortunately, she hadn't followed Zhou Xian's cowardly group. Fortunately, she had insisted on having Qin Fan join their team. Without Qin Fan, Zhou Xian and the others would have already died when facing the gigantic goblin. Now, even when facing the boss emanating terrifying pressure, Su Ro still didn't despair, because she knew Qin Fan absolutely had a way to defeat this ultimate boss, which was even stronger than the gigantic goblin. And Qin Fan had already used his eye of appraisal to thoroughly examine the basic information of the boss before him. Monster, Goblin King level, 19. Type, humanoid monster talent, King's authority skills, War Stomp, Charge Assault, Precise Throw, Giant Slash, Skin Hardening, Support Summon, Frenzy, King's Protection, Magic Shield. Aptitude, Silver 5 stars. Remarks, the ruler of the Goblin Village, possessing incredibly terrifying strength and fearless bravery. As can be seen, this Goblin King had one more talent entry than the gigantic goblin. This was normal.
high-level monsters or bosses generally possess their own talents.
For example, the Goblin King's authority grants immunity to 70% of physical damage. This is an extremely powerful talent among monsters. At least this one skill alone would be enough to crush a physically oriented adventurer team. More critically, this boss's skill list also included a skill called Magic Shield. As the name suggests, after use, it can form a special protective shield on the boss's body to defend against magic attacks. In other words, the boss in front of them not only possessed extremely terrifying physical damage reduction, but also had a shield skill that countered magic professions. If Zhou Shenkan and others were here and saw such an intimidating boss, they would probably be scared out of their wits and run away. Xinfan, what should we do?
Seeing the boss, whose body was as huge as a small mountain, stand up and pick up the sharp giant axe in its hand, Su Ro asked nervously. She had now completely come to rely on Xinfan. If Xinfan told her to go east, she would absolutely not dare to go west. No need to do anything, we just need to watch the show. If this boss can survive for more than 10 seconds, I'll consider it impressive. Xinfan replied indifferently. Ah? Su Ro was completely stunned by his words. Just watch the show? And such a powerful boss, in Xinfan's eyes, wouldn't survive for 10 seconds? This. Ha ha. You are the first human who isn't scared to kneel before me, the king, and can still be so arrogant. The Goblin King, who was proficient in human speech, immediately let out a scornful sneer. At this moment, it then slowly walked out of the shadows, striding towards Xinfan and Su Ro. Its massive body was clad in a glimmering, mottled armor. In its hand, it held a giant battle axe capable of flattening a dozen people into a pulp. With its steps, clang, 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 the ground beneath its heavy tread cracked into a spiderweb-like pattern. Arrogant? You'll find out if I'm arrogant soon enough. Xinfan sneered. Then he low cried, Xiaojiu. Swish. A small and adorable figure shot out from Xinfan's collar. The Goblin King hadn't even had time to clearly see what had flown out. Roar. A furious roar filled with terrifying dragon might instantly resounded. Under the Goblin King's utterly shocked expression. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The entire castle hall was suddenly engulfed in a huge storm. And that originally small and adorable figure instantly swelled in the storm. The next second, Xiaojiu finally revealed its true form. A crimson giant dragon, 10 meters tall with its head touching the ceiling, appeared before everyone's eyes. This. Su Ro, standing beside him, looked at such a colossal creature, her delicate chin nearly dropping in astonishment, her entire slender body stiff with shock. Dragon! It's really a dragon! Oh my god! And the majestic and sacred aura it exuded made Su Ro realize that this giant dragon, engulfed in endless flames, was absolutely a top-tier existence even among dragons. Xinfan actually contracted a dragon, and one of this caliber. Ah! Su Ro's fear of that boss monster was instantly cleared, and her inner worldview felt as if it had been struck hard by a hammer, completely shattering. In fact, it wasn't just Su Ro who felt this way. Even the Goblin King, who had been sneering as it approached Xinfan and the others, now had its ugly face twitching as it stared at the terrifying creature that had appeared before it. This invincible giant dragon, which even it had to look up to, made it feel a strong sense of impending death and profound fear. Of course, what shocked it even more was that the young man named Xinfan suddenly smiled and called out Xiaojiu. Gra! As a result, this 10-meter-tall flame dragon actually squinted its eyes, and a cat-like purring sound echoed from its throat as it lowered its massive head to Xinfan's face. This human, who was only level 15, actually made a divine and noble blazing holy dragon lower its head. However, the Goblin King no longer had time to be amazed. Because, in the next second, that human cast a cold gaze upon it, and at the same time, gave an order to the blazing holy dragon. Xiaojiu, see that ugly monster in front of you? Blast it to death with a dragon's breath for me. Earlier, when Xiaojiu leveled up, it awakened dragon form transformation, a skill exclusive to dragons.
Divine Fire Annihilation form. Might shake the heavens form.
In Divine Fire Annihilation form, its magic damage increases by 500%, and physical damage decreases by 500%. In Might Shake the Heavens form, its physical damage increases by 500%, and magic damage decreases by 500%. Now, Xiaojiu was engulfed in raging flames, and scorching heat waves swept around, causing the entire bandit castle to show signs of burning, and even the surrounding temperature rose significantly. Su Ro had to cast a holy light shield on herself to barely isolate herself from the heat wave that almost roasted her. As for Xiaojiu's master, Xin Fan stood beside Xiaojiu without being affected at all. This was the power of the dragon tamer profession. And the Goblin King, acting as the boss, was now scared out of its wits, and the rolling heat waves made its skin almost roasted. It had to use a self-healing skill to continuously repair and resist the sweeping heat wave. The reason it was still standing safely was because Xiaojiu saw its master's friend Su Ro present, so it deliberately restrained the power of the divine fire on its body. Otherwise, with Xiaojiu's current divine fire annihilation form, if fully unleashed, let alone the Goblin King and Su Ro, even the makeshift palace before them would instantly be reduced to ashes. And under Xin Fan's command, Xiaojiu finally lifted its massive dragon head, its golden vertical pupils, filled with awe-inspiring draconic might, scornfully gazed down upon the Goblin King, who was already rigid with fear. That look seemed to say, a puny, inferior creature dares to bare its fangs at my master? Clang! The ground was utterly insufficient to bear Xiaojiu's enormous weight as it moved its dragon feet towards the Goblin King. The Goblin King's eyes were wide at that moment, its heart filled with terror and despair, experiencing for the first time the urge to flee. But it found that its limbs had completely stiffened. Su Ro finally snapped out of her daze at this moment. She stared blankly at the blazing Saint Dragon, which moved like a small mountain, and looked at Xin Fan incredulously. I originally thought you had contracted a lesser dragon. I never expected it to be a top-tier existence among dragons, a blazing Saint Dragon. Although there were no records in this world of any dragon tamer successfully taming a high-tier dragon, this didn't mean that humans had no information about dragons. Major nations had long ordered their publishing houses to create reference books on various monsters and magical beasts for adventurers and job changers to study and consult. The records regarding dragons within these books were also extremely detailed. Su Ro had once carefully read the detailed descriptions of high-tier dragons in the books. Among them, the majestic blazing Saint Dragon, resembling a lord of divine flames, had left an extremely deep impression on Su Ro. She never imagined that today she would actually witness the legendary blazing Saint Dragon, standing at the pinnacle of dragonkind. Even more unbelievable was that this classmate, who usually kept a low profile and had no presence in class, could be fortunate enough to contract such a legendary existence. This feeling could no longer be expressed with mere envy. To Su Ro's astonishment, Xin Fan's expression remained calm, showing no ripples. However, Su Ro was now laughing bitterly to herself, muttering, "They all say that dragon tamer is the most useless hidden profession, but that saying is completely rubbish when it comes to you, Xin Fan. If people all over the world knew that you, Xin Fan, successfully contracted a blazing Saint Dragon, their jaws would probably drop." Her statement was not exaggerated in the slightest. And this truly made her feel incredibly conflicted. Since childhood, she had almost always been known as a genius. It could almost be said that she was probably the strongest priest among high school students in Anning City, but compared to a monster like Xin Fan, not only was she inferior in combat power, but he also possessed the strongest dragon pet. I ask you, are you convinced or not? At this moment, Xin Fan couldn't be bothered to respond to Su Ro's bitter chuckle and sigh. Because Xiaojiu had already moved its massive dragon body and descended before the Goblin King. A level 7 blazing Saint Dragon vs a level 19 boss Goblin King. Even though the Goblin King was a full 12 levels higher than Xiaojiu. But the Goblin King suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. "Lord, spare my life. I know I was wrong." Before he could even finish speaking, whoosh! A dragon's breath, engulfed in a raging inferno, spewed from Xiaojiu's mouth. Arg! In Su Ro's utterly shocked gaze, this Goblin King only managed to let out a single shriek before instantly being engulfed in the raging firestorm.
Instant kill. Utterly annihilated.
The Goblin King had no power to resist and instantly died from this dragon's breath. He probably never dreamed that as a mere small boss in a silver secret realm, he would attract a blazing saint dragon to kill him.
Don't just stand there, get on.
Xin Fan grabbed Su Ro's hand and pulled her onto Xiao Jiu's back.
Grr.
Xiao Jiu let out a displeased roar at this moment. It didn't like humans other than Xin Fan climbing onto its back.
Alright, Xiao Jiu, be good. Consider it me owing you a favor.
After this is over, I'll make you whatever you want to eat, and you can eat until you're completely satisfied and comfortable. Xin Fan quickly comforted his little dragon cub. As a noble and extremely powerful dragon, Xiao Jiu regarded all humans except Xin Fan as trash.
Naturally, it wouldn't allow other humans to climb onto its back. However, Xin Fan had no choice.
Xiao Jiu's stats panel was already incredibly terrifying, and now that it had transformed into the Divine Flame Annihilation form, its magic flame had a full 500% bonus.
With that single dragon's breath,
this massive stronghold castle was instantly burned to ashes.
The surroundings were engulfed in a sea of flames. Therefore,
if Xin Fan hadn't brought Su Ro, she would have undoubtedly been buried in the sea of flames with the Goblin King.
Grr. Hearing its master's promised benefits, the little foodie finally didn't mind. Whoosh! The giant dragon wings instantly unfurled, and with a powerful flap. Boom!
A terrifying tornado swept up from the ground, making the surrounding sea of flames even fiercer.
Swish! Almost in an instant,
Xiao Jiu had already taken Xin Fan and Su Ro into the air, soaring across the sky. Looking down at the vast rainforest world from high above, Su Ro's heart pounded, and she was so nervous that she had to cling tightly to Xin Fan, afraid of falling. Her jewel-like eyes sparkled with brilliance, the reassuring scent of Xin Fan reached her nose, and coupled with flying through the air, Su Ro felt herself enter an extremely comfortable and ethereal state.
Boom! However, Xiao Jiu had no intention of letting this girl stay on its back for long.
After flying out of the raging inferno, it found an open space and landed instantly.
Grr!
Xiao Jiu huffily urged Su Ro to get off quickly. It wouldn't have bothered with this human if its owner hadn't bribed it with delicious food.
Xin Fan also quickly took Su Ro downstairs. Meanwhile,
buzz! A pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky, completely enveloping the two of them.
It seems like the clear reward is about to be issued.
Now, let alone the Goblin King, even the Goblin village was burning and spreading under Xiao Jiu's dragon's breath.
The divine fire of the blazing flame sacred dragon was naturally no ordinary flame. It not only contained immense destructive power but also caused great scorching damage to the target's spirit.
A level 7 dragon pet, with one breath, cleared a level 15 hell difficulty silver tier secret realm.
It was that exaggerated. It was that unreasonable. It was that invincible. A dragon tamer with a dragon was already the strongest profession, bar none.
Su Ro, standing nearby, looked at the still burning sea of fire in the distance, her pretty face moved. One breath of dragon fire, comparable to a natural disaster. As the daughter of Anning City's richest man, Su Ro had seen many powerful mages since she was a child. Even several of her family's offerings were Tier 2 mage kings, reaching level 45. She had personally witnessed these Tier 2 mage kings in combat and was awestruck by their power back then. But now, seeing Xin Fan's dragon pet clear the secret realm with a single breath, Su Ro felt that the gap between humans and dragons was truly immense. The key was that this blazing flame sacred dragon was still a hatchling.
It defied all logic. Xin Fan didn't feel the same emotion as Su Ro, because the secret realm reward had already dropped. A quest information panel appeared before Xin Fan and Su Ro.
Congratulations on successfully clearing the Goblin Village secret realm.
Clearance time, 7 minutes 21 seconds. Rating, SSS rank.
Issuing rewards now. Congratulations, you have gained 5,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained the title Goblin Slayer. Congratulations, you have gained 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, clang.
Finally, a silver chest shimmering with silver light fell before Qin Fan.
This made Qin Fan realize that the experience, titles, and attribute point rewards mentioned above were obtainable by everyone in the party. And this silver chest was the true generous reward. This was actually one of the downsides of teaming up. After clearing, experience and attribute point rewards would be distributed evenly among everyone. Take this clearance, for example. Qin Fan gained 5,000 experience points, and Su Ro should have also gained 5,000 experience points, making the total clearance experience 10,000. If that group of useless people, Zhou Shen and company, were still here, then these 10,000 experience points would be split into 8 portions. Each person would get at most a little over 1,000 experience points. So, if you can clear a secret realm solo, it's best to do it alone, otherwise teammates will split the rewards.
Crack! Qin Fan opened the shimmering silver chest without any hesitation. Buzz!
Then several items dropped out. The detailed information of these items also appeared before Qin Fan and Su Ro's eyes. Item 1, Priest C Grade Skill Book Holy Light Protection, get 1.
Item 2, Silver 3-star Ring of Augmentation, get 1. Item 3, Life Profession 2nd Tier Advancement Scroll, get 1. Item 4, C-Grade Material Goblin King's Heart, get 1.
Item 5, Silver 5-star Weapon Goblin King's Greatsword, get 1.
Item 6, Goblin King Enchantment Card, get 1.
No wonder adventurers regard wild secret realms as precious opportunities.
The rewards are truly abundant.
In a world where resources are monopolized by major academies, organizations, and influential families, most commoner transmigrants find it difficult to rise. This also made resources extremely valuable. Even a D-grade skill book can fetch tens of millions of dragon coins at auction. Sometimes it can even break through to over 100 million. Let alone a C-grade skill book? As for the silver 3-star ring and silver 5-star weapon, they are worth at least 30 million dragon coins on the market. Compared to the items above, the Life Profession 2nd Tier Advancement Scroll is much cheaper, but still costs around 5 million. Additionally, there's the C-Grade Material, the Goblin King's Enchantment Card. These things are also worth tens of millions. This means that after clearing a Silver Grade Wild Secret Realm dungeon,
the income is at least 200 or 300 million dragon coins.
This is money that nearly 99% of families will never earn in their lifetime. Qin Fan, a pauper in both his past and present lives, found his breathing unconsciously quickening. Even Su Ro, a rich young lady, was slightly moved. Anning City is a Tier 4 or Tier 5 small city. Her family, as the wealthiest, has a company with a market value of 300 to 400 million. It seems like a lot, but that's after generations of effort from her ancestors to accumulate such immense wealth. Yet now, simply by clearing a wild secret realm, one can obtain rewards worth hundreds of millions. If she encountered a few more wild resource secret realms, wouldn't that easily surpass her family's fortune? While both were sighing, only Xiaojiao, who had reverted to its small lizard form, looked at these rewards with disdain. It was a noble blazing sacred dragon. A single drop of its refined dragon blood was an invaluable rarity that couldn't be measured by money. Naturally, it couldn't be bothered with these small rewards. Compared to these rewards, the little dragon cub wished to hurry home and have its master make delicious food for it. Qin Fan, I barely contributed to the secret realm raid you and your dragon pet took care of everything. So regarding the rewards, I have no objection if you take them all. Su Ro said softly. She was very clear about the situation. These rewards were indeed generous. But she had no right to take them. Because Qin Fan had led her through the entire secret realm, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was a burden. So, she was very self-aware and had no intention of taking any of these rewards. That priest skill book and the ring of augmentation are yours, the rest are mine. Qin Fan also directly allocated the rewards. Su Ro was a little stunned by his words. The C-level skill book and the buff magic ring were probably the most expensive rewards of all. But Qin Fan just allocated them to her like that, making Su Ro deeply ashamed. Take them if I give them to you. Besides, I'm not letting you have these things for nothing.
You'll need to pay a price.
Xin Fan said indifferently.
What price? Su-ro asked cautiously.
As if she thought of something, a blush suddenly appeared on her pretty little face.
Could this guy want her to offer herself in return? As it turned out, she was overthinking. Xin Fan merely said, I just need you to do two things. First, keep secret the matter of me contracting a dragon pet. Not even your closest family can know until my college entrance exam is over. Second, transfer 30 million to my bank card. This must also be done secretly.
I'm sure it won't be difficult for someone of your status as Miss Su. If you agree to these two conditions, this skill book and ring are yours. Xin Fan said calmly. The reason he did this was actually because if the skill book and ring ended up in his hands, he could only sell them. That would be quite troublesome and easily attract attention. So, it's better to give them to Su-ro, which also counts as doing her a favor.
After all, the Su family's influence in Anning City is not small.
Before Xin Fan completely grows up, he still needs to build other relationships as much as possible. Moreover, in their short time together, Xin Fan found Su-ro's character to be quite good.
She was neither arrogant nor bossy.
So, becoming friends with her was also a very good thing.
Okay, both conditions are fine, I guarantee I can do them.
Su-ro nodded solemnly in response. Seeing this, Xin Fan didn't hesitate at all and directly threw the skill book and ring to her. Then he stuffed the remaining items into his built-in space.
Ding! And at this moment, the system's prompt sound finally rang out.
Congratulations to the host for completing all random tasks.
Now distributing task rewards.
Congratulations on obtaining Life Class Professional Second Advancement Scroll, get 1. Congratulations on obtaining 5W EXP Pill Dragon Pet Shared, get 1. Already distributed to the system warehouse, please check it yourself, host.
Not bad. Especially the Life Class Professional Second Advancement Scroll, this is a good item.
Now Xin Fan has 2 scrolls in his hand, he'll use one himself and can directly sell the other.
Of course, the most precious item is the 50,000 experience pill.
In this context where experience resources are extremely scarce, experience pills have become the most sought-after resource. The 3,000 and 5,000 experience pills on the market have been completely monopolized and are impossible to buy. These are items that only wealthy families can obtain. As for the 5W EXP pill, that's even rarer among the rare, you can't buy it even if you have the money. At least, dungeons and secret realms below level 50 currently don't produce any. The most crucial thing is that after Xin Fan eats the system rewarded EXP pill, his dragon companion can also share in the experience. Alright, time to leave this stuffy, hot hellhole. After lightly tapping to collect the rewards, Xin Fan also instantly relaxed. Gah! At this moment, little Gio, who had once again shrunk to the size of a kitten, flapped its wings and landed on Xin Fan's shoulder. The little dragon cub's meaning was very direct.
I'm hungry, quickly make some delicious food. Alright, I'll make it for you as soon as we get out.
Xin Fan's face was full of doting affection for this little darling.
You can actually communicate telepathically with a dragon companion?
Su-ro asked in surprise.
What you're asking is nonsense. Can't all beast tamers communicate with their beast companions?
Xin Fan said helplessly.
Okay, it seems I'm just ignorant.
Su-ro looked somewhat embarrassed.
Soon,
Xin Fan let little Gio nestle in his arms, and together with Su-ro, they left the secret realm, which was now ablaze.
Buzz. After the brief dizziness brought by spatial teleportation disappeared,
Xin Fan finally returned to the entrance of the secret realm in the real world.
But,
What made Xin Fan frown was that Zhou Shenkan and the others were still waiting at the entrance.
Xiaoro, are you okay?
Seeing that Xin Fan and Su-ro could safely escape the secret realm, Zhou Shenkan was slightly surprised, then immediately put on a concerned expression and approached Su-ro. The remaining 3 boys also walked closer.
I'm fine, thanks for your concern. Su-ro replied indifferently. Not to mention, Su-ro already had a bad impression of this Zhou Shenkan before.
Now, seeing that Zhou Xianken had fled without any regard for his teammates,
Su Rou knew even more clearly that this Zhou Xianken was a complete and utter waste.
if one were to team up with such a person for a dungeon, it would almost certainly mean certain death. Facing Su Rou's cold attitude, Zhou Xianken could only offer an awkward smile. It's good that you're both okay.
I thought neither of you would make it out.
Ha!
Who said we escaped? However, Su Rou sneered, her gaze mocking as she looked at Zhou Xianken. Couldn't Qin Fan and I have come out after clearing the dungeon? Everyone cleared the dungeon. They actually cleared it. How could that be? That giant goblin was completely beyond what students at their level could handle.
No need to waste words with them, let's go. Qin Fan said lightly.
Su Rou lightly nodded her head. But just as they were about to turn and leave, suddenly, wait!
The boy with red-dyed hair, whose profession was a swordsman, called out.
Qin Fan simply turned around and looked at him indifferently. For some reason.
When his gaze met Qin Fan's cold and indifferent eyes, the red-haired boy felt a wave of heart-palpitating dread. However, he thought of Zhou Xianken and his companions being by his side. So he boldly said, since you've cleared the dungeon, shouldn't the rewards be brought out and shared? After all, we were once teammates in the same party. If what Su Rou said was true, and these two had cleared the dungeon, then the rewards they received would definitely be very generous. After all, this was a silver tier hell difficulty secret dungeon. But it was just that one sentence that almost made both Qin Fan and Su Rou laugh in anger. How did they have the nerve? They abandoned their teammates' safety midway and ran away. Then, when they found out their teammates had cleared the dungeon, they shamelessly came back to say they wanted to share the rewards. Is that something a human being would say? Forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with you bunch of good-for-nothings. Su Rou, let's go. Qin Fan shook his head, feeling that arguing with this group of self-righteous wastes was simply a waste of his time. Su Rou also nodded angrily. She truly had never seen such shameless people. I told you to stop. As the red-haired man's exasperated voice rang out. Swish! Accompanying it was a sharp sword chi, striking directly at Qin Fan's back. Gust slash! This red-haired man actually dared to draw his sword at Qin Fan. This instantly turned Qin Fan's eyes icy cold, who had originally not intended to stoop to their level. This sword, if it truly hit, Qin Fan would lose at least half his life. Although Gust Slash was only a D-rank skill, as one of the killer moves for swordsmen in their early stages, once it hit an enemy, the sword chi would penetrate the enemy's body like a fierce wind, damaging their muscles and internal organs. If it were enhanced to 100% with skill points, this gust of sword chi would be even more violent. Without a doubt, this red-haired man, using this move at such a crucial moment, clearly intended to put Qin Fan to death. Su Rou, standing nearby, felt the sharp sword chi strike towards Qin Fan. Her pretty face instantly changed color. She had also never expected this red-haired man to suddenly launch a sneak attack. Just as she was about to shout the words "be careful," Qin Fan's reaction was even faster. Clang! A sword hummed. Qin Fan merely took 0.01 seconds to directly draw out his profound crystal earth scale sword. Then he swung it violently behind him. Ding! The profound crystal earth scale sword clashed with the incomparably sharp sword chi, and dazzling sparks instantly erupted. Humph! Qin Fan snorted coldly, and twisted his wrist again. Swish! This sharp gust of sword chi was actually dissolved by him just like that. Everyone around them paled. One must know that the red-haired man's level was a full 17. 2 levels higher than Su Rou. Because this red-haired man was a bodyguard in Zhou Xuankan's family, he looked quite young, but he was actually in his 20s, nearly 30. Older age didn't mean he was strong. But his combat experience was definitely more seasoned than Zhou Xiankan and the others. He deliberately chose the moment when the opponent's vigilance was weakest to strike instantly. And his attack was the D-rank skill Gust Slash, which had considerable power. Yet, the opponent still managed to react and effortlessly resolved the hurricane sword chi. The key is that the opponent seemed to have used no skills at all, just relying on strength attributes to crush the skill.
This, in an instant.
Red Hair's face turned a little pale. Because Qin Fan was staring at him with killing intent in his eyes.
Excuse me, what does this mean? Are you going to stab me in the back? Qin Fan's icy words made Zhou Shenkan and the others' expressions change drastically. A terrifying killing intent erupted from within Qin Fan, making Zhou Shenkan and the others gasp for breath. Damn it! When did this trash become so strong? How am I stabbing you in the back? I'm just fighting for my own interests.
You cleared the dungeon and got rewards, we're in the same team, but we don't get any rewards at all. That's a bit unfair, isn't it?
Red Hair offered an extremely stiff defense. Ha! Didn't you cowards run away from the secret realm yourselves? Did you contribute anything to the assault on the elite monsters and the boss? What? You just want to sit back and feast all by yourselves? Qin Fan sneered. Alright. No more talk.
I, Qin Fan, have always been a man of principles.
Since you, Red Hair scum, stabbed me, then it's time for me to return the favor. The moment Qin Fan's icy words fell. Swish!
Zhou Shenkan and the others watched in horror as the dragon trainer's figure vanished from the spot.
Fast. So fast. How could this person's speed be so incredible? Danger.
As a swordsman, his innate perception talent allowed him to sense a strong aura of danger.
Behind.
He swung his sword without any hesitation, turning around.
However. Swish.
His sword sheath sliced through the air, missing.
Ha! He wasn't behind me after all? Nia Xion. To your left. At this moment, Zhou Xuankan's urgent warning came. The red hair, named Nia Xiong, turned around without any hesitation. However, it was still too late. Swish!
A fierce white light flashed.
Crash!
An arm flew high into the air, with blood gushing out.
Ah!
Followed by Red Hair's miserable scream.
Hiss! The onlookers couldn't help but gasp collectively at this scene.
Because Red Hair's left arm had been mercilessly severed by Qin Fan. Not only that, the surging sword chi remaining on it had even mangled the severed arm.
Silence. A deathly silence.
Apart from Red Hair, who was still rolling on the ground and wailing. Su Ro, Zhou Shenkan, and the others all stared at this scene, wide-eyed and incredulous. Su Ro was shocked by Qin Fan's decisive and ruthless actions. Zhou Shenkan was surprised that Qin Fan had crippled his capable guard with just one sword strike.
This. Tell me, was ambushing me just now your own idea, or Zhou Xuankan's idea? With an arm severed by one sword, Qin Fan's handsome face showed no tension or emotional fluctuation.
It was as if such a thing had no impact on him whatsoever.
I.
The red-haired man, his face streaming with tears, stammered, wanting to speak but daring not.
Not going to talk? Then just go die.
Qin Fan raised his dark crystal earth scale sword high, about to swing it down violently at the red-haired man's neck.
I'll tell you. Just at this critical moment. The red-haired man finally couldn't help but beg for mercy in a loud voice. And the tip of the dark crystal earth scale sword finally hovered less than a centimeter from his neck.
The red-haired man watched this scene with a face full of terror. He knew that if he didn't speak, this guy would really kill him. And, why was this kid so powerful? Didn't they say that a dragon tamer without a dragon was simply a useless profession? How did it turn out like this? And he didn't even have a dragon with him. I'll only give you 2 seconds. If you don't speak, this sword will pierce your throat, and you can keep this secret until you're in the underworld. Qin Fan said coldly.
2. It was Zhou Shenkan who told me to do it. It was him.
Don't kill me, if you want to kill someone, kill him. As soon as the red-haired man's voice fell.
You're full of crap. Zhou Shenkan jumped up in terror.
He never dreamed that one day he would be afraid of a commoner. Only then did Qin Fan turn around indifferently, carrying the dark crystal earth scale sword in his hand, walking step by step towards Zhou Shenkan. At this moment, Qin Fan was like a god of death. His expression showed neither joy nor sorrow. He just walked towards Zhou Shenkan with his sword.
Qin Fan, you can't kill this person,
Su Rou suddenly said softly.
Why?
Qin Fan looked at her. He is the legitimate son of the Zhou family in Anning City, and he has an older brother studying at a key combat academy. Qin Fan instantly understood the meaning in Su Rou's words. She wasn't pleading for Zhou Shenkan. Rather, she was telling Qin Fan.
Zhou Xuankan's family background was not simple.
The key was that his brother was also destined to be an important figure in the future. After all, those who can get into a key combat academy usually become powerful figures after graduation.
Huff!
Zhou Shenkan, drenched in cold sweat, saw Qin Fan finally stop, and instantly breathed a sigh of relief.
He must be wary of my background and my brother. Ha ha! Even if you.
Suddenly, Zhou Shenkan, who was about to burst out laughing, widened his eyes, his expression turning into extreme horror.
Because.
Swoosh! Sword light and shadows. The next moment, a blood-stained head flew high into the air and was tossed up directly.
Plop!
And Zhou Shenkan, now a headless corpse, fell straight onto the grass under the extremely horrified gazes of the surrounding crowd.
Crash!
Everyone was utterly shocked beyond measure.
He killed him. This Qin Fan actually killed Zhou Shenkan. The scene before their eyes completely stunned everyone.
No one expected that Qin Fan would really dare to kill Zhou Shenkan directly.
You.
Su Rou's pretty face was also stunned. It wasn't that she thought Qin Fan was cruel. On the contrary, she actually hated this Zhou Shenkan deeply. Over the years, Zhou Shenkan, relying on his family's powerful background, had been arrogant, domineering, and committed all sorts of evil in Anning City. He was a notorious dandy. His death wouldn't even stir a trace of pity in her heart. She was just worried. After all, Zhou Shenkan was the legitimate son of the Zhou family. The Zhou family was only slightly weaker than the Su family.
But Qin Fan's background was far inferior to the Zhou family's.
If the Zhou family found out what Qin Fan had done, it would undoubtedly be devastating for Qin Fan.
Qin Fan, do you know what you've done? I'm telling you. You're dead.
How dare you kill the second young master of the Zhou family? If the Zhou family finds out about this, you and your dilapidated orphanage will both be finished. The two boys on the side stared at Qin Fan in utter horror. These two boys were classmates of Zhou Shenkan.
They were also Zhou Xuankan's lackeys on weekdays.
Now that they saw Zhou Shenkan killed, their hearts were filled with immense fear and unparalleled anger. Indeed, if the Zhou family finds out, then I'll definitely be finished.
However,
facing the threats from these two lackeys, Qin Fan showed no panic, instead nodding with a look of sudden realization. Immediately after, his next sentence instantly turned the red-haired boy and the two lackeys' faces pale.
If that's the case, then if I kill all three of you, wouldn't the Zhou family not know?
As soon as the words fell, he didn't even wait for the red-haired boy and the two lackeys in front of him to react. Swish! Another clean, sharp sword light emerged. The three of them didn't even have time to scream before their heads flew high into the air, accompanied by bright red blood gushing up like a fountain. Just two swords. He killed 4 people in an instant. Among them was the second young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Shenkan. Su Rou's pretty face on the side stared blankly at this decisive figure, momentarily awestruck by the chilling killing intent emanating from him. She never expected that someone who was usually as inconspicuous as a little transparent in class could become so terrifying when he got serious. Su Rou, can I trust you?
At this moment,
Qin Fan didn't turn around, but his extremely cold words drifted over faintly. This caused Su Rou's delicate body to involuntarily tremble. She was startled. But strangely, even though Qin Fan was so ruthless, and even she might lose her life here, she felt no fear in her heart at this moment. On the contrary, she even developed a hint of admiration for Qin Fan. She didn't answer Qin Fan's words.
Clang!
She directly took out the staff in her hand, twisted it with both hands, and a sharp blade was drawn out from the staff.
Sword and staff. This scepter was actually a sword and staff.
A sword and staff is essentially a composite weapon that can be used as both a scepter and a long sword. There's still a significant demand for this type of weapon on the market, and its price is considerably higher than ordinary weapons. Its high cost is naturally due to the fact that a single weapon can serve two different professions. In certain emergencies, for example, if someone in the party loses their weapon, such a composite weapon can come in handy.
After Su Ro drew the sword and staff, she didn't attack Qin Fan.
Instead, she walked over to Zhou Xuankan's corpse, raised the sword and staff in her hand.
Swish, swish, swish. 3 slashes of light later, Zhou Xuankan's headless body was once again desecrated, cut into several pieces, a truly gruesome sight. From now on, I'm your accomplice too,
Su Ro said with a smile. Seeing this, Qin Fan's chilling murderous intent was completely quelled. Having lived 2 lives in this cruel world, Qin Fan had long ago abandoned any notion of so-called kindness.
In this world, if you're too kind, people will truly take advantage of you. Only if you are strong enough, fierce enough, will others not dare to provoke you. A pleasure working with you.
Qin Fan smiled and extended his hand. Su Ro smiled faintly and also extended her soft, boneless hand to clasp his.
Actually, I should thank you. You've taught me 2 lessons,
Su Ro said softly. And they were 2 compulsory lessons. The first lesson was to teach her not to trust so-called acquaintances no matter what happens in the future. She must always leave herself a way out. The second lesson was to teach her that she must be decisive in killing. Qin Fan probably developed murderous intent towards Zhou Shenkan the moment Zhou Shenkan revealed his killing intent towards him. Su Ro even believed that if Zhou Shenkan hadn't chosen to flee, but instead remained in the secret realm, then Qin Fan would absolutely find a reasonable opportunity to kill Zhou Shenkan.
What about these bodies? Su Ro asked. Xiao Jiu. Qin Fan called out. Gaa Wu.
The adorable Xiao Jiu burrowed out of Qin Fan's arms, flapped its wings, and flew to the 3 corpses.
Whoosh! A blast of blazing flames spewed forth.
The 3 corpses instantly turned to ashes under the terrifying high temperature, as if they had never existed in this world. After burning the bodies, Xiao Jiu again nestled up to Qin Fan, letting out a long, cooing whimper.
It meant, hurry up and make me something delicious, I'm hungry. Alright, let's go hunt some impala and unicorn rabbits now. Once you've had your fill, we'll go home,
Qin Fan said with a smile. Initially, he had planned to stay out for about 10 days, tame the dragon egg successfully, and then go home. However, the system kept issuing missions, forcing Qin Fan to stay here for more than half a month. But thankfully, Qin Fan had already left notes for the foster mother and children at the orphanage. He found an excuse, saying he was going to a wealthy classmate's house to focus on intensive training for a while, in preparation for the upcoming vocational high school entrance exam.
Mom shouldn't worry.
After all, in the current climate, everyone knows the importance of the vocational high school entrance exam. Whether a vocational candidate can transform their life, like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, depends on whether they can make a spectacular debut in the vocational exam. As the most important exam in Dragon Country, it commands national attention. At that time, various bigwigs will come to supervise and oversee the exam. The provincial prodigies have also made thorough preparations. The intensity of the competition is no less than that of thousands of soldiers crossing a single plank bridge. But now, with his system in hand and the little dragon cub by his side, Qin Fan no longer fears any so-called prodigies.
In the days that followed,
Qin Fan was not in a hurry to send Su Ro back. Instead, he stayed in this secluded mountain range for a few more days, killing monsters whenever possible, and also hunting down many tender and edible magical beasts.
Qin Fan had already used a life skill class 2nd advancement scroll.
He had transformed from an ordinary chef profession to a spirit-infused master chef.
An ordinary chef's cooking is much tastier than what most people make.
And his spirit-infused master chef after a second advancement not only makes food that tastes better than a chef's, but also provides certain beneficial effects. For example, take the same dish, braised pork. When an ordinary chef makes it, there are only 2 words to describe it: delicious. But when a spirit-infused master chef makes it, it's not only delicious, but it can also increase the consumer's strength by 20 points for a certain period and restore a certain amount of health and stamina. Don't underestimate that bit of strength. If a spirit-infused master chef were to cook you a full Manchu Han imperial feast, all your attributes would significantly increase after eating it. Combat power would increase by at least 10%. This is why a second advancement scroll for life skill classes costs millions of dragon coins. As long as you successfully advance for a second time, you can join adventure guilds or vocational institutions. You will also earn more in salary and income. Many ordinary people who cannot become combat vocations pin their hopes on this second advancement scroll to change their destiny. Unfortunately, the output of these second advancement scrolls is relatively low, making them hard to buy even if you want to. To put it bluntly, these second advancement scrolls are useless to the rich, and the common people who want them can't afford them. Originally, Xin Fan intended to sell both scrolls for money. But then he thought about having to take care of the picky little dragon cub later, and realized his cooking skills definitely needed to improve, not stagnate. It turned out this decision was excellent. Xin Fan, who was telepathically connected with the little dragon cub, could feel the happy and joyous sensation the little fellow experienced after each meal. Even Su Ro couldn't stop praising Xin Fan's cooking. My family's chefs actually include 2 spirit-infused master chefs, one for Western and one for Chinese cuisine, but I think their food isn't as good as yours, even though you're cooking in the wild. Su Ro remarked with emotion. If it's good, eat more. Xin Fan now considered Su Ro a friend. Mainly because the girl had good character. Now, after Xin Fan consumed that 5W experience pill, his own level increased to level 18. Xiaojiao also successfully officially reached level 10 today, completely finishing the final stage of the novice quest. And the 2S rank skill passives rewarded by the system were Fire Affinity S, the fire damage you take is reduced by 80%. Dragon Combat in the Wild S, when you and your dragon pet enter combat, your combat power will increase over time, up to a maximum of 70%. Fire Affinity should have inherited Xiaojiao's fire immunity. I have to say, both of these passive attributes are very strong. Especially Dragon Combat in the Wild. This is simply going to make him soar. Also, the detailed attributes of Xin Fan and his dragon pet have undergone shocking changes. Name, Xin Fan. Age, 18 years old. Level, 18. Profession, Dragon Tamer. Talent, Affinity with all beasts SSS, Culinary Mastery E+ Strength, 400 Wisdom, 400 Physique, 360 Agility, 370 Professional Skills, Dragon Taming S, Bloodline Fusion SSS, Hatred Mark B, Dragon Frenzy B, Dragon Claw Assault B, Fire Dragon Bullet B, Dragon Pet, Blazing Sacred Dragon Infinite Fire Lord. Name, Ingzhou. Nickname, Xiaojiao. Gender, female. Age, less than a month old. Level, 10. For dimensional attributes, Strength 1200, Wisdom 1200, Physique 1100, Agility 1100. No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills possessed, 1 Fire Immunity S, passive skill, as the Infinite Fire Lord, immune to 100% of fire damage. 2 Flame Breath S, active skill, breathes out fire dragon breath forward, dealing massive fire damage to all enemies within a certain range in front. 3 Divine Fire Scales S, passive skill, dragon scales are the strongest armor of the dragon race, all attacks have their power reduced by 70% when blocked by dragon scales. For Destructive Flame Claw, active skill, dragon claws burn with roaring flames, furiously striking forward, dealing damage to all enemies in a fan-shaped area in front. 5 Dragon Form Transformation S, active skill, can freely switch between 4 forms. Terrifying. Simply terrifying. No need to mention Xin Fan. Just Xiaojiao. The attributes of this little dragon cub have all broken through the 1,000 mark. This is simply too exaggerated. Ah! Just now. Not far away, a level 25 purple crystal demon tiger, who was also the boss of the nearby domain, with just a casual swat from Xiaojiu, only managed to let out a scream before turning into a puddle of flesh. Su Ro was even more stunned. This was a level 25 wild boss. An existence several tiers stronger than the Goblin King. Yet, in front of Little Jiu, it was still slapped dead with one palm. It can only be said that it truly lives up to its name as the blazing sacred dragon. At the same time, Su Ro's resolve to win over Qin Fan grew even stronger. Qin Fan's future potential is undoubtedly immense. In fact, she, the so-called eldest daughter of the Su family, might not even be worthy of carrying his shoes in front of Qin Fan. Because she knew that as long as Qin Fan could grow in the future, he would absolutely become a top-tier big shot. The kind of terrifying existence whose single stomp would make the entire transcendent job world tremble 3 times. By then, let alone the small Su family of Anning City. Even the top prestigious families in Fengtian province would have to bow their heads before Qin Fan. Thinking of this, Su Ro had made up her mind that she must get closer to Qin Fan in the future. Also, whichever academy Qin Fan goes to, she will follow. Preferably, try her best to win his heart. Although she was just a support class, in terms of figure and appearance, as the campus belle, she believed she was no worse than other girls. When the time comes, she just needed to figure out what type of girl this boy liked and then cater to his preferences. Thinking of this, her pretty face inexplicably flushed. She naturally had a deep affection for Qin Fan. Not only had he saved her life, but his aloof and handsome demeanor also deeply stirred her heart. As a child of a prestigious family, Su Ro had actually prepared herself to sacrifice for an arranged marriage. Several of her elder sisters had married into aristocratic families from other provinces. She shouldn't be an exception. But now, having met Qin Fan, she absolutely had to fight for it. Alright, it's time to go back. The college entrance exam is in a few days. Qin Fan clapped his hands, stating calmly. Qin Fan, do you need a team for the Transcendent Job College entrance exam? Su Ro looked at him with sparkling eyes. But at the same time, her heart was filled with apprehension. Because, she knew that Qin Fan, who had successfully contracted a dragon pet, would definitely set his sights on the 3 top-tier academies in the Dragon Kingdom. The other top 20 key academies wouldn't even catch Qin Fan's eye. But to enter the 3 top-tier academies, one's performance in the Transcendent Job College entrance exam must be among the provincial top 100. Soloing was the way to achieve the highest score. If teaming up, teammates would more or less drag down one's score. The reason Su Ro asked this was, naturally, she wanted to team up with Qin Fan to tackle the Secret Realm dungeons in the college entrance exam together. As a priest class, most of her skills were support skills. Active attack skills were few. It wasn't that she couldn't solo, but soloing would be extremely time-consuming and inefficient. Ultimately, her solo score might not even be as good as a score achieved by teaming up with others. And after witnessing Qin Fan's strength and the sense of security he provided her, Su Ro undoubtedly wanted to ask Qin Fan to take her alone. If the other students from number 1 high school were to see the dignified little princess of the Su family actually begging to team up with Qin Fan, the dragon tamer, they would probably be utterly dumbfounded. After all, Su Ro was famous in number 1 high school. Many top students dreamed of teaming up with this rich and beautiful girl. It is said that among these many people, there are even prodigies from top private schools. For example, Tian Jinming, who also reclassed as a hidden class Holy Spirit mage. Glorious Knight Hoiba. Punishing Archer Xiong Shuang. These 3 are the top 3 students from the rocket class in the aristocratic private school in Anning City. They originally intended to solo the class advancement college entrance exam. But to win the beauty's favor, they were willing to send Su Ro team invitations. Moreover, for them, teaming up with Su Ro, who was a priest, might lead to better results. Because this year's college entrance examination questions for Nanzhou province were personally drafted by that king of hell, Zhang Shaoxun. Its difficulty is naturally self-evident. At that time, many prodigies might not be able to solo it. So, to play it safe, as long as they can make it into the top 500 provincially, they will definitely be able to enter the threshold of a key university. As for those 3 legendary top-tier prestigious schools, even these prodigies wouldn't dare to dream of them. Because to enter these 3 legendary top-tier prestigious schools, one needs to at least make it into the top 100 provincially to even have a chance.
Right now.
Su-ro blinked her autumn water eyes, staring at Qin Fan. From her gaze, it was clear that she really wanted to team up with Qin Fan. Qin Fan heard this, thought for a moment, and said, "Teaming up for the college entrance exam isn't impossible, but you have to listen to me in everything.
Whatever I tell you to do, you must do it. Obey my orders unconditionally."
If Tian Jinming, Hoiba, and the other prodigies heard these words, they might not be able to resist rushing up to hit Qin Fan. They had pleaded bitterly to team up with this rich and beautiful girl, who possessed both strength and beauty, but their wishes were unfulfilled.
Yet, this Qin Fan made extremely domineering demands to Su-ro. "Okay. As long as I can team up with you, I'll do whatever you tell me to."
Su-ro, however, smiled with narrowed eyes. She knew she had found a teammate more reliable than anyone else.
"After we go back, if the Zhou family asks, you should know what to say, right?"
Qin Fan said indifferently.
I know. Just say we never met them." Su-ro nodded. "Good, let's go home." Qin Fan finally ended his nearly month-long wilderness training journey and returned to the Adventurers Guild Hall with Su-ro.
When the Adventurers Guild's class changers saw Su-ro return completely unscathed, they were instantly dumbfounded.
The receptionist even carefully asked Su-ro, "Miss Su, where are the 3 dragon brothers?" Su-ro gave a cryptic smile. "Guess?"
"Hiss." The receptionist gasped.
"Miss Su, you couldn't have."
She made a throat-slitting gesture.
Seeing this, Su-ro didn't answer, just kept smiling. "The 3 dragons are dead. They're actually dead. And their deaths are definitely related to Su-ro."
Despite this, the receptionist showed a relieved smile at that moment.
"Good riddance.
Those 3 dragons always loved to do dirty, backstabbing things. Now that they're taken care of, everyone's happy to see it."
Qin Fan wasn't standing with Su-ro. He never wanted to attract attention. After handing in the quest,
Qin Fan headed to the subway station, planning to take the subway back to the orphanage. While going through security, a creature emitting a strange aura was detected on Qin Fan.
The security personnel weren't surprised, they simply asked Qin Fan to take the creature out for them to see.
After all, in this world where games and reality merge, monster pets are very common.
Many families raise intelligent and adorable monster pets.
A cute, crimson little head poked out from Qin Fan's collar, letting out an adorable whimper.
"Wow!
What a cute little lizard! You even dressed it up like a dragon, how adorable!" The security lady glanced at it and immediately showed a girlish expression. Sure enough, this security lady didn't connect little Gio to dragons at all.
At most, she just thought the costume looked like a dragon.
The dragons in this world are not only mysterious but also powerful. Especially the top echelons of dragons, such as the giant dragons and holy dragons, are so rare that they are almost mythical.
Ordinary job changers might never see them in their lifetime. Furthermore, in the eyes of many, dragons have always been known for their majesty and ferocity. Little Gio is so cute that it's truly hard to imagine it's a legendary blazing holy dragon. Gay Wu.
Hearing that this human dared to compare it to a low-level creature like a lizard again, little Gio immediately let out an angry roar. If Qin Fan hadn't quickly covered little Gio's mouth, it probably would have spewed a mouthful of flames. Thus, they made it onto the subway without much incident. However, little Gio, having been stifled for too long, naturally poked its small head out of Qin Fan's collar, gazing curiously at the human world with its intelligent, golden dragon eyes. But the consequence of doing so was, "Wow! What a cute little guy! Sisters, come quickly, there's an ultra-adorable little creature here. Help! How can it be so cute? Can I hug it?" The young ladies on the subway, upon seeing the cute and naive little Gio, immediately gathered around with hearts in their eyes. Pairs of delicate hands reached out to touch little Geo.
Gay woo. Little Geo let out another angry roar. It didn't want to be touched by any human other than its master.
In little Geo's eyes, its master's status was the highest. Then came its own status.
All other creatures were trash.
If it weren't for its master telling it to restrain itself and not harm people indiscriminately, it would have breathed out a mouthful of dragon's breath, and all the passengers on the entire subway train would have been done for.
I'm sorry, my little Geo doesn't like being touched by others.
Please, ladies, restrain yourselves,
Shin Fan said helplessly. Having a dragon pet that's too cute is also a problem. Although he didn't let these young ladies touch little Geo.
However, it seems women have a natural interest in cute things.
She still sat next to Shin Fan, asking him endless questions, and even wanted his contact information.
This made Shin Fan smile wryly. He never expected that he, who had always been unpopular with women, would one day become popular because of Xiaojiu.
After getting off the subway, Shin Fan headed directly to the nearby job transfer market.
The so-called job transfer market is essentially a place where job transferees can conveniently sell and buy materials. There are also small stalls for bartering here. When Shin Fan arrived at the market, he found that most of them were ordinary job transferees.
The highest level was only 18. Just like himself.
And their aura was unremarkable, indicating they were likely ordinary job transferees living at the bottom.
But even so,
an ordinary job transferee, as long as they transferred to a combat profession, would earn significantly more than a regular office worker.
Killing some small monsters in the wilderness and stripping their fur could fetch a good price.
Of course, regular office workers only have to face work pressure. But job transferees have to face the extreme danger of being killed at any time.
The market was divided into two sections. Area A consisted of large chain stores selling materials, equipment, items, and so on.
Area B was for individual stalls, where ordinary job transferees set up to sell items and materials they obtained from wilderness maps.
Area B was crowded with people. Area A had very few people.
However, those coming and going in Area A were all well dressed, with many wealthy individuals bringing their partners and children to buy equipment, jewelry, elixirs, etc. Shin Fan came here, of course, to sell the C-grade material, the Goblin King's heart, and the silver 5-star weapon, the Goblin King's greatsword. As for the Goblin King's enchantment card, this was a valuable item to be sold at the right price. Its enchantment effect was, after each attack hits an enemy, it will increase your strength and attack speed by 1%, stackable up to 10 times. Its value was definitely above 50 million dragon coins. Because this was something only produced in wild secret realms. If other wealthy people wanted to buy it, they would still have to see if it was available. After all, wild secret realms aren't something everyone can encounter just because they want to. So Shin Fan wasn't in a hurry to sell it. If he went to Area B, it was unlikely anyone there could afford what he was selling. He could only go to Area A. So Shin Fan walked towards Area A. Area A had been renovated into a grand and imposing high-end shopping mall. Shin Fan, dressed ordinarily, walked through it, appearing quite out of place among the other visitors. However, he didn't pay it any mind. Upon seeing a store named Sacred Treasure Inn, he walked inside. The moment he entered, Shin Fan instantly felt all customers' gazes fall upon him. There was disdain, contempt, scorn. There was also frowning and surprise. Most of the looks were unfriendly.
Ha! Isn't that Shin Fan? What are you doing here? Suddenly,
a girl's voice came over. Shin Fan turned his head and saw that it was none other than his classmate, Zhang Dan. At this moment, Zhang Dan, wearing a dress that clearly cost a fortune, walked over, arm in arm with a handsome boy. In response, Shin Fan merely nodded, as if to greet her, and said, "I just came to sell something."
Sell something?
Zhang Dan sized Shin Fan up, and said teasingly, "What could a poor orphan like you have to sell?
You're not here to steal something, are you?"
Hearing such sharp and harsh words, Shin Fan just gently shook his head, too lazy to bother with such a mean woman. In class, this Zhang Dan was a rotten egg. All day long, she'd bring her girlfriends along to fish for rich guys. As soon as she found out which boy came from a wealthy family, she'd go flirt with him. Based on some rumors Qin Fan had accidentally overheard, Zhang Dan had changed over a dozen boyfriends during her 3-year professional study career. And several of the initial boyfriends had their feelings toyed with, were swindled out of their money, and then abandoned by her. Those boys who had been played by this scumbag girl did want revenge. But Zhang Dan always managed to find boyfriends who were even more powerful. However, this time it was beyond Qin Fan's expectation. Because the tall and handsome boy in front of him was Ba, a famous prodigy in Anning City. This guy frequently appeared in the newspapers and was even said to be the most suitable Prince Charming for Su Ro. It was even rumored that the top spot for the city-level exam would likely fall to him. Anning City is a small city. There's no hope of competing for the provincial top scholar, but many believed Ba would be the city-level top scholar. What Qin Fan didn't expect, though, was that Ba would even look twice at someone like Zhang Dan. And, wasn't he supposed to be pursuing Su Ro? How did he end up with Zhang Dan? Oh well. None of this concerned Qin Fan. He was just here to sell materials, and if he had the chance, selling that greatsword would also be good. He was very short on money right now. So, too lazy to waste words with Zhang Dan, Qin Fan turned and walked into the shop. Damn it! How dare he ignore me? Zhang Dan saw Qin Fan's provoking attitude and instantly gritted her teeth. But on the surface, she still pouted and coquettishly said to Ba, "Honey, this guy actually dared to ignore me, then let's go in and take a look." Ba said indifferently. He wasn't so brainless as to get angry just based on a few words from Zhang Dan. It was just that he was indeed bored right now. So, let's follow him and see what this guy is selling. If it turns out to be some trash, that would be amusing. As Qin Fan walked into the Holy Treasure Inn, a sweet-looking, elegant woman from the shop came out and very politely asked, "Sir, welcome, are you looking to buy something?" Qin Fan shook his head. "No, I want to sell something." "Okay, please present the items you wish to sell. I will appraise them, and once we've determined a price, we can discuss further. Oh, and a gentle reminder, sir, our shop does not accept materials valued at less than 10,000 dragon coins." The woman's voice was gentle as she reminded him. Qin Fan, did you hear that? They don't accept anything valued under 10,000 dragon coins here. Zhang Dan, who had followed him in, sneered. "Miss, sir, are you here to buy something?" The woman also inquired of Zhang Dan and Ba, who had suddenly entered. The woman also posed the question. "Darling." Zhang Dan blinked her eyes, looking at Ba. Ba frowned slightly. Damn it! No wonder Zhang Dan was deliberately picking on Qin Fan. Her real goal was to make him spend money. "That necklace over there, I'll buy it, swipe my card." Ba naturally had to maintain face when out in public. He took out his bank card and handed it to the customer service woman. "Certainly, sir, that necklace is valued at 300,000 dragon coins, but I can offer you a discount, and you can have it for 250,000 dragon coins." The customer service woman's attitude became even more deferential. Ba's mouth twitched slightly when he heard the price. Damn expensive. This was just a bronze tier, 3-star necklace. It was only pretty, didn't add much in terms of stats. Yet it cost so much. Ba's family was wealthy, but the allowance they gave him wasn't much. Only 50,000 dragon coins a month. And as soon as they came out, Zhang Dan had already spent half of it. All because of that idiotic Qin Fan. In this resource-scarce environment, even a bronze-tier necklace could be worth hundreds of thousands. Although Dragon Country implemented Dual 10 compulsory education, the schools only provided free iron-tier beginner equipment. Ba actually didn't want to buy such an expensive necklace for Zhang Dan at all. But boys are all concerned with saving face. Zhang Dan seemed to have grasped this point as soon as she opened her mouth. Ba had no choice but to spend money. "Qin Fan, oh Qin Fan, do you see? Even a random necklace here costs hundreds of thousands. Your trash materials, which you just picked up casually in the wilderness map, it's probably better not to bring them out and make a fool of yourself." Zhang Dan's face wore a smile, but her tone was extremely sarcastic. Speaking of why Zhang Dan was so against Qin Fan. The truth was, Zhang Dan used to be an orphan. At that time, Qin Fan hadn't reincarnated yet. According to the original owner's memories, Zhang Dan was extremely vain, and the other children in the orphanage didn't like her either. Qin Fan had also wanted Zhang Dan to change her personality back then, but Zhang Dan remained unrepentant. Later, Zhang Dan was adopted. But Zhang Dan still held a grudge against Qin Fan, probably because she felt that Qin Fan, as the children's leader in the orphanage, had led the other children to isolate her. In reality, that wasn't the case. The children simply disliked her. Ever since Qin Fan reincarnated, Zhang Dan had actually been deliberately targeting him. Qin Fan, however, couldn't be bothered with her. He hadn't expected her to step on him again today, emboldened by her association with a rich young master like Huiba. Qin Fan continued to ignore her. In his eyes, Zhang Dan was no different from a clown. At this moment, the sales assistant also walked over with an exquisite box and handed it to Zhang Dan. "Miss, this is the necklace you requested." With that said, she then turned to Qin Fan and said softly, "Sir, please just take out whatever materials you wish to sell, and I will appraise them for you immediately." Qin Fan nodded. Then he asked, "The money can be received on the spot, right?" As soon as he said this, he. What a bumpkin. How much can your little broken materials be worth? Do you think such a big shop wouldn't have the money? Zhang Dan started to mock him again. The sales assistant also smiled and said, "Please don't worry about that, sir. We settle payments for material transactions on the spot." Qin Fan still ignored that idiot Zhang Dan, nodded, and said, "All right, then I can rest assured. These are the materials I want to sell." With that said, buzz. A spatial fluctuation occurred. Then Huiba and the others watched in astonishment as a still beating heart appeared in Qin Fan's hand. The immense, moving vitality contained within the heart particularly stunned the sales assistant and Huiba on the spot. They genuinely hadn't expected Qin Fan to produce something like this. How disgusting. Are you selling something like that? However, the short-sighted Zhang Dan showed a look of disdain at this moment. "Please take it to be appraised and see how much it's worth," Qin Fan said calmly. This complete disregard from start to finish made Zhang Dan extremely angry inside. It was like punching cotton when seeking revenge. She couldn't exert any force. Subconsciously, she was about to go up and destroy this heart that made her feel disgusted. However, at this moment, Huiba stopped her. She looked back. She was instantly scared by Huiba's extremely gloomy expression. "You. Shut up. Don't act like a cheap whore anymore." Huiba growled. Damn it. This idiotic woman actually wanted to go and destroy the material? This roar instantly made Zhang Dan's arrogant expression retract. The sales assistant quickly took the heart to the appraisal room next door. She knew that this material was definitely not ordinary. Just the overflowing majestic vitality alone was enough to determine its value to be at least 10 million. The heart of an ordinary monster could absolutely not still be beating after being dead for so long. Soon, the sales assistant rushed out of the appraisal room. Her pretty face was directly adorned with the most respectful and sweet smile. If the previous smiles were to deal with customers, they were somewhat perfunctory. But this time, her smile was genuinely sweet. Because the material brought by this young man was actually the heart of a goblin king. Oh my god. This was a top-tier material worth at least 30 million. You couldn't even buy it in Anning City if you wanted to. Esteemed guest, please come this way. I'll bring you tea. May I ask if you need any other special services? The sales assistant was as enthusiastic as fire. Zhang Dan also noticed the change in the sales associate's attitude. But she still couldn't believe it. How could Qin Fan, also from an orphanage, produce such an expensive material? Beautiful lady, how much is the material he presented worth? Zhang Dan swallowed, asking cautiously. The Goblin King's heart,
Worth at least 30 million. The sales associate answered with a smile. Zhang Dan. Hoi ba. Hiss. 30 million. This, even Hoi ba, a rich young master, couldn't help but slightly change his expression upon hearing that sum. After all, his monthly allowance was only 500,000 dragon coins. The sales associate was already too lazy to bother with these two. She smiled and turned, her beautiful eyes constantly sending flirtatious glances at Qin Fan. Actually, she hadn't expected that this handsome young man, dressed plainly and even exuding an air of poverty, could produce such an expensive material. 30 million dragon coins, for an ordinary person, that's enough to last a lifetime. You. Zhang Dan's face was full of complicated emotions as she looked at Qin Fan, about to say something else. However, Hoi Ba turned around directly at that moment. Why stay here? To continue embarrassing himself? Seeing this, Zhang Dan also quickly chased after him, but she kept looking back at Qin Fan every now and then. For some reason, an inexplicable and extreme feeling of regret suddenly arose within her. However, what she didn't know was that apart from the initial eye contact when they greeted each other, Qin Fan had never looked her in the eye once for the rest of the time. In Qin Fan's eyes, Zhang Dan was nothing but an ant. Bothering with her would only lower his own standards. Stop winking at me. Settle the cash immediately, and I'll take the money and leave. Qin Fan said coldly. The saleswoman was already sitting next to him, almost leaning against him. After Qin Fan's words, she flushed crimson, her expression awkward, and she quickly got up to submit the transaction request. After all, it wasn't a small amount. Watching the saleswoman's flustered and awkward retreating figure, Qin Fan actually sighed inwardly. Indeed, whether in his previous life or this one, for most ordinary people, money was always the ultimate pursuit. Soon. Half an hour later. Under the bowing farewells of the chain store's owner and saleswoman, Qin Fan leisurely headed home with a bank card containing 30 million dragon coins. Returning to the orphanage, Auntie breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Qin Fan return safely, still showing her usual gentle smile. Brother Qin Fan is back. Some little brat cried out. Immediately after, a dozen boys and little girls rushed out of the courtyard and pounced on Qin Fan. After playing with these children for a while, Qin Fan and Auntie returned to the living room. Auntie asked Qin Fan if he was hungry. Qin Fan smiled and said he was. So Auntie went into the kitchen. Soon, an inviting aroma of egg noodles wafted from the kitchen. At this, Qin Fan felt a warmth fill his heart. Auntie was always like this. She wouldn't nag or pester with questions, always treating every child with a gentle smile and giving them space to keep their secrets. Soon, a steaming bowl of egg noodles was placed in front of Qin Fan. Just as Qin Fan was about to start eating, Ga Wu? Suddenly, a cute little head popped out from Qin Fan's collar. Its golden dragon eyes curiously examined the bowl of egg noodles before it. Seeing this scene, Auntie, whose eyes were always smiling, suddenly widened them. Xiao Fan, what is this? She looked at the little creature with curiosity. And at this moment, the little creature also stared at Auntie with its big, adorable eyes. Auntie, let me explain. Qin Fan said, letting the little one in his arms crawl out. When Auntie saw the kitten-sized Xiaozhou reveal its true dragon-like form, her expression became even more stunned. Although she was just a lifestyle professional, the powerful legends of the dragon race were known to almost everyone. When Qin Fan unexpectedly brought back such a young dragon, Mama's shock at that moment was imaginable. Mama, don't panic. Its name is Ingjiu, Ing from firefly and Jiu from fine wine. You can just call it Xiaojiu normally. As you can see, this is the legendary blazing holy dragon, a top-tier existence among dragons. Didn't I successfully change my profession before? And the profession I transferred to was called Dragon Tamer, a hidden profession. Qin Fan had nothing to hide from Mama. Moreover, at the college entrance exam for professional transfers 2 days later, Xiaojiu was bound to make a grand public appearance. Everyone would then know that he owned a holy dragon. While Qin Fan was explaining to Mama, Xiaojiu bounced onto the tabletop.
Sharing a telepathic connection with Qin Fan, it knew that the kind-faced woman in front of it was its master's closest relative. So, it showed no aggression towards Mama at all. Instead, it went to the egg noodles, sniffed them, and a hint of delight appeared in its golden eyes. Then, with an open maw, a bowl of egg noodles that was supposed to be Qin Fan's was devoured in one gulp. The steaming hot soup not only didn't make Xiao Jiu whimper but actually made it squint its eyes in comfort. Then it bounced up again, like a naughty child, darting around the room, curiously looking at everything. Finally, it even picked up some toys belonging to the orphanage children and played by itself. Seeing such a cute young dragon, Mama's original fear of dragons instantly vanished. Although she still found it unbelievable that Qin Fan brought back a young dragon. But with the facts right before her eyes, she had no choice but to accept it. Alright, Mama, when my classmate and I were training, we also took a trip to the Yulin Mountain Range. We were lucky and managed to gather an E-grade medicinal herb, which sold for over 100,000 dragon coins. I'll transfer the money to you later, Qin Fan said with a smile. He didn't give all tens of millions in his card to Mama. It wasn't because he was stingy or wanted to keep it. Rather, such an enormous sum, if given all at once, would undoubtedly cause an overwhelming shock to Mama. Instead of letting Mama guess, it was better to keep it a secret. Over 100,000 dragon coins would be enough to support the orphanage's operations. If more money was needed later, Qin Fan would just provide it. Although over 100,000 dragon coins was a huge sum for her as well, it was still within an acceptable range. Sure enough. However, Mama still cautioned him repeatedly, telling him to be careful and to always tell her before going to places like the Yulin Mountain Range next time. Regardless, Mama's smiles grew more frequent. Seeing his loved one smile more, Qin Fan finally let out a deep breath, releasing the suppressed emotions he had held for so long. 7 years. It had been 7 years since he transmigrated to this world, which had completely merged with games. In the earlier years, he had no cheat abilities, and his awakened talent was merely E+ grade culinary mastery. Has he not worried about the future? Even though the system had finally awakened, Qin Fan never dared to relax. After all, he knew that the tasks issued by the system would gradually become more difficult, and if he couldn't complete them, who knew what kind of punishment awaited him? Fortunately, things were now slowly getting back on track. The job transfer college entrance exam. I'm coming. That night, lying on his small bed, Qin Fan clenched his fist, his face filled with an intense fighting spirit. But the next second. Put. Qin Fan suddenly spat out a mouthful of water. He looked closely and saw it was the mischievous little Jiu, who had made a flying leap and landed on his stomach. Although little Jiu's size had shrunk to that of a cat, its attributes hadn't diminished because of its reduced size. With that jump, thankfully Qin Fan had the SSS grade passive skill bloodline fusion, inheriting formidable 4-dimensional attributes and greatly strengthened physique. Otherwise, a normal person would probably be incapacitated on the spot by such a pounce from little Jiu. Gah! Little Jiu trod on Qin Fan's belly, a purring sound like a cat emerging from its throat. Then it just lay there, its pair of golden gold dragon eyes gazing at Qin Fan's face, full of dependence and joy. Speaking of which, this little fellow is just like him. Both exist without parents. This dragon egg was given to Qin Fan as a beginner's gift by the system. He didn't know if it was created by the system, or if the system used its cheat abilities to steal it from the Dragon Clan's sacred land. But no matter what, he was its only family for the next 2 days. Qin Fan thoroughly gave himself a short break. In the Yulin Mountain Range secluded Forest Mountain Range, the fighting was non-stop. With the job transfer college entrance exam approaching, a proper rest would allow him to be in peak condition. When 2 days had passed, the morning of the 3rd day arrived. This small, 5th-tier city, which should have been peaceful and tranquil, began to grow hot and bustling. Third-year students woke up early, carrying their equipment and props, walking towards Anning Plaza with excited yet nervous expressions. Anning Plaza. It was the only pilot location for this job transfer college entrance exam. All third-year examinees from Anning City and its surrounding counties were to gather here today to take this grand examination that could determine and change their destinies. Whether all these students, who had painstakingly trained for so many years, could leap over the dragon gate and transform into dragons depended on today. In this world where games and reality merge, most resources are controlled by various countries. Only a small portion of resources is held by powerful organizations.
For example, the Global Job Transferee Guild, the International Combat Alliance Association, and so on.
The reason why the job transfer college entrance exam is said to be the most important exam in every job transferee's life is that if you can achieve a good score in it, you will qualify to enter key academic institutions. The resources controlled by the state are generally allocated to each major university, because universities are tasked with cultivating various talents for the country. Therefore, the nation's resources must be poured into its universities. Among them, regular universities account for 10% of the total national resources. Key universities account for 20% of the total national resources. Top-tier universities account for 30% of the total national resources. And the front line of the demon battlefield accounts for 40% of the total national resources. The front line of the demon battlefield is, in reality, where the demon rifts are located.
With Qin Fan's current strength, he is completely unqualified to access any information regarding the demon rifts. But he has seen information about these universities. According to statistics, there are currently a total of 80 regular combat academies in Longwa. There are 20 key combat academies. And there are 3 top-tier ace combat academies. This means 80 regular combat academies share 10% of the resources. 20 key combat academies share 20% of the resources. 3 top-tier combat academies share 30% of the resources. Looking at it this way, even an idiot would know which university to choose. Sufficient resources mean extremely strong overall faculty, and once you enter these top-tier ace academies, you'll have more opportunities to grow stronger. Therefore, today, all the top students from every province in Longwa are aiming straight for the top-tier ace academies. At this moment, the magnificent and spacious Anning Square is already a sea of people, bustling with excitement. Every Transcender student was filled with excitement and apprehension. Most Transcender students had already formed teams, gathering in groups of 3 to 5. Damn it! This year's exam for our Nanzhou province was set by that king of hell, Zhang Shaosun. It must be incredibly difficult. Yeah. I originally planned to solo a normal difficulty Secret Realm dungeon, but now I have to team up. I'm afraid even a normal difficulty Secret Realm dungeon will be tough. Who do you think will be this year's top scorer from Anning City? Hoiba, right? After all, he's a hidden class Radiant Knight. Not necessarily. Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang are also hidden classes. Ha! Speaking of hidden classes, didn't High School Number 1 also produce a Dragon Tamer? Oh, come on. Dragon Tamer, that's practically a useless class. He can't even contract a dragon. Just as everyone was discussing. Whoosh! A sudden commotion erupted from not far away. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look, and the crowd erupted in excitement once more. Ha! Isn't that Saint Spirit Mage Tian Jinming? So dashing. A figure emerged from a stretched luxury car. He was dressed in pristine white robes, holding an exquisite silver white staff intricately carved with profound mystic patterns. His features were handsome, his demeanor elegant, like a royal prince. He was indeed the Saint Spirit Mage, Tian Jinming. In everyone's eyes, he was also one of the hot candidates with the best chance of becoming the top scorer at the city level. Many girls around him were already infatuated, gazing adoringly at Tian Jinming, who seemed like a prince from a fairy tale. Whoosh! But just then, a commotion erupted again from the crowd at another entrance. 2 more stretched luxury cars were seen slowly approaching. The tall and robust, powerfully built Radiant Knight Hoiba, and the sharp, eagle-eyed Punisher Archer Xiong Shuang simultaneously exited their vehicles, causing quite a stir. Wow! All 3 hot candidates for municipal top scorers are here. Among this year's third-year examinees, only the Dragon Tamer is the most worthless. Indeed, a good-for-nothing.
These three are all renowned prodigies, and their family backgrounds are also prominent aristocratic families. They are, in essence, the dream princes in the eyes of most girls. As these three prodigies appeared together, their gazes immediately met. Then, to everyone's surprise, they walked towards each other, shaking hands and conversing. It seems these three prodigies have a good relationship. A few more minutes passed. Beep, beep. Another luxury car arrived. Immediately after, Su-ro, dressed in a plain white priestess gown and possessing a pure and charming beauty, descended from the luxury car, holding a staff. The moment Su-ro appeared, swish, swish, swish. Not just other examinees, but even the three hot candidates for municipal top scorer all turned their gaze towards Su-ro. And these three celebrity-like prodigy contestants actually took the initiative to step forward and walk towards Su-ro. "Sharo, we've been waiting for you." The noble and elegant Tian Jinming smiled. "Sharo, have you formed a team yet?" The overbearing Hoiba also asked. And Xiong Shuang, whose expression was as cold as an iceberg, walked straight up to Su-ro, his indifferent tone leaving no room for doubt. "Team up with me." Whoa! This Mary Sue-like scene of three men vying for one woman instantly made every girl cover her mouth, filled with envy, jealousy, and hate. Ah! Damn it! How wonderful would it be if they were in Su-ro's place? However, just as everyone was about to guess who Su-ro would choose to team up with, Su-ro revealed a very polite and sweet smile. "I'm sorry, everyone, I already have a team member. You'll have to find someone else, I'm very sorry." As soon as her words fell, the previously bustling scene instantly fell silent. Everyone's expression froze. Su-ro already had a team member. Oh, what's going on? This Princess Su family, who could be called a top priestess among her peers, actually had other choices. Who was that person? Everyone was stunned, including the three hot candidates for municipal top scorer. If Su-ro were to choose one of these three prodigies as a teammate, no one would be surprised. They might even take it for granted. After all, a chosen daughter of heaven should be matched with a chosen son of heaven. But the problem is, Su-ro actually chose someone other than these three prodigies as her teammate. How could this not shock and astound people? At the same time, the audience was even more curious. Who exactly was Su-ro's team partner? Countless people began to turn their heads and look around. Only Su-ro, she gently turned her head, her long, limpid eyes instantly locking onto the solitary figure standing quietly in the corner. Immediately after, under everyone's astonished gazes, this princess of the Su family, fought over by three prodigies, walked with light steps towards that solitary figure, revealing a gentle smile that no one had ever seen before. "Xin Fan, I'm here." Silence. Dead silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the scene before them, as if their worldview had been shattered. Especially after seeing the true face of that solitary figure, it was even harder to accept. Xin Fan. It was Xin Fan. How could it be him? This was a choice that surprised everyone. A rich princess choosing to team up with a poor boy. Do you think this is a romance drama? The most unacceptable ones were the three prodigies. If one had to describe their feelings in a single sentence, it would be, "I can't figure out what I lost to." In terms of appearance and demeanor, they were not much worse than this Xin Fan. In terms of talent, they absolutely crushed Xin Fan. In terms of wealth and background, again, a crushing victory. Yet Su-ro didn't team up with them, instead running off to team up with this Xin Fan. And it was rumored that this Xin Fan was an extremely useless hidden profession, a dragon tamer. Without dragons, a dragon tamer couldn't even compare to some enhancement-type professions. And yet, Su-ro, a priest, chose to team up with such a useless person. There's a reason why these three prodigies valued Su-ro so much. On one hand, it was because Su-ro was fair-skinned and beautiful. On the other hand, it was because of Su-ro's future prospects. Earlier, news had already spread in Anning City that the head of the Su family seemed to have, by some fluke, saved an influential figure. In gratitude, that figure provided the Su family with a second-tier class advancement scroll for a priest. A second-tier priest advancement scroll. For those so-called prestigious families, it wasn't overly expensive, they could afford it if they gritted their teeth. But the problem was, the scroll the Su family acquired was rumored to be a special scroll for a hidden second-tier priest profession. A hymn singer. A special existence that could become an archangel upon reaching the fourth tier. My goodness! This was also the fundamental reason why Su Ro was so desperately pursued by these three prodigies. It's well known. The higher the level and difficulty of a secret dungeon, the more crucial it is to team up. Reliable teammates are therefore very important. And Su Ro, who could advance to a hymn singer at level 30, was undoubtedly their best choice. Not only was she fair-skinned and beautiful, but she was also a powerful hidden support profession. Lovers clearing a dungeon, showing affection while slaying monsters, the thought alone was delightful. It was said that even some prestigious families from other provinces, upon hearing of this, contacted the Su family head, hoping for a marriage alliance. But the Su family head politely declined them all. However, everyone knew that these prominent families would certainly not give up. Taking advantage of the convenience of being close, these three prodigies seized the opportunity to send out team-up applications here. And while they were at it, they could prove their strength in the career change Gaokao, making Su Ro look at them with new eyes. However, they never expected that a spoiler would suddenly appear midway. But the key was, this spoiler was also utterly useless. This made them feel very indignant. Su Ro, you're not going to tell me that your chosen teammate is this useless dragon master, are you? Tian Jinming frowned. His nature was already arrogant. Although he was actively pursuing Su Ro, he wouldn't act like a sycophant, so there wasn't much politeness in his tone. He's my friend, please show some respect. Hearing Tian Jinming call Qin Fan useless, Su Ro's pretty face immediately froze over. Su Ro, whether he's your friend or not, I don't think he's worthy of teaming up with you. Hoibo shook his head. He continued, lest you don't know, I'll tell you, he has no parents, grew up in an orphanage, and as for his profession, you should know, a dragon master without a dragon is useless. Teaming up with us is the wisest choice. Even the usually taciturn Xiong Shuang uttered a few words, he really isn't worthy of you. And after these three prodigies expressed their opinions, the surrounding examinees also began to murmur. Is Su Ro blind? Falling for such a useless person? A dragon master without a dragon teaming up with a priest to run a dungeon. Heck, just thinking about it is laughable. I think this will drag down Su Ro's performance. She might not even get into a key university. This Qin Fan has no self-awareness at all. He's delaying our goddess's success. Listening to these voices, Su Ro's pretty face grew even colder. Just as she was about to retort, her wrist was grabbed. She turned to look. She saw Qin Fan, whose expression had been calm from beginning to end, gently shaking his head at her, indicating that there was no need to bother with these snobbish people. Seeing this, Su Ro took a deep breath, then once again showed a gentle and sweet smile. She simply stood obediently beside Qin Fan. This scene undoubtedly made the three prodigies even more furious. But just then, buzz! Suddenly, on the rostrum at the front of Tranquility Plaza, ripples of space appeared, their movement interrupting the tense atmosphere below. The next second, dozens of figures in suits, exuding extraordinary aura, appeared on the rostrum. When these dozens of figures emerged, the originally noisy plaza instantly fell silent. A solemn expression appeared on everyone's face. Due to the figures appearing on the rostrum, besides the principals and teachers from various high schools in Anning City, there were also three prominent figures from the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Education. Lu Bin, that protege of the King of Hell. He actually came personally to supervise the class advancement college entrance exam in our small place. Ah! Is that the legendary third-tier sword saint? Why does his aura seem so ordinary? Idiot! At that level, his mastery over sword intent is already incomparably refined. He can contain his world-destroying sword intent to be as calm as a still well. My, truly a big shot. Amidst whispered discussions, all the candidates learned that the man standing in the very center was the legendary star-slaying sword saint.
He was also the favored disciple of the King of Hell. At just 28 years old, he had already reached level 65, achieving the rank of a third-tier sword saint. It was unexpected that such a prominent figure would condescend to supervise the college entrance exam in Anning City. Shin-fan also looked up at the important figures above at this moment. Just then, Lu Bin, who held the title Star-Slaying Sword Saint, suddenly stood up. His sharp eyes, as if cleansed by sword intent and incredibly clear, swept across all the candidates in the square. Then, he slowly and sonorously announced, regarding some important points and special rules for the class advancement college entrance exam, I'm sure your homeroom teachers have repeated them countless times. So, I won't belabor the point here. Therefore, I now declare that the class advancement college entrance exam officially begins. Please, staff, release the secret realm portal. As Lu Bin's words fell. Buzz. At the very center of the entire square, incredibly violent spatial ripples immediately spread out. In an instant, silvery white gates appeared out of thin air in the middle of the square. Vaguely, all third-year candidates could hear the low roars of monsters emanating from behind the gate. Indeed, it's a silver-tier secret realm. When all the candidates saw the silvery white gates appearing before them, solemn expressions also appeared on their faces. Actually, in previous class advancement college entrance exams, the test scenarios were all silver-tier secret realms. And the monsters inside were relatively moderate in strength, not too difficult. But this year is different. Although they are all silver-tier secret realms, everyone knows that the monsters inside will definitely be very strong. At least, they are not something these third-year graduates can easily handle. This has led to 90% of the candidates on the field now choosing to team up. And those candidates who don't team up are basically looking to solo. However, the difficulty selection will certainly be reduced by one level. Alright, I'm too lazy to say any more nonsense. A good wind sends me soaring to the sky. Whether you can successfully use the good wind of the class advancement college entrance exam to leap into dragonhood depends on your own strength. Now I declare that this year's Dragon Kingdom class advancement college entrance exam officially begins. Lu Bin is truly a disciple of the King of Hell. Unlike other leaders who like to blather on and on, he directly announced the start of the class advancement college entrance exam. As Lu Bin's voice fell, all candidates responded and moved accordingly. Buzz. As these candidates' fingers gently touched the silver white gate,